We'll get that too.
Apparently they need a new table in the PEP program or something. I need to know what that is. You know what the PEP program is?
Let you know that they are.
Yeah.
We gotta find a home for that.
The next question. Is that these departments need a table?
On the question why, right? We know. On a table, they get a table.
Did
him yesterday.
Mr. Voltz.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2020. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, I'm panel member Page.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also present this morning via speakerphone is Office of Victim Services Advocate Hamlet Williams. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Greg Voltz, 445139.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gregory Voltz, 445139. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after serving 27 months, followed by 10 years probation for promoting a minor in an obscene performance. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 13, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track sex offender program, Voices, Tier 2, Alternatives to Violence, Basic, and he works in the kitchen. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Voltz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you for the privilege and opportunity to speak to you and the public today. I want to start by acknowledging the wrong that I did and the bad choices I made, and apologize to the victim, her family, and her community and the state of Connecticut in general. There's only one person responsible for what occurred, and that person is me. Not a day goes by when I do not feel shame, regret, and sorrow for my actions. I can't pretend to know the harm that I ultimately caused, but I do know that I am forever sorry. I had more than enough opportunities to correct course, end the conversation, not participate, or just never be on the site I was on in the first place. As the adult and knowing the victim was underage, I acknowledged that what I was doing was grooming, and it was my responsibility to realize that, and to realize that what I was doing was disturbing and downright disgusting. I failed, and like I said, I am sorry that I caused this much harm. Since my arrest in early 2021, I immediately began working to figure out how I find myself in such an inappropriate situation during the height of the COVID pandemic, and from there, how I could better myself to make sure I never do anything like that again. I was able to get mental health treatment almost immediately. I read self-help books, attended some Celebrate Recovery group meetings, and I learned to be more open and honest with my support system. I did all this while maintaining full-time and part-time employment and handling the stress that came with the self-inflicted court process to proceed. After incarceration, I expanded the self-help work and I built upon the things I did in Ohio with my counselor and other means. Through DOC courses, I was able to learn more about some contributing factors that likely led to my moral failings. In that life skills, I learned that I suffered or likely suffered from multiple cognitive distortions and online disinhibition effect. It also reinforced that I lacked a lot of emotional intelligence and used to let past experiences of grief, loss, and change bottle up inside me. These do not excuse my behavior, but with this knowledge from 3 years of work, I've become aware of triggers and situations that have in the past led me down a destructive path. That path is now impassable. Voices taught me about potential victim impact. This saddens me every day, and the lessons were reinforced by stories on a podcast called The Mental Illness Happy Hour, which is on our tablets. These also allowed me to look back on my early use of the internet and how it could have impacted me on my online decision-making process during the commission of the crime. Tier 2 helped me recognize some unhealthy outlets I participated in when I felt socially isolated, sad, or needed a sense of intimacy. I had every opportunity to handle things in a healthy manner, but I didn't. I also started attending weekly mass again and participated at AVP, as Officer Logan had mentioned. If granted the responsibility of parole, I look to head back home to Ohio, where I'm ready to keep growing and put this chapter behind me and tackle the next, with the help of my amazing support system. My family and friends will be vital to me as I head back home. I will continue to utilize my counselor who has tried to hold bi-weekly calls with me even while I've been incarcerated. This group of people give me strength to know that I can get through the difficulties that come along with parole, probation, and having to register as a sex offender. Ohio, I think, even has longer time frames than Connecticut when it comes to registering, so this will be with me for a while. I have commitments for job opportunities, but I am most interested in a 6-month community reentry program called Edwin's that has sober housing with curfew restrictions, and I look to take advantage of that. All of this will allow me to return home and help out again, as my 91-year-old grandma fell earlier this year, and I would love to help her as she has lost some mobility. I threw away a lot of community-based work due to my bad choices and my crime. And I want to be crystal clear that I look forward to figuring out a way to carving a new path forward, and I will get back to a place where I can give back to my community while also taking care of myself. I owe this to society and to the people I've hurt. And I mentioned earlier what is called the online disinhibition effect, and I think it can't be overstated. Many people experience it in a variety of ways as we hide behind screens. We see it daily through online hate speech, political extremism, incel culture, conspiracy theory creation, and more. The internet is not the place to go for intimacy and community or belonging. We should all strive to meet people where they are, in person, and try to be more open about our feelings when face to face. Do not disconnect your morality from reality as I did, just because you are online. What I did is not who I am, and I will not let it define me. I know that I have tough years ahead, and the cards are rightfully stacked against me. I will have to deal with it all. Whatever society throws at me due to my label, but I will take the opportunity to rebuild and run with it. And I will succeed. I will become the most valuable member of society I can be, and I will work hard every day to ensure this. I know I have caused harm, and it affects me daily. And I want to make sure I'm always learning and bettering myself, and I will prove I learn my lessons by being the best I can be. Lastly, I just want to finish one more time by apologizing to the victim and her family. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Voltz, what we're going to do is we've read about this case and what you've done since you've been inside. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. We'll discuss your case and we'll give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
We're going to start the question this morning with Board Member Page.
Thank you, Chair. So Mr. Voltz did a great job with your opening statement. I appreciate your expressing remorse for your actions and also accepting responsibility and saying, you know, we heard a little bit about your 80s plan, which is something, one of the things that we're interested in knowing. We also are interested in knowing what you intend to do to address your problem sexual behaviors, when you're released from the facility out into the community. And I heard you talk about that. So it sounds as, and you also have some community support. So it sounds like you have all of your ducks in a row. You certainly have been able to comply with the facility rules. You have not received any disciplinary infractions. You've participated in the appropriate programming that we would have liked you to. And so kudos to you for all the strides that you've made thus far. Sounds as if you really have gained some insight into your behaviors, which is a good thing, because that's something that we really, that really shows a change, offender change. And that's one of the things that we also look for. So I just have a few questions with regard to the Voices program. You said that in that program, you learned about potential impact of crimes on victims. And what the interesting thing that you didn't mention in your statement was how you think that your actions impacted this victim.
Thank you. You know, the thing that affected me the most, and I knew immediately, I read the pre-sentencing investigation before my sentencing, and the mother wrote a lengthy document, and I read that, and you know, she mentioned it created a lack of trust in her daughter, or I created a lack of trust in her daughter for men, a reduction in trust in adults, and that all makes sense to me. I mean, I was the adult in this situation. I likely, and I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that she has gotten help, or you know, however that works. But I was a coach. As I mentioned, I removed my morality when I was online, and after reading the pre-sentencing investigation, I think I realized right there that I likely hurt her immensely in terms of that trust, in terms of her ability to have real relationships with men, and having open conversations, and possibly with her parents. I pray every day this doesn't affect her long term, like my early use of the internet probably affected me. But I know that there's these cycles, and I hope she's able to break cycles. And I hope that I didn't create a new cycle that just extends further.
Yeah, unfortunately, crimes like these really do have a lifelong impact on victims. I too hope that she is receiving the help that she needs to try to put this behind her, you know, and I don't know if that's possible. However, I'm sure that her parents have been advocating for her to receive the help that she needs. But you just talked a little bit about the trust of adults and men. What else do you think she struggles with? And try not to talk about yourself. We're talking about the victim.
Yeah. I think the intimacy piece, it disgusts me to think about this, but the intimacy piece, I think, might be a problem that she deals with. You know, that's
you mean like promiscuity, possibly?
I don't know the depth that could go. I know it could go into drugs.
Right.
That's
post-traumatic stress, PTSD. That's what I'm saying. All of those kinds of things. She could, you know, this could have spiraled out of, things could have spiraled from her. So it really could be deep and dark. And that's what I was trying to see, because in all of this victim is innocent, and she was a child and it's, and I'm just curious to know how things went from, hi, I'm Greg, to you guys getting into more serious, intimate conversations.
It was a long process. I mentioned I do think I was grooming to get it there. I think that it was me dealing with a lot of internal stuff that I had, as I mentioned, I had all the support system around me to not even talk to her this long, or to not even be there.
How did you talk to her?
How long?
Yeah, how many months?
I think it was a couple months. And it just slowly progressed. I know these types of crimes do this. They start innocuously. I gain trust, a common rapport. It became, we would have normal banter about life and school and that sort of thing. And it would just slowly progress, and, it ultimately led to sexual sharing.
Right. And did she know that you were an adult? She knew from looking at you that you were an adult, right?
Yes.
Because this was a video kind of thing, and you knew that she was a child.
Yes.
And so because your offenses were committed using a social media platform, so to speak, and the internet, it plays such a tremendous role in most of the things that we do as adults and children, even, their homework assignments, all that stuff is all on the internet now, online. How do you see your life? How do you see yourself navigating life with having restrictions with computer usage?
I will figure it out. I took jobs in kitchens and, manufacturing after this. It's hard even to be a manager without access to the internet. It's hard to order product. It's hard to do anything. I hope that probation and parole can have a system where they can monitor my internet usage or monitor my...
You will be monitored. There's no doubt about it. I just want you to be aware that the life, the way you led it prior to coming in, is going to be completely different. So, and it's going to be a challenge. And I hope that you give some more thought to that piece as well. And I just have one last question, and then I'm going to turn it back over to the chair. We talked about the victim and the impact that your actions had on her. What do you think the impact that your actions had on her parents?
I mentioned I read the pre-sentencing investigation, and that's clear. I'm assume they wish I got sentenced more. I know they hurt for their daughter. I don't have a child, but I want a child someday. And I have nieces and nephews, and if someone did this to one of them, I'd be outraged and mad and sad and want, the worst for that person.
Well, yeah, it's very difficult, because especially when you think that your child is making the right choices, and to think that an adult really kind of made her deviate from that, it is a breach of trust and confidence, and they too will forever be looking over her shoulder to make sure she's not doing those types of things again. And so it's just it's a ripple effect. So many people involved, so many victims, so much hurt and pain. So you did do your best to try to correct your behaviors, and I really do hope that you are successful in the future. So, thank you for clear for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Board Member Smith Palmieri.
I just have a couple follow-up questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in reviewing the summary for your treatment at the facility for problem sexual behavior, one of the things you mentioned is you believe you've learned to have respectful attitudes towards women. Do you feel like you were not in a place where you had respect for women prior to that, or what did you mean by that?
I think that was in the synopsis. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
it was.
Okay. I think that I've always had respect for women. I think when it comes to online, it deviated, and first of all, it wasn't just women in this case. It was a child, so I should have respected their boundaries as much as any woman's online. But I would use the internet in terms of watching pornography and other things, and that is not a sign of respect in most cases to watch those websites or be on the website I was on where I met this person, and trying to figure out how to get a person to undress or whatever. That's not respectful. That is the least respectful thing you could do when the person doesn't necessarily go on there for that. They might be going on there for, people are on there doing art or something.
People use the internet for a variety of things, and sometimes it is companionship to make friends or to socialize in a way. And certainly we saw that as a primary way of socializing during those COVID years that you referred to earlier. And then my last question is, so and I'm still talking about the synopsis, there's always a statement in there that says the participant accepted constructive feedback from the facilitator. Can you think of some feedback that you received that you thought was eye-opening or helpful that you'll carry forward?
The whole course I found to be very constructive. It did allow me to, think back to kind of voices, because I was kind of going through them at the same time and talking about the online factor and how this could, as your other board member had mentioned, spiral for the victim side of things into drug abuse, promiscuity, other things down the road that last forever. I think that was just a reinforcing factor to what I did, and also the how to handle my my triggers, which they're not like instant triggers that I want something. They're triggers in terms of more of my social relationships, of like when I am hurting or grieving or dealing with something, and talk to I had a fiance at the time. I could have talked to her openly about issues we were having with each other. Instead, I went online and buried it. All these things kind of just boiled over into me doing something that I had no reason to do.
And that sort of leads into my next question. So when you participate and complete treatment for problem sexual behavior, you develop a relapse prevention plan where you identify your triggers and how you'll manage those in the community. So what have you come up with? I heard you identify the trigger.
Yeah, I have a counselor. That's a big part of my relapse prevention plan. I speak to my family every day, and I want to continue doing that every day. And not just speak to them on the weather or that sort of things. If I'm dealing with something that's hurting me, or I will talk to them about it rather than trying to think like, oh, I can fix the situation myself and then go have a beer and bury those feelings. And then, that just adds up to something that is there. I will not have open access to the internet. I hope I never have social media ever again. I don't want any of that. The internet is, I can't wait to have a dumb phone again. There's a lot of things in that relapse prevention plan. I actually want to make a new one now because I requested about a month ago from an organization. I was hoping it would get to hear me before our hearing to write a new one that was kind of on my own record. But there's a lot of pieces that I want to build on from that life skills course, the short track course. And I'm looking to take some more courses when I get out as well. So I think you have a document from an organization back in Ohio that I look to do once I get my footing back. I'm more than willing to go to the January Center here for a few months before I go home. There's more that I can learn and build upon in terms of learning from what I did and where I can go from here.
Yeah, I would agree wholeheartedly. There's still a lot of learning involved. There's work to be done, right?
Yes.
When you're in the facility, it's a very controlled environment, and to think that, you'll never be on social media for the rest of your life. You're 37 years old, who knows, right? Who knows where you'll be in 20 years. I think what I was also trying to get at too is when you identify these risky behaviors, being able to reach out to a counselor, a parole officer, or a probation officer to acknowledge these feelings are happening, which they could resurface again, right? And looking for those proper steps to address them in probably more of a therapeutic way.
Yes, I mentioned I'd reach out before I even got to that point, but you're right. That's probably, as I acknowledge, my dealing with grief and loss and reaching out, if I'm feeling an urge for a sense of intimacy, that would also be a time to reach out and call my probation or parole officer and be like, hey, I want to get on a computer. Or I want to go to I can't imagine myself doing this, but it's not like you mentioned. I don't know what I'm going to feel like in 2 years. So I need to make sure that that's always in my mind, that if I want to go to the library and get on a computer, I call my probation or parole officer first.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate goal is for you to live successfully in the community, to not pose a risk to anybody in the community or yourself, right? And I read that, you struggled with substances, prior to coming in, and you were dealing with that as well. So, those are all areas of relapse that you want to just take in consideration as you go forward. Because again, the goal is for you to live successfully in the community. Whether you get parole or not, you will be back in the community.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Voltz. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Voltz, your portion of the hearing's over, so you can sit here and listen for the rest, okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Hamlet-Williams.
Thank you, Sir Chair. Good morning, panel. I do have a statement from the mother of the victim. In regards to sentencing for Gregory Voltz, there should be no consideration in decreasing punitive measures. He shouldn't be released early, and he should be placed on a permanent child sex offender registry. This vile person took complete and full advantage of my daughter, who was an innocent 12-year-old child at the time. He found an unmonitored chat website that wouldn't be able to track down evidence and slowly built an online relationship that turned into sexual exchange. He revealed himself to her and convinced her to do the same. Again, for the record, he was a 12-year-old child. This man worked for the city of Sandusky and had a side job of being a tumbling coach. Based off of what he did to such a young innocent child, tells me that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing and shouldn't have ever had access to young female athletes. This is a dangerous person playing different roles during the daytime and hiding a twisted, perverted alter ego underneath. My daughter was a lonely child, especially during COVID, and fell easily victim to this man. She was simply looking for people to talk to out of boredom and unfortunately came across this pedophile. To this day, as an almost 17-year-old, my daughter is very cautious and concerned by the intentions of all males. She has built a wall and unfortunately has a very unhealthy outlook on men. She was so traumatized that it's hard to convince her that not all boys or men will do things that are wrong, perverted, or inappropriate to her. It may take a very long time and living for her to experience that while there's plenty of bad people out there, there's good people to fall back on as well. The exchanges that took place between her and this man emotionally crippled her father and I. This is our first child of 4, and it was an instant dagger to our hearts that we had somehow failed to protect her from adults who mean harm. This was also the permanent realization that she had her innocence and childhood completely tarnished by someone who was 34 years old at the time. We knew things would never be the same for her, and it's remained an absolutely devastating fact for our lives and for her. Please see to it that the right outcome prevails and that someone who is willing to destroy a child's sense of innocence and vision of humanity is punished to the full degree. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams, and thank you to the victim for sending your thoughts regarding this case. Board Member Page.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So I too appreciate the victim's mother for taking the time out to advocate once more on behalf of her daughter. As a mother myself, I can absolutely understand the pain that she must have endured seeing her child's hurt. So I appreciate everything that she shared with us, and I did take note of saying. So we're here to discuss Mr. Voltz's appropriateness for discretionary parole. We have a young man who is the first time offender. This case, be that as it may, is horrible. He rates out low. He rates out low in terms of risk to recidivate for a new sex offense. He has completed a number of positive programs, as I stated in our discussion, with my discussion with him. He's taken, he was able to identify that alcohol played a role in some of his thoughts, and he took the sex offender treatment. And some of the things that he said that stood out for me was his moral. He allowed his morals to fail him. That he talked about his cognitive distortion and his online disinhibition. And I thought that those were, that was great insight on his part, because it was all, there's no way to explain or excuse his behaviors. And I think that he's accepted responsibility for that. And I think that he also has a desire to continue working on himself, because it sounds like he doesn't want anyone else to suffer from this kind of behavior. That being said, again, he has no disciplinary infractions, hasn't had an opportunity to be supervised in the community before. I really do think that discretionary parole would be beneficial to Mr. Voltz. With parole authorities having the ability to remand someone should they deviate from or break the law immediately in prison, I think that gives us an extra level of security that probation wouldn't, because we don't have to go before a judge and ask the judge for a warrant and all those things. So I would support discretionary parole in this case. I think that Mr. Voltz has done what he needed to do to go out and hopefully be successful.
Thank you. Board Member Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. So I do agree with panel member Page in all that she has noted with respect to this case. I also, when reviewing what Mr. Voltz has said during his interview with the parole officer and in today's hearing, one of the things that stood out for me also was he said, I remove myself from the reality that online does. And I think in these particular types of cases, that is, it's a realization, and it's good it's productive insight
Yes.
into understanding what your triggers are. And I did get a good sense that he has identified what his triggers are and is continuing, what I also like, continuing to work on that relapse prevention plan, because it will be different on the day he's released to what it is 2 years from now, 5 years from now, as he becomes more comfortable back in the community. As panel member Page says, should he go out on parole today, which I would also be in agreement about, he'll be on parole, and then he'll also have 10 years of supervision. And we know that will include, I know he has his own treatment program set up, but will likely include specialized treatment for problem sexual behavior, which will include very strict monitoring, whether you're in Connecticut or Ohio.
Right.
That's just, it is what it is across the country. So I do appreciate the victims, and I also read the pre-sentence report and the statements in the pre-sentence report, which really bring home the harm and the long-term harm that these types of cases have on young individuals, and how easily they can be taken advantage of and groomed. I was going to ask Mr. Voltz about, what he thought grooming was, but I got the impression that he knows exactly what grooming is and how and what he did to that. So I do believe that there's a lot of measures in place to protect the community, and being on parole is that first step in that. So I would agree all that Ms. Page said, and I would also support discretionary parole today.
Great. So I have no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if necessary, out of state, Ohio, no contact with victim LH. Community-based, treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography based upon the interview today, and enhanced internet and device monitoring. That what we have?
I agree with all of that, yes.
In regard to inmate Gregory Voltz, 445-139, I move to grant parole on or after September 27, 2024, with the following stipulations. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if necessary, out-of-state plan to Ohio, treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet and device monitoring, and no contact with victim LH. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Voltz, you've been voted to parole, and that it'll be explained to you prior to release. And just so you know, it's the out-of-state plan can take up to 90 days. So, it's not something that's going to happen right away, but the parole officer will explain everything to you in the coming weeks. Okay?
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Gregory Voltz, 445-139. Fournier, I will take Krystofalski.
Got it.
Thank you.
That is wild. Hey, I want to go ahead and welcome all of you guys. I missed a large portion of this hearing here, but I definitely found it interesting that he was banned from using the internet or social media for his life. And I imagine, when I typed the question up, I was like, it has to be something like that. But I just wanted to make sure, and sure enough, yeah, he did something wild. I looked it up, and man, they only gave him 27 months. That doesn't seem like justice to me, because that trauma that he caused that young child, it's traumatic. It's never gonna leave them. We got the next gentleman coming up, and let me see. I'm gonna try to pay attention to his name so I could look him up, so like that we have a better understanding or a better idea of what he's here for. Definitely shocking that they let that dude out. He was arrested last year. I don't even think he hasn't even been incarcerated 27 months. So he's getting out early, and he gets to go on with his life. But at that age, if you're in your 30s, there's no way you could justify that. Getting online and messaging children and and taking advantage of them. There's just no I don't see any
Morning,
way.
Mr. Krystofalski.
Morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Cole.
Family member Page, good morning.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, guys.
Also present via speakerphone is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Peter Krystofalski, 354586.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application with Peter Krystofalski, 354586. He is serving a sentence of 7 years executed suspended after serving 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts of violating a standing criminal protective order. He also is required to register as a sex offender. That requirement ends on December 19th, 2028. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 24th, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, domestic violence, tier 2, and he works in the kitchen. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the high range. Mr. Krystofalski, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right. Just like to say thanks for considering me for parole to begin with. And, I'm a human being. I've made bad choices in my past. I've been incarcerated and had to deal with the consequences of those. And there's been a lot of other consequences besides being incarcerated, having to be a registered sex offender and all that too, that, really changed my mind and my perception about what kind of person I thought I was. Inside of my head, I always thought I was this person that nobody could understand. And then I understood that my choices were not reflecting the person that I am. So I had to get to a point where I had to start implementing how I feel on the inside to the outside and start making the right choices instead of constantly making excuses for my mistakes. There's nothing I can do to change the bad choices I've made in the past. And all I know going forward is that if I'm given an opportunity to prove my integrity and trustworthiness, that I'm going to take full responsibility for that and appreciate it for the opportunity it is. Because again, I know I'm repeating myself, but there's nothing I can do to change my past. And I don't want my past to define me. I want what I'm going to do from this day forward to define me. So that's all I really have to say is I'm a human being. I've made bad choices. I understand those choices. I understand there's some people in the world that might not want me to have opportunities. And I can understand that too. I'm not resentful or bitter about anybody that might not feel optimistic about my future, but I am. And that's all I really have to say about that.
All right. Well, thank you. What we've done is we've read about your background and we've read about this offense and what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions.
Okay.
We're going to take turns asking those questions. We're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services, and then we're going to discuss your case and give you a decision. Okay. So one of the things that I didn't hear enough of is what your actions have done to others.
Okay, what's the
So-
question?
So you really didn't talk about that much in your opening statement. So you have, you know, you're here having had sexual offenses in the past on the state, you know, sex offender registry, and then on top of that commit 2 violations of a standing criminal protective order. And what I'm getting at is I heard about you and changes that you might be going through. I didn't hear much about the effect that you had on victims.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what to say because I can't put myself in the victim's shoes. All I can understand is their perspective on it. You know, the victim in my case is my ex-wife, you know, and we had a bad marriage. There's no way I can say otherwise. And obviously I was a large part of that marriage being bad. And I have not seen or spoken to this woman since 2016. And so there's no way for her to even know if any changes have been made in me. So like, I understand if her position has been and always will be that she's afraid of me. She thinks I'm a horrible person. And when you want to go back to my case about voyeurism, I understand completely how that puts the public at large in a state of paranoia where they feel like they can't be safe in public anymore, you know, and they don't know where is and where isn't a safe place to be anymore. You know, if they can't go shopping without worrying somebody about, you know, filming up their skirts or whatever. And it took a long time of being in sex offender therapy for me to understand like why I did what I did, you know, before I wanted to make excuses about it. And then I understood like that was a horrible way for me to cope with the issues that I had going on. And those issues, unfortunately, were of domestic nature between me and my wife, my ex-wife, you know, and after her and I separated, my life completely changed, and how I looked at relationships completely changed, and how I looked at my role in society completely changed. But I haven't been really given an opportunity to show that yet. You know, I was out on bond for 3.5 years. I was in a solid relationship the entire time. I was in compliance with probation the entire time. I was going to therapy the entire time. And I feel like because I'm back here now, people look at it like I haven't made any progress from 2016 until now. And that's just, I mean, I can only assume, you know, I don't know how anybody feels, but that's how it feels from my perspective, that I'm constantly being judged as if this happened yesterday when I haven't repeated any mistake I've ever made. And I haven't given anybody a reason to not want to give me another opportunity. You know, when I violated this protective order, I was home from doing 2 years in jail, not even 4 or 5 months. And the intention of it was to try and find out what's going on with my daughter, which is exactly what I told the detective. It's exactly the statement I made when they asked me about it. I didn't try to deny it. And again, I don't know how my ex-wife feels about me. And if she is afraid of me, then I'm sorry for that. And all I can do is show her through time on the outside that I have no interest in talking to you, you know, making you upset. Like, you don't want me a part of your life. That's completely fine. And I accept that. I have no problem honoring a protective order for the rest of my life. You know, this was a mistake that I made when I was still emotional and trying to get my life back together.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my question. Okay.
Okay.
Because when I asked that question about how other people, the impact of what you did had on other people, right? I didn't say that we're viewing you as not making progress or anything like that, and understand that, you know, you have certain feelings about what happened. However, the question that I had was related to, what do you think that the impact of what you did had on the victims in this case?
I think that the impact is it made her have trust issues in general with who she allows to be close to her and how she views the world. You know, I can't put myself in somebody's shoes because I've never been with me as a partner, you know what I mean? But I can understand how the bad choices that I made would make somebody have feelings of not being able to trust people or feeling paranoid or, you know, wanting to avoid relationships altogether or feeling that they're being oppressed or that justice isn't being served because maybe their idea of what should happen to me is different than what the state has done. You know, I understand those things and maybe I'm failing at articulating them to you, but like I completely understand how my choices have impacted somebody else's life in a way that wasn't fair to them, that they now have to live with for the rest of their life, as do I. You know, and I'm sorry, maybe I'm too much in my own head because the situation feels very personal to me. And maybe I don't spend enough time thinking about how that impacts them, but I am aware of that. I know that, and I respect that fact so much to the point where, like, I don't know what else to say about it. And it's a tragedy all the way around. Everybody, I feel like everybody, including the state, is a victim when things like this happen. You know, it's human nature that people make mistakes.
We just got a little further, right, into an answer of the question that I asked. And that's a good thing, because in order for, you know, as a human being, in order for me to understand when I wrong somebody, when I do something wrong, I need to try to put myself in their place and understand that what it was that I did, what kind of effect that had on them. Right. And that's an incredibly important thing. Right. So I'm looking at, I just two counts of standing criminal violation of standing criminal protective order. Right. Do you know why that was in place?
Yeah, because she felt in fear for her life. She didn't want to be contacted by me.
Okay.
That's how it was explained to me.
Yep. So then when you went and contacted her, a little more than contact, but when you went and contacted her, you know, do you get it?
Of course I get it.
Okay.
Like she probably went into a panic, you know what I mean? Thinking that I'm trying to do something to her when, you know, I hope that somehow the information was relayed to her that if I knew her email address, why am I trying to log in to an email address rather than talk to her via email? You know what I mean? My intentions were to find out what was going on with my daughter. It wasn't to cause her panic. It wasn't to, I didn't even think what I was doing was violating a protective order.
And how about, so in dealing with that, if you want to find out something about your daughter in the future, how would you go about doing that?
I have absolutely no way of doing that. There's a termination of parental rights hearing that happened right after the divorce, before I was even sentenced, and the way it was explained to me by family court after the fact is that because I took a plea deal and pleaded guilty in the domestic case, that there's no grounds for me to open up a new case to ever have that custody visitation in the future. That'd be on the party of, you know, her mother or her.
Okay, so nobody in your family has any contact?
No.
Okay.
So my daughter will be 9. My daughter just turned 9 years old this month, and I haven't seen her since she was 18 months.
Okay.
And that hurts. You know, I can't feel any other way about that, whether it's my fault or not that happened. That hurts every day.
Forget about it. Forget about it.
However, you know, violating a standing criminal protective order is only going to get you a seat where you are right now.
I understand that.
At best, right?
Right.
So you've taken part in I liked to see this piece. You've taken a part with addiction services there.
Yeah, I've actually been chairing the AA and NA meetings that have been happening here ever since I got to this facility. More than just attending, you know, I show up early and volunteer.
Oh, wow. Really? Oh, you should get a medal for that. You don't even know what to say to that.
And that's a good thing. In terms of carrying that forward, what do you plan to do for a recovery plan when you're released?
I mean, whatever town I wind up in is, I'm gonna start going to the meetings out there and get involved with that community. It's kind of a weird cross-reference between people that have sex offenses and people that have addiction past, because we all have a past that maybe we're ashamed of, and that's where I found camaraderie in that, group where we're all trying to better our lives moving forward, and we do that by supporting each other, and that's why it works for me. I do have substance abuse issues here and there. They're not as severe as maybe somebody who's a full-blown drug addict, and I don't even know what really defines that because I've had my own issues, but it's been helpful in more ways than one.
So how long have you been sober now?
I got sober in September of 2022. And, largely for that year, I was just smoking a lot of marijuana.
So since then, that's what you've only smoked marijuana, or did you just say that you haven't, or that the last time that you used that it was mostly marijuana?
Yeah, during the year of 2022, I was using mostly marijuana, and I haven't used since then. Anything.
Since September of 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. So have you heard of recovery coaches?
I have.
So what do you think about having one?
I'd love to have one. I'm actually trying to get involved with the C-card training that they're supposed to be implementing here. We've been waiting since, I think, January now for somebody to come over here and actually start that program.
Okay, but that's training to be a coach.
Yeah.
But you understand that the best coach has a coach?
Of course.
You want to come out to a halfway house in the Hartford area?
Preferably, yeah.
And you want to get involved with restaurant, either a restaurant or commercial tire industry?
That's where I have the most experience, yeah.
Both. You have experience in both?
Yeah, several years in both industries.
Did you ever get into HVAC, or did you just take the cert and not really get employed, changed your mind and didn't like it?
It's not that I didn't like it, after I graduated, it was hard to find an actual apprenticeship program. The only jobs I could find were like maintenance positions, which wouldn't give me hours towards my license. So I kind of got involved with the restaurant industry after that. And it's been a valuable tool set to know how to do things, but I don't plan on pursuing a career in HVAC.
Okay. I just saw the cert and was wondering why.
Yeah.
So the two things that you have on whether it's out on probation or parole is, that you're on the registry until December 19th of 2028.
Yep.
And you know what's involved with that because you've been on it before, right? You've complied. Yep. And you know that if you go, what the content of the standing criminal protective order is?
Yes.
So you know what happens if you violate that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't have any further questions. I'm going to turn it over to other board members to see what they have.
Okay, thank you.
Board member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Krystofalski, did I mispronounce that? Probably.
Krystofalski.
Krystofalski. Excellent. Thank you for that. So one of the things you didn't speak about with my colleague is the domestic violence program. You took that and completed that in January?
Yes.
Okay. So can you talk a little bit about the domestic violence program? Is this the first time taking a program like this?
No, I took I believe it was 16-week Explore Domestic Violence at a Wheeler clinic when I was first released from prison last time. And the same thing with both programs. They were both extremely enlightening onto like what exactly is abuse, you know what I mean? What exactly is a healthy relationship versus unhealthy relationships, because a lot of the norms in our society make people think that things that are completely out of control are actually normal. And, you know, it definitely changed my perspective on what is a healthy relationship and the things that I want to avoid myself and the things that I don't want in another partner. And a lot of just basically character qualities of people that are indicative of what kind of person they're going to be like in the future. You know, why wait until there's a problem? You know, you should select your partners better and be more conscious of the way you're treating other people in a relationship, of how that makes them feel. Because it was kind of eye-opening to see how some people do feel extremely trapped, like they don't have a way to express how bad their relationship is, and then they need to wait until a catastrophic event to actually bring anything to light, you know. And I feel bad for anybody that's trapped in that situation.
All right, well, let's talk about you with that type of a situation. How do you, from taking that program and seeing sort of both sides of the relationship, where do you see yourself?
I mean, I see myself as both a victim and an abuser. You know, I'm guilty of both things. You know, I've been in relationships where I've been made to feel like I'm not important and the other person is, and that I'm not allowed to do things and the other person is. And I've also been the other way where I feel like I'm supposed to be in control of things and the other person isn't, you know. It made me realize how many mistakes and flaws I've been guilty of in the past, you know, and it makes me feel ashamed, honestly. Like I've kind of grown into a shell of a person because of it, because I'm scared that I don't know how to be a good person to somebody else, and it takes time to really learn how to trust somebody, you know.
So having taken the program twice now, and you find yourself being incarcerated for violation of protective order, so you're not the victim in this case, you are the perpetrator. How do you see yourself going forward in terms of correcting your behaviors? What have you done to recognize what your behaviors are that contributed to the situation?
I mean, I've spent a lot of time in self-reflection, you know, understanding
okay. What have you discovered about yourself?
That I didn't know how to properly process my emotional reactions to things so that they become rational actions. You know, I was very much impulsive and immature in my past, where when I felt something, I felt the need to express it immediately, you know, and I was always trying to make myself feel better without giving full insight into what that meant for the other person involved, you know, and it's a selfish way to be, and I don't want to be a selfish person, you know. It's hard to talk about those things, you know. I was one kind of way, and I know that, and I had anger problems, I had immaturity problems, impulsivity problems, and problems with like not having enough foresight to see, like, if I take this action now, most likely the future is going to wind up like this. And then when the future didn't go the way I wanted it, it just like fed into that more, you know, negative energy of feeling like I'm a victim and everything. And I had to take a step back from it and realize, like, if I want to have a good life and I want to have people that respect me, I have to do good things and do respectable things so that that can happen.
That's what we hope you would gain from taking that program, you know, especially having taken it twice. And, you know, you are young. You are only 34 years old. We go back to when these incidents were all occurring from the very beginning. You know, we're going back almost 10 years, you know, 8 years. So yes, you are very young. And probably very impulsive and immature, and as you all described. So tell me, having identified these triggers, these character flaws, how do you see yourself going forward, being able to address those as they come up? What's the plan?
The plan is to build solid, strong, meaningful relationships with people, you know, to have supports that I can actually rely on, because I know what my flaws are. And a big part of overcoming those is having people that I can talk to, that I trust, who are going to guide me through them if I don't know what to do with myself. You know, if I ever find myself in a situation where I want to react emotionally, having a number to call or a place to go and somebody to talk to is like absolutely vital, so that I can understand the situation better. I can get more perspective on the situation, and I can act in a way that's maybe more according with who I really am. Because if I have friends who really know me, then when I act out of character, it's going to be really easy for me to see that, or make me not want to act out of character when people are like, that's not you. Like, why are you talking like that? You know, that's kind of one of the gifts that NA has given me, is to, you know, see that other people go through the same things, and mostly that we're all just scared to express those things, but we're all the same on the inside. You know, we all have the same feelings.
So what is your plan? You know, you're in a relationship, you're in an argument, you're angry. How do you want yourself to respond in that situation?
I see myself being mature enough now to say that I'm extremely upset. I'm not going to be thinking clearly right now. Like, we need to revisit this subject after I've had some time to think about it, you know, and not make a choice about doing anything at that moment. You know, whenever people make choices in the midst of an emotion, it's usually not the choice they would have made if they thought about it more, you know? So it's always having that little bit of break in between a situation that happens and what you're going to do about it, you know, and making sure that I have means of implementing that always.
Having that plan.
Yeah. Like I said, people to call, places to go, you know, people I can consult with on what I should do about this, rather than just trusting my own gut instincts.
You mentioned earlier that you were in the community. I have you in the community about 4 years, and you said you were going to treatment. What type of treatment were you doing?
I was doing individual therapy, mental health therapy, and I was also doing the sex offender therapy with Bill Hobson and Enfield.
Okay. For most of those 4 years, or some of those 4 years?
The entire time.
The entire time. Okay. And I note that you do not have any disciplinary reports throughout this period of incarceration. How have you avoided that?
Huh.
I hang with people that are doing the right thing, or I just hang by myself. You know, I've had to learn how to enjoy my own company, and having the past that I did, that took a long time for me to be okay to sit with myself. So it's been a lot of time alone and self-reflection in here. And there's a lot of drama that is constantly surrounding you in here, and it takes a conscious action for you to avoid it, you know, and that's what I've done. I keep to myself. I've had the same job in the kitchen for 18 months. I'm trying to make my time go as smoothly as possible and use what little resources I have in here to show that, like, I am worthy of opportunities, you know?
You know, we when we do a parole hearing, we look for offender change, right? How you've changed, what insights you've gained from the programming, you know, how do you plan to live successfully in the community, interact with others. So I do get a sense that you've developed some skills in that area.
Thank you.
And we do have some letters of support from your mother, your sister. So you have support in the community. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Board Member Pape.
What do you guys feel?
So, Mr. Krystofalski, at this point, your portion of the hearing is over, so you're going to sit and listen to the rest. We're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services, then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
All right, thank you.
Ms. Hamlet-Williams.
Yes, thank you, Sir Chair. I did hear from the victim in this case who asked that I relay to the board the following statement. Dear members of the board, today a man is asking to be released from prison 2 years early. A man who told hospital psychologists that he was, quote, afraid he would black out one day, kill someone, and not remember doing it, end quote. A man who stalked women in a Target and filmed up their skirts over the course of several days while I was 7 months pregnant.
Damn.
A man who told me I deserved to be skinned alive. A man who choked me while I held my 1.5-year-old daughter in my arms. A man who raped me. A man who, when I stood up in front of the courts and told them how scared I was of this man, promised to come after me when he was released from prison and kill me. A man who hacked into my email, my iPhone, and my Facebook, unblocking himself after being released the first time. And while to some this may seem trivial, given the threats he promised to fulfill, I know what this man is capable of. I have seen it in his eyes while he screamed that he, quote, wanted to kill me and was going to kill me, end quote, while my daughter slept upstairs until the neighbors called the police. And I have seen it in the patterns that have clearly presented themselves over the years, from burglary to voyeurism and to domestic violence, with so much more sprinkled in between. The problem is not only that he has gotten away with far more criminal acts than he has been asked to serve time for, but that he is aware of this fact, and he believes that he can in fact get away with them. The fact of the matter is that he is an extremely smart, cold, and calculated individual who, luckily for society, makes careless mistakes sometimes. As I sit here today, I know with every part of me that it isn't a matter of if, it's a matter of when with him. And while I pray that this prosecutor was correct in telling me that my fears only happen in movies, I know the reality. And there is not one day that goes by that I am not constantly on edge. Anytime a car follows me for too long, I make a detour. Anytime a car is parked outside of my house, I make note of the make and model and write down as much of the license plate as I can, just in case. I am constantly hypervigilant anytime I leave my house, even after 7 years, because I know what he is capable of, and I don't want to become another statistic. But right now, I have the luxury, to some degree, of telling myself every time I start to panic that he is behind bars and the dangers are lessened. But I also know that it is simply a matter of time before he is released. I know that one day, the on-edginess that I feel when I leave my house is going to morph into fear for my life when he walks through those open prison gates. What I am asking from you today is more time. Simply, I need more time to prepare my life for the day he is released. When the victim advocate called me the day of his sentencing to tell me he would be in prison for 4 years this time, I broke down crying, knowing that I could breathe even just a little easier for a little bit. I could go forward with living some semblance of my life for a little bit. But if this man is released now after serving only 2 years for violating a lifetime criminal protective order, the 2 more years that I thought I had to prepare for that inevitable day would be astronomically reduced. It's simply not enough time. It's not enough time for me to live as peacefully as I can, given all that has happened. And frankly, it's not enough time to prepare for the what if and the just in cases. Please don't take away 2 years away from me and give them to someone who has taken the last 7 years away from me mentally and emotionally. I thank you for your time and your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams, and we appreciate very much the input from the victim in this case and in all cases. It's important to hear what the result of some criminal offenses are, the impact that it has on people. So regarding Mr. Krystofalski, he is taken programs, completed the sex offender treatment program, domestic violence, tier 2. He has been engaged in 12-step recovery, including sharing meetings at the facility. He's had a position in the kitchen for the last 18 months. And he's had no disciplinary reports during this time. He has an idea based upon his background and experience training about going to get employment with restaurant industry or commercial tires. would want the support of a halfway house in the Hartford region. I would be open to hearing what other board members have to say in regard to this case. Board member Smith comment.
Well, thank you. I also would add to what you've put in there that, you know, he was in the community for 4 years. He was attending treatment. I did appreciate his responses to his involvement with the domestic violence program during this incarceration and what he's learned about himself. And I would clearly say that impulsive, immature, and angry are definitely ways to describe how we've read his prior behaviors. So I do think it is important that he can articulate that and recognize that. He does have support in the community, as evidenced by letters that were sent in from his family. He did have, going back to the domestic violence program, I did note that he had an excellent evaluation from the counselor to the point where they wrote he was an asset to the group discussion, and he was able to articulate the need for firm boundaries for himself. We did talk about that he has no disciplinary reports. There is protective order in place until 2089. He does score out moderate for risk to recidivate. Does score on the sex offender for a high. He is on the registry for another 4 years, and will need to and will be required to continue to participate in that level of treatment again. So, with all that said, in recognizing the statement from the victim, I did read that. I also read comments throughout the case file of her concerns. I do think that a level of parole would be beneficial during this type of release. Provides very close supervision, as well as providing those rearrest powers for safety to the community and the victim. He wants to go to a halfway house. He's got, as you said, Mr. Chair, an opportunity for employment. So I would be in favor of granting discretionary parole today.
Okay, board member Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in sitting here and listening to Mr. Krystofalski interact with the two of you, and watching him as the victim's statement was read, he came off so defensive initially when the questioning began. I specifically remember you're saying, let's talk about the victim. And his response was like, well, I don't know. I can't put myself in that situation. But I think that probably came because he heard the victim was trying to be input. And, he immediately wanted to defend himself. And I understand. He wants us to believe that he's not the person that we're reading about, that he's a different person. And it's difficult because we don't have an opportunity to really get to know these individuals. And we have to make our decisions based on what we hear and what we've read. So for me, I honestly think that Mr. Krystofalski talks a really good game. But I'm not hearing the amount of change that I really would have liked to hear from someone who, having committed as many crimes as he has. And it was spot on when he said that he sees himself as a victim too. That really resonated with me because, that's the feeling that I got from reading his papers, his file. And when I couple those two things, his not having responded the way that I would have liked him to at this far juncture in his incarceration. And I couple that with the victim statement. I cannot support his discretionary parole today because I don't think that I don't see it as much as I would have liked to see to be able to see.
That's what I'm
So
talking about right
it's-
there. Yep.
And honestly, when we have offenders who rate out moderately, it's a little more, a little more difficult because, when they're low, and when they're high, you also know, but in the moderate kind of gets in that middle of the road kind of thing. So, I absolutely understand why, you feel, your vote is, Ms. Palmieri, what your position is, and I can see why. It's a difficult case, though.
It is difficult cases.
So, yeah, my vote is to deny.
So I've, thank you. I've listened to, I have my own insights here and definitely wanted to hear more regarding this. And one of the things that, is really important to me is parole supervision in the community. We're Mr. Krystofalski is going to have to go back to treatment for problem sexual behavior. And that being done while on parole for me is a better thing. And as well, Ms. Palmieri brought up the letters of support from people in the community. And such. So it is a very difficult, but I am going to support parole in this case. I have halfway house. Mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. He was in individual therapy, and I really appreciated board member Page's comments regarding where he is mentally and emotionally. No contact with HK, and that in itself is a standing criminal protective order. So what we actually have to say there, we put it in, but he does that again, he's going back to jail, but he'll have a faster route being on parole. And I have community-based treatment for domestic violence, treatment for problem sexual behavior, based upon the offense itself. I had put in restriction on pornography.
I didn't have, I had the enhanced monitoring.
I was concerned about him creating pornography, basically, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know.
I just don't know that.
Yeah, I did not have that, but I did have the enhanced internet monitoring.
Okay.
And
So,
I think that can address what your concerns
okay.
are.
So the enhanced internet
Yeah.
and device monitoring, and no contact with minors without parole officer's permission.
I didn't have that either. I'm not really sure where that came from. I think that once he's out in the community, I mean, honestly, I'm voting to deny it. However, in terms of his conditions, I don't see anything that warrants a no contact with minors. And maybe when he's out in the field, if they feel that that's necessary, they can
Come back.
The-
I did see it in the evaluation
It was in the
as a condition. However, I did go back and look at the original charges. There's no indication that one of the victims of the voyeurism was a minor. There's no mention of that specifically. I don't know if it's a safety net in terms of the evaluation, but I didn't see it. I mean, it can be added in the field. It can also be removed in the field, I suppose. So, I mean, we could add it as a precaution. It was in the evaluation.
So that was the only thing because, that was the only thing that I could come up with because that's not been
I just want to say, like, why give him that additional barrier or that additional hurdle when he already has a lot on his plate?
It does.
And there, I don't see any, I'm not the professional that puts you know what I mean, but, if that, they feel that that's something that is absolutely necessary, then they'll bring it back.
So that'd be, then DV, problem sexual behavior, and enhanced internet and device monitoring. Halfway house mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. And go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Paul. And the no contact, I had CK also.
But we don't have a name for CK. Do we?
Yes, you do.
We do have
Yes.
a name for CK that we can get because the police report, unfortunately, when it comes to Board of Pardons and Paroles, has been redacted,
Yes.
which,
I'll send it to you.
thank you. So is that where we're at?
Yes, that's where we're at.
So in regard to Peter Krystofalski, 354586, I move to grant parole on or after September 27th, 2024, with the following stipulations. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. No contact with victims HK or CK, and community-based treatment for domestic violence, problem sexual behavior, and enhanced internet and device monitoring. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nope.
Those opposed, no.
Nope.
And by a vote of 2-1, you've been voted to parole.
Ah, what?
Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. And I would be very cognizant of the victim's statement today. No, not nowhere near. So, and continue to go out there, and you were out there and you were doing some of the right things. So re-engage in treatment, I hear the desire to change, and I see some action behind it, but you need to continue to do that. Okay?
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
This concludes the parole hearing for Peter Krystofalski, 354586. You're all set, Mr. Krystofalski. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Okay, thank you.
You know what? That's what I was also
Morning,
worrying.
I
I
will
was
say
hoping, Anna, that
Revolorio-Depaz, the pads.
Okay.
Thank you.
man, that sucks. I think, just listening to this whole case, it was just messed up all the way around because he should be he should have to register for the rest of his life. It wasn't just one time, it was 2 times. He was out there at the mall filming, filming. Who does that? That's like some weirdo stuff right there. And then not only that, to top it off, he went to prison over it. He came out and then he ended up doing some other stuff to his wife. Totally unacceptable. I'm gonna look this next guy up.
Have the sheet right there.
Thank you.
I think his last name was Lopez, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see what I could find. Let me see here. Was it? No, hold on. I thought she said. Did anybody catch his name? I thought she said Lopez, but I don't see any Lopez's here on the list. If not, then I'll just wait for them to announce the names. All right, and today there's quite a few individuals
Mr.
today.
Revolorio, we'll be with you shortly. I'm just taking a short break, okay?
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I don't see his name on here. I'll wait till it says inmate number and I'll look it up really quick. Yeah, Roger. Yeah, that was like easy as that. I was hoping because I don't think of all the hearings that I've seen before right here in Connecticut, it's normally it's been a unanimous decision where all 3 of them will agree. This is the first time that I could recall that 2 of them agreed and 1 of them denied. I was hoping that it would have to be a unanimous decision for them to find them suitable, but apparently not. It's as long as it's 2 out of 3, then they'll go ahead and let the individual go. He's got I have a list normally. So what I've been doing is the day before the hearing happens, I'll download the hearing calendar, and it'll have their information on there. So I don't see his name, or maybe I misheard the way they pronounced it. So once they start, I'll go ahead and go through the list. The names of the individuals right now. If you go to the details of the video, it'll be on there. What I'm doing is I'm attaching like any news articles to their names. So if anybody comes back after and they come across this video and they want to see what the news wrote about them, then they have that option. Yeah, there's I think today's list. There's quite a few. There's quite a few people attending. Let me double check. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 right here, and there's hearing, and there's another hearing happening right now also. So it's gonna be this should be a pretty long stream. I think, was his name Osorio? So I have, let me see, I have Osorio, Torres, and I'm just over here just looking at the Hispanic looking names here. Let me see who's let me see here. Anna wrote, who is on the paper underneath the last guy. So the last guy, no, so the last guy, they didn't do it in order. The last guy was Gregory, right? Yeah, so Gregory would be Ronaldo, but this guy says do not, inmates do not appear. So there's two guys that are not supposed to be appearing. But we'll see right now. Let me see here. It's a trip, when individuals have those type of cases, in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, they should, no, like, no way, they can't let them out, and they let them out, and then you have somebody that has they have a possession charge, or they have a POP, or they got a robbery case, and I'm like, man, they're the way they're speaking, the way they're carrying themselves, it seems like they would be a good candidate to be released, and then they hit you with a curveball and they end up denying them. So it seems like when individuals have those type of funny charges, the board is more than likely gonna rule in their favor for whatever reason. I'm not sure if there is like some special circumstances that they look at them a little bit different or way different and allow them to go home. I don't know. I can't make sense of it. Any of this. The reason that I watch these hearings is to try to get a better understanding. But I think I'm worse off even before I started watching these streams. How do you guys? What do you guys think? How do you guys feel about them? Let me look at the. I just moved my microphone. I noticed that I look kind of awkward on the camera there. Like any moment now. Like, can we get this show on the road? What's happening over here? Oh, hey, Ariana, yeah, straight up, he got a slap on his hand. And then I think so. I think the way it works in Connecticut, whatever they say that you're eligible for parole, then you get to go home. So I'm assuming he's going to be out on the streets sometime today. So for those of you guys that are in Connecticut, I would let all my people know that there's another one loose on the streets, if you will. Let me see here. 00 writes, let me see. It's because there's more treatment in the community than there's in prisons for the. Oh, yep. There is. Let me see, Anna. I love the streams, but when you think you know what they're gonna do, They throw you a curveball and confuse you. Yeah, absolutely. You know, just hearing about you know, some of the things they've done, it makes my stomach turn. I lose my appetite. Like, who in their right mind? Like the first, I can't even call him a gentleman. We just go ahead and call him a POS. And like the first dude, like he was trying to blame the victim. Like how, like who does that?
I bought a new one. That's why I
Even the
bought
second dude
one
was
back.
big
The
victim
old one
blaming. And he was making himself the victim.
There we go.
All right, it looks like we're
Good morning,
ready.
Mr. Revolorio-Depaz.
Good morning.
Name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Panel member Page, morning.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also present by a speakerphone is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Henry Odilio Revolorio-Depaz.
What?
My name number is 430076.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Henry Revolorio-Depaz, 430076. He is serving a sentence of 12 years executed suspended after serving 7 years, followed by 15 years probation for 2 counts of sexual assault second, physically helpless, and 2 counts of unlawful restraint first degree. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 7, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices, anger management, the short track sex offender program. He has obtained his GED and he works as a janitor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within moderate to high range. Mr. Revolorio-Depaz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Pinche Henry.
Okay. Today I'm here asking you for forgiveness to the victims. I take full responsibility of my actions, and I would like to get out because I have my family and they need me, and because they need medical attention and they know they can't work anymore, and I would like to get parole for that. But if no, it's okay, because I think the type of crime I commit is bad, and my actions was very wrong at that time. And now that I'm here, I see what impact can cause in the victims when somebody like me do a type of crime like that, and I feel bad for that. And I would like to ask to the victims for forgiveness and the family of the victims, because they become victims too, my family. And if you let me go out now, I'm gonna try my best to do better this time. And I just want to help my family. I have my wife now, and she needs me so much. She needs medical attention as well, and she can't get it because she's working for my family, and she helped me a lot here too. And at that time when I was outside, I don't have my wife, and I feel alone, and I feel I don't have nobody to live for. But now I have my wife, and she supports me so much, and I think she can help me to do better this time.
that it? That's your statement?
Next.
Yep.
I don't hear you, but it's good.
You froze there for a minute, sorry, technology.
Okay.
So your statement, you're all set?
I feel bad for the crime I commit.
Yeah.
I feel really bad.
I'm sure you do. Because you got caught.
What we're gonna do is we've read about the case, we've read about what you've done since you've been in. And based upon that, we have some questions for you.
Okay.
And then we're gonna hear from the Office of Victim Services. And we'll talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So we're gonna start questions this morning with Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Revolorio-Depaz.
Revolorio-Depaz. Good morning.
Good morning. So I appreciated your opening statement. I hear that you feel like you take responsibility for the offense, that you want to be released so that you could help your family, and you have a wife now that you didn't have when you committed these offenses, and you'd like to be out for those reasons. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay, great. So in reviewing your file for today's hearing, I know that you have two separate occasions that you committed this offense, 2016, 2018. And the 2016 arrest did not occur, arrest for the 2016 did not occur until the 2018 sexual assault was discovered. And then the DNA was linked on the two of them. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you were questioned on the first offense for 2016, you said you didn't do anything, and it was, you were a religious person. It was not part of your offense. Why did you deny that you committed the offense and not just take responsibility, knowing that the harm you caused to the victim?
At that time, when I was interrogated from the police, I feel scared. I feel really scared because I never been in this type of situation before, and I feel really scared, and that's it.
Scared? How did your
I feel
victim
really
feel?
scared why I say what I say, but now I take full responsibility of my actions.
And what do you take responsibility for? Because I feel like there are, from reading the information and the way you have described your role in the offenses, that you take some responsibility, but you felt that it was consensual between you and the victims.
Yes, but I read the book of law here in jail, and I saw that when somebody is intoxicated, you can have a type of relationship or something like that with that people, with that person, and I saw that was wrong what I did. Is why I take for responsibility now, because at that time I don't thought was bad, but now I saw it's bad, was bad what I did.
So now you understand that when somebody is intoxicated and not really able to respond with a full, fully conscious of their decision-making, that it's wrong to take advantage of them in this way. Why didn't you appreciate that after you committed the offense in 2016? I mean, you knew it was wrong because the police came to talk to you and they told you that the victim was intoxicated and that you took advantage of the victim when the victim was in that state of mind. Why didn't you understand then that it was wrong and would go out and do it again?
Because the last time, the next time, I don't see the person was intoxicated. I see the person like a normal person who come into my car and start to talk with me, start to speak with me, and I don't see the person was intoxicated.
So
Is
you
what-
were working as an Uber driver, but not an Uber, not officially an Uber. You were hanging around where Uber drivers pick people up and hoping for passengers.
Un taxi
Yes.
pirata, a pirate taxi.
And when these victims got in your car and believed that you were their requested Uber, did you correct them?
Yeah, I correct them. I say, if you give me cash, I can give you some ride.
And after you committed the offenses, what did you do?
I go back to my house because it was too late, and I go back to sleep.
Sleeping like a
But
baby.
sometimes I go back to work a little bit more.
Work? You call that work? Shh. Definitely. He's getting lost in translation there. That is not work. That's not considered work here
You know,
in
I
the
have
U.S.
to go back to the discharge summary for the sex offender treatment program that you completed, and it still says that you minimize your role in the offense, that you don't see it completely as your fault. Is that the case?
Like I say, at that time I wasn't read the book, but now I read the book and I see it's a lot of things that you don't know is wrong. And now I read the book and I say, oh, I was doing wrong.
Well, you know, it's against the law, right?
Yes,
It's
against the law.
a crime. But what do you think of it as a regular person? Do you think that is something that is okay to do if it wasn't
No.
against the law?
No,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
no.
Oh, yeah, I
And
believe
what do
him.
you think the harm on your victims is?
I feel it's psychological, and I think they feel bad about it, and they have problems with live with their lives now for my actions, and I feel bad about it. Is why I ask for forgiveness to them because I was so wrong at that time.
Do you think they should forgive you?
I don't know. Maybe no, but I just ask for forgiveness.
So can you tell me a little bit about what you learned in the short-term sex offender treatment program that is going to help you when you're in the community?
I learned that if somebody don't ask you for a type of sex thing in the phone or message, you don't do it because
Really?
it's a crime. When you send somebody a message with a sexual context in there, it's wrong. And don't go around people who is intoxicated.
Because you can't control yourself around them, and you're going to take advantage of
Don't
them?
do.
So what did you learn about yourself with respect to this crime? What did you learn about yourself?
I learned that I was so wrong. Is what I learned. I was wrong, and I was living my life stupidity, and I wasn't thinking about the harm I caused to the victims, to the people, and I feel wrong. I feel like this was so wrong.
This guy's making me
And-
sleepy.
Is what I learned.
And what have you done to help yourself not commit a crime like this after you're released?
Now I learned that when something I thought so something like that come to my mind, I work out, I read, And I speak with my wife about it, and she helped me to go through all this.
So you're to your wife, you want to grape somebody, and she's gonna help you through that. Interesting, very interesting. He's gonna work out, read a book to get that stuff out of his mind. I don't think that's how these things work.
Right. So I read that you said at the time you were lonely and these feelings of loneliness, which is why you acted out. But now that you are married, you feel like this will not happen in the future because you're in a relationship.
Oh, so you found the cure.
Yes.
Hello.
You also took an anger management class. Why do you think you had to take an anger management program?
I take it because was in my OAP, and I take it because before I was so mad with the life I have. I was mad with my family, with my father and my mom, because they left me in my country when I was young, when I was 11 years old, and it's what I take it because I had that frustration in me. But now, after I take the program, I live all this life here in jail. I see they do what they had to do to keep me alive, to give me food, to give me what I need, and it's what I take it.
I see.
You received your GED while you've been incarcerated, so you finished that program.
Yes.
And your release plan is to go live at a halfway house? And you said your wife might be coming to Connecticut?
Yes. Our plan is to get out and find a job, an apartment. And after I get all that, she's going to move to Connecticut to live here with me and my mother-in-law.
My boy, you might be having a detainer, an ICE detainer.
All right.
Hopefully
Thank you.
you
I
are.
have no further questions.
Board member Page.
Thank you. So Mr. Depaz, in reviewing your sex offender evaluation, you relayed to the counselor that you did not think you needed additional sex offender treatment. Is that still your position here today?
No, I say if I need in my own words, I say I don't know if I need it. But
That's not what the report said. That you said that you do not believe that you need the treatment, but you'll do it if you have to.
yes, if your guys see I need it, I take it.
But my question was, do you think that you need the treatment?
I think so.
And I asked that because I think Ms. Palmieri really talked to you about it just a little bit, but there seems to be a running theme in a review of your documents. You really do appear to minimize your role in these offenses. And that's very concerning to me because you were standing outside different establishments that you knew people were obviously drinking and they would need rides because, you know, that was the responsible thing to do. When you're drinking, you don't get behind the wheel of a car and drive, right?
Yes.
And you knew that these people would need rides and you kind of, you know, honed in on women. It was almost like it was premeditated.
Of course it was
Did you have
premeditated.
intentions when you went to the bar of taking advantage of these women or of women?
Excuse me?
Did you have
Excuse me.
intentions when you were standing outside waiting for people for rides? Did you have intentions of giving women rides just so that you could take advantage of them?
No, I take every people. I don't take just women's. I take every people to
Okay.
give it rights.
So I ask you that because again, in reviewing your documents, you specifically said for one of the victims that person, that she came on to you, that she started touching you, that she was kissing you, and you didn't know that she was drunk. But you were outside of establishments where you knew that people were drinking, right?
Yes.
So I really do think that you knew that these people were intoxicated. You just thought that they were too intoxicated to be able to remember anything happening. Did you have an opportunity to review the PSI, your pre-sentencing evaluation, your pre-sentencing investigation?
No.
So in that report, the victim gave a statement that was very, very impactful. And I would challenge you to review that when you have an opportunity. Because what she says in there is that she was a girl home from school, hanging out with her friends, doing the responsible thing by calling the Uber to come pick her up. And lo and behold, she comes across you and she happens to get into your car. And you climb into the back seat and you take advantage of her, and then you just discarded her like garbage. Did you know that she felt that way?
No.
Yeah. She went on to say that she had to drop out of school because she started to drink heavily. And her parents, she had to wind up dropping out of school, entering into rehab, and trying to, because she could not forgive herself for what she endured. And because of what it's very frightening to me as a person who also takes Uber, that people like you are out looking for someone to take advantage of.
Yeah, I feel bad for that. I feel really bad for that. I feel now, like I say, that is wrong.
It was wrong. It was wrong. And when my colleague said to you, she said it to you at least 3 times, that you have your wife now, and now you're not going to do this. But you were married when you were doing this. She was just in another state. Why didn't you correct her and tell her that?
Because at that time we was talking using the phone, but we wasn't married at that time. We wasn't having sex or things like that with my wife. She was over there.
It still said that she was your wife.
Yeah, but now she's gonna be with me.
But the fact of the matter is that you were still married. You still had a relationship with this lady, and you still chose to engage in these behaviors, which is concerning, sir.
Hopefully they deny him.
To say there's just so much minimization, just so much all throughout the police reports, the precinct, everything. I mean, they had to get your DNA off one of the victim's genitalia to be able to match it to you. And you still said you didn't do it. I'm glad that you've taken the treatment. And I made all those statements to you because I really do believe that you need additional treatment. That would be beneficial for you, because it doesn't sound like you've had an opportunity to really get to why you were behaving in this manner. And you're not having your spouse there is not a good enough reason for me to believe that you did this. There's other things going on that you need to continue to work on so that you can avoid this behavior in the future, seriously. Because no one should feel victimized by trying to make the right decision and falling into the hands of the wrong person. Yeah. All right, I'm all set, sir, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Page.
What do you guys think?
Sir, your portion of the hearing is over, so you can listen from here forward, okay, but not talk, okay? We're gonna hear from Ms. Hamlet Williams from the Office of Victim Services.
Thank you, Sir Chair. I have heard from the victim in this case, and she asked that I relay the following. To whom it may concern, I write this letter with a heavy heart. I can barely write this letter as it brings to the most horrific, I can barely write this letter as it brings to the most horrific events that occurred to me in December 2018. After a great night with my host family, I tried to be responsible and went out with friends. I thought I was being accountable and taking a cab home after being unable to find my friends. I called an Uber, and the man who pretended to be an Uber driver raped me. It was brutal. Nothing anyone should ever experience. He forced himself in me and pushed my head down to his genitals. He held my hair and ripped off my pantyhose. I was helpless and frozen. He took away so much from me that day. He created trauma and devastation in my life. The dream of experiencing America was taken. I left and ended my time in the U.S. because I could not stay there knowing this monster was in this world. After the horrific things he did to me, his being released would only cause other women harm. Your mother, your sister, your daughter, and all other women would be in danger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlin-Williams, and thanks to the victim for the statement in regard to this. Board Member Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do appreciate that Mr. Revolorio-Depaz has taken a number of positive programs. He completed the short-term sex offender treatment program, completed anger management. I did know within the documents that he acknowledged he had anger issues, which is why I was asking him if he knew why he was taking that program. He took the Voices program. We didn't dig too much into what he learned from the program, but he did talk about harm to the victims. He talked a lot about, his family and how his family needs him. He's maintained a job at the facility. He has no disciplinary reports. And aside from a deportation issue in 2010, he has no criminal history. What concerns me, which I think we've all touched on, is the minimization through the original arrest, the pre-sentence report, the evaluation, and if I'm correct in my dates, the evaluation took place after he completed the sex offender treatment program. And there's still minimization in both documents. I think that I hear him going back to understanding the law now on why that sex was not consensual. But I am not hearing from him, that, it was just plain wrong, whether it's morally wrong or against societal views on right and wrong. Certainly not consensual. Somebody's not in their proper mind to make a decision in terms of that type of relationship. It's hard to get by the fact that there's two separate victims in this case. And if you read about the victim from 2016, as panel member Page was referring to in the presenters report, the harm and the shame that took place, and then having to relive it again 2 years later when they matched the DNA from the new victim. So I do appreciate that he scores low for risk to recidivate. However, he does score moderate to high in terms of his risk to recidivate for sexual behaviors on the static 99R. I do not have Mr. Revolorio-Depaz voted to parole today. I just don't find him suitable based on what we've heard from him today. I don't hear that level of change. And I appreciate that the second victim coming forward. and her statement, and you can see how it's traumatizing in the same ways for two separate victims to be finding themselves in such a vulnerable position and to be taken advantage of it. I think that, you know, there's absolutely a public safety issue. So I do not find him suitable for parole today.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Page.
Thank you, Sir Chair. I agree with you, Ms. Palmer. That's what those were my exact words. The level of change. I came in here, honestly, I had his discretionary parole granted. And I had him granted thinking, okay, he's taking the program. He had to have learned some, you know, and to hear him continue to minimize, to me, really does, I mean, I'm not sure if there may be, because English is not his first language, maybe he can't put the words into, you know, a meaningful way that would get across to us to make us understand that, or help us understand his behaviors and his intentions. I just do not believe that he's suitable either. And after hearing the victim's statement as well, I would not support his discretionary parole. So my vote will be to deny.
So I have nature and circumstances and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yeah.
In regard to inmate Henry Revolorio-Depaz 430076, I move to deny parole based upon the nature and circumstances of the current offense and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Revolorio-Depaz, we're not able to vote you to parole. We ask you to really consider the impact you've had on others, because that's the place where we're very concerned that you don't understand. Okay?
A la verga.
This concludes the hearing.
He's from the child, okay?
Coordinator, I will take Stankiewicz.
Okay,
Thank you.
I gotta do one of these for him. We gotta celebrate. All right, next. I couldn't stomach that one anymore, man. I'm glad they denied him, and hell yes, return to sender. You know, people like that definitely make people like me look bad. You know, being the same skin color is definitely not a good look. So I'm glad they denied him, and hopefully they max him out. And once they're done with him, return to sender.
here, have a seat right there.
It's about time they denied one today, because, man, they were just nonstop today. What was it? Has it two? They found two people. Is this our fourth person right now? So they found two suitable, and they denied one. So
Good morning, Mr. Stankiewicz.
the numbers are definitely
My name
against
is
us
Parole
today.
Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Panel member Page, good morning.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also present by speakerphone is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Adam Stankiewicz, inmate number 442855.
Did you say
This hearing is being
Stankiewicz?
conducted in consideration of the parole application for Adam Stankiewicz 442855. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after serving 2 years and 6 months, followed by 10 years probation for illegal sexual contact, victim less than 16.
Another one?
And sexual assault fourth without consent, victim less than 16, and an additional charge of unlawful restraint first. As of today, he's also required to appear on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 23rd, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed good intentions, bad choices. and the short track sex offender program. Utilizing the utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Stankiewicz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote something. Although I maintain my innocence, which I claimed since I was 17, I do acknowledge and take full responsibility of the fact the situation I found myself in was highly avoidable on my part. In all honesty, the ability to have an accusation set about me should have never taken place. At the time I caught this case, I was 17. It was the summer of sophomore year going into junior year with no parents or guidance around for a number of years. It was just my brother and I in a house my grandfather bought. At this time, my brother moved to Massachusetts with my sisters as well. I was alone, able to make my own decisions. Unfortunately, those decisions were incredibly poor, irrational, and impulsive. However, I never foresaw it would lead me to this outcome. I obliged with all OAP programs. During these programs, I learned a lot, such as how to avoid finding myself in similar situations and what causes people to end up in scenarios where you could be face-to-face with recidivism. Mostly, I learned how my bad habits, poor choices, and risky decision-making put me where I am. I also learned how your actions can impact the victim's life and not just your own. I also partook in programs that weren't on my OAP. I got my GED and graduated the carpentry trade. While I was in the troop program, I took reflections, conflict resolution, career choices, sounds of healing, and good intentions, bad choices. I'm well aware that a large portion of this hearing is about possessing the capability of a successful reintegration into society. I believe I'm fully capable of doing so. While incarcerated, I have 0 DRs, which demonstrates no matter how harsh the circumstances may be, I can resolve the issue in an appropriate manner. However, I believe this further demonstrates I can follow all expectations put in place if I were to be placed on parole. While spending time in the TRUE program, I learned a lot of useful life skills, like how to maintain healthy relationships, properly communicate with authority as well as peers, and understand how communities function as well as being a part of one. I made a lot of positive connections and ways to stay busy, including various positive tactics to avoid recidivism. I even spent a short period of time in the honor unit in Chester, which is primarily a lifers group. I spoke with a lot of people who caught cases around the age that I did that will never get the chance to go home. And I knew then and I know now I'm young and I don't want these walls to become my life. This is not living. I have thought about a job and staying on the right path for my release into the community. I have plans A, B, C, and if all else fails, D. I take work and employment seriously. I was able to demonstrate this with 2 work reports, one from carpentry and one from the trash detail job I maintained the whole time I was at Carl Robinson. I have employment lined up for when I come home working in the painters union. If that doesn't work out using what I learned in the carpentry trade while in Cheshire, I plan to fall back on that. Due to the fact I got my GED during my incarceration, I could also enroll in classes and pursue higher education. I want to talk about my support system next. Prior to my incarceration, I never knew my father. I didn't get along with any of my siblings, and my mother and I had barely spoken in years. Going home, I have a huge support system, which includes a lot of friends, my father, my siblings, and even my mother. I've worked on and repaired every possible relationship I could, which wasn't an easy task, but I still managed to repair. Burnt bridges. I caught this case at 17. I'm currently 21 and had a lot of maturing to do, but I've come a long way. I won't sit here and say I'm perfect, but I do the best that I can. I've spent a quarter of my life in lawyer offices, courtrooms, and jail cells, but I still have a lot of time suspended over my head as well, which doesn't go away for an extended period of time. So I know there's no room for error at this point, whether I want to accept it or not. Unfortunately, this has become my life. I want to do better, not just for myself, but for my family who stuck with me no matter how hard things got. Doing better means staying away from prison in situations that could be potentially risky and put me back in prison. The chance of me reoffending or coming back is less than 0%. This is my first time ever incarcerated, yet I know the point of incarceration is rehabilitation, and I have done every part of that word to the highest extent possible every single day. I've worked on myself mentally, physically, and spiritually. I'm asking for the second chance I never had the opportunity to receive previously in life so I can prove to everyone and myself I'll stay on the right path while incarcerated. I did my best to prove I'm not the person the prosecution described me as, and I plan on continuing to do so. For these reasons, I ask that I'm granted parole. I'm able to show all the hard work was well worth it. Most importantly, I'd like to say I'm sorry to the victim and the victim's family. I'm sorry for any hurt, pain, and trauma you believe I've caused you in any way.
You believe?
I wish I could take the past away, but I can't. I would also like to apologize for my actions in a previous court hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stankiewicz.
Stankiewicz.
We've read about your background, what you've done since you've been incarcerated. Based upon that, we have some questions that we're going to ask. When we're done with that, we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. And when we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Board Member Page.
Thank you, Third Chair. So, Mr. Stankiewicz, thanks for preparing your statement and congratulations on obtaining your GED. That's not an easy test to take, and I'm happy that you were able to take advantage of that program in there and finish it. So
It's not that hard.
Return to the community will be
Relax,
remarkable.
lady.
I
It's
heard
not that
something
hard.
about your carpentry and all the other things that you've learned while you've been in there. So congratulations to really trying to take this time out to work on yourself. I also want to commend you for not receiving any disciplinary infractions since you've been in there and for the work that you've done in various units, okay? So in your opening statement, you started out with, I'm first going to declare my innocence.
What?
Do you know that we are not here to determine your guilt or innocence? You do know that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes, I'm aware of that.
So what we are here to do is figure out whether or not we believe the work that you've done since you've been in there, it makes you suitable for early release. So let's talk a little bit about your actual offense and some of the things that you think that could have been avoided or that you would do differently now, having participated in the program. Okay. So one of the things I read in your sex offender treatment synopsis was that your distorted thinking. You said, she texted me at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I automatically assumed that basically it was for what you young people call booty calls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I appreciate that because you also went on to say that now I know that that's not necessarily what it means, you know? So
Right.
It's 2 a.m., you receive a text, you go over there. What do you think the first thing you should have asked when you were communicating with this victim?
I don't know. I should have asked their age. But I did ask that question though.
But now having this experience, if someone says to you, I'm 18, if I believe that, what else do you think? I don't know how old she said she was. That doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that she was what she was. How do you think that you could have made sure that she was of age to consent?
Took time, not just trying to have one night stands, meet the family and stuff like that. There's a lot of tactics that they teach you. And even if it really comes down to it, you could ask them for ID, for state ID you could look at.
Exactly. You know, and okay, so now you understand, okay, so you're in her house, you think she's of age, and you guys are starting to get intimate. And the victim is saying that she told you no several times, but that you didn't listen. And what do you think you could have done? And I know it's your position that she did not tell you no. I understand that as well. But having gone through what you've gone through now, and the victim calls you the next day and says, listen, I really didn't want that to happen. What's your response?
Honestly, I don't know what my response would be, but I know that I would have went to the police and I would have told them my side of the story instead of just being scared to talk to the cops and being scared of my words getting twisted. I would have.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Stankiewicz. If the victim called you and you believe that the sex that you just had the morning of was consensual, and she says to you, listen, you know, Adam, I didn't want that to happen. You forced yourself on me. What would you have said to her? What could you have said to her?
I would have asked her if at any time did she ever deny it, or I would have never found myself in that situation because I would have waited for consent to begin in the first place. I would wait for, at this point, I'm going to wait for a sure answer, a sure yes. I'm not going to put myself in a predicament to even find myself in that scenario.
Right. Well, now, because, hindsight's, it really does shed light on things now, today. But hindsight, you didn't do any of those things. So one of the things that really stood out to me in your paperwork, Mr. Stankiewicz, was the fact that you repeatedly said, this girl got mad because we had sex. She thought she was pregnant. She was scared. And when she told me she was pregnant, I was like, I don't care. That's not the responsible thing to do. So had she said to you, she called you and said to you, listen, I didn't want this to happen. You could have had a conversation about it. You could have said, I do apologize. Where's the remorse in all of this? Where's the humanity? Like, where's the human piece in all this? You're making it seem as if she is the villain and that you're the victim. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
And that's what seems to be the theme in all of the paperwork that I read. You even said that the victim's father threatened you when you were in court. And if you were a father and someone took advantage of your daughter, how would you feel?
I would probably be angry as well, and I probably would have done the same thing.
That my point is, you have to try to see things from other people's perspective. And I understand that you really think that you're innocent in all this, but had you not been at their house at 2 o'clock in the morning, and no one knew that you were there, you wouldn't be sitting here. Had you really gotten a chance to know the victim, like you said, you wouldn't be sitting here because you would know that she was 14. And I know to understand that you were a kid yourself. You still are. You still have so much more maturing to do. But you really have to start taking responsibility for the role that you played in all of this. And until you do that, you're going to find yourself receiving the short end of the stick because you're not innocent in all this. You're really just not. So tell me what you did learn in the sex offender treatment.
Well, I did learn that, like you were saying, how I'm not innocent in every situation of this. I know I'm not innocent in every aspect. I know that. I know I shouldn't have been there at 2 a.m. I know I shouldn't have been sneaking into girls' houses or her house and stuff like this. I know that was wrong. But now that I see that now in life, but I had no guidance. So now I could look back and I took these classes and I see, oh, you should meet the family first and you should make sure this. And even if you're not, like, you don't ask them for an ID, there's specific tactics. I just didn't know that at the time. So I agree that I'm not completely innocent. I know that I had some wrongdoing in it, but that's hindsight. I couldn't have known back then. But I learned how to never find myself in a situation like that again, what causes you to end up in situations like that, and what could be a risky factor that you don't take into accountability could possibly be a risky factor.
And I hope that you also learned that no means no. Yeah. And it just takes one no. And I understand that you may not have had the guidance or had anyone to talk to about those things. I can understand that. You were 17. But now that you know, moving forward, you should be making steps to prevent this from ever happening to anyone else again. And I know someday you want to be a father, right? Yeah. And
Yes.
You wouldn't want anyone to take advantage of your child.
No.
Yeah. So, I'm having this discussion with you because it's really important that I think the word that I'm looking for is empathy. I want you to understand that although you don't see this victim as a victim, she was, because in her mind, she didn't want any of this to happen. She just wanted you to come over, and regardless of, even if you got her panties down and she still said no, no is no. You do understand that, right? Even if she was kissing you at first and all of that stuff, the go-ahead was that. And if she said no one time, that's what it is. And know that going forward so that you don't do this again. All right. I heard you talk about your support in the community. I'm glad that you had some time to repair relationships. That's important. That's an essential piece of being successful when you return to the community. I also heard you say that there's less than 0% that you'll ever return to prison. Well, according to our the numbers that the officer did an assessment for you, and you rate out high. So even though you may think that you are, not going to return, according to the numbers that you received, they think that you will. And it's up to you to prove us wrong. It's up to you. And the only way you can prove us wrong is to make better choices. All right. Okay. I'm all set. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you. Board Member Smith Palmieri.
So I just want to touch on, I appreciate all that panel member Page talked to you about, because, you're only 21 years old. So you've got a long life ahead of you of being in the community and having relationships. And it's important to acknowledge whether or not you had guidance back then or now that you're an adult and you need to make adult decisions. And I also acknowledge that she brought up too, you do score high for risk surveys. It's part of your age, the seriousness of the offense, but that's all up to you, how that works out. But I wanted you to talk a little bit about the TRUE program. And I know you were in it for a while, and my understanding is you left it so you could do the short-term sex offender treatment program, which I think is a good decision. Did somebody help you make that decision, or?
I made that decision myself because I knew I was going to see the parole board eventually, and I wanted to get that done so I wouldn't just come here and say, well, I didn't do anything. I didn't take this serious. I take everything, my whole scenario, very serious. And I wanted to portray that by doing everything that was asked on my OAP, no matter what.
And I did, when we talk about the summary from your treatment in the short-term sex offender program, it says you were a little bit quiet initially, but you showed a lot of insight and critical thinking with your homework assignments. So it sounds to me like you put a lot of effort into that, and you're a thinker.
Yes.
Do you see that in yourself?
Yeah, I do see that in myself.
You're young. It's part of, being young to not think through decisions, but you're in a different situation now. Now you have no choice but to really look forward and weigh those consequences and critically analyze what you're doing, whether it's in the best interest of you, the community, the people you're with. Right? So you were in how long were you in the TRUE program?
I was in there about 6 or 7 months. I made it to phase 2.
Excellent. What did you think about the TRUE program?
It was good. It taught me a lot. I had a problem talking to older people, authority figures, because I never had authority figures around. And it taught me how to comply with authority a lot better, express myself, being able to talk to other people because I didn't get along with peers. I just never built those life skills growing up. So it taught me a lot of life skills that I needed to be able to be successful in life. So
perfect. That's perfect. That is what we all hope TRUE program does for young people like yourself. Yeah, how many young people in that program don't have life skills, didn't have guidance? I'm sure that every person, next to you is in a similar situation, right? On their own, trying to figure life out and making bad decisions. Yeah. And did you have an opportunity to have a mentor at all?
Yeah, I did have a couple of mentors up there.
And what did you think about that?
They were good. They taught me a lot. I told them everything. I told them the truth, and they told me their opinions on my situation and how I could stay away from coming back to jail and how I could do better. And a lot of them had helped me get connections to be able to get a job right when I go home. And it was a lot of building. Everything you do in that program just builds you. It was a good program to be in.
Excellent. And you're right. It's building blocks, right? Bringing you to a point where you're responsible and able to live in the community and do well. do well. And I'm going to also think that the TRUE program also provides a lot of structure to your day.
Yeah,
Can you reflect back a little bit and see how structure is important in a person's life?
yeah, I could reflect back and think about how structure is important because I had no structure growing up. I didn't even ever attend high school. That's why I ended up getting my GED while incarcerated. The TRUE program teaches you, like, even if you have nobody around you, you still have a way to learn structure and remain structured as that, and to get a schedule, a routine, how to stay maintained with not just yourself, but others around you as well.
Because when you have structure, when you have routine, you know, your day is occupied. You've got a job, you've got to get up, you're going to go to bed early, you know, or whatever the shift may be, you know, getting up and doing the same thing every day. As a young, I can't stress enough as a young person how important that is in life. I mean, we all benefit from structure, but I specifically think young people need to have some routine, right? It helps with those decision makings. It builds those blocks. So I am happy to hear. And you could find yourself a mentor in the community too, through a reentry program, which could be very beneficial to you.
What do you guys think?
I know Ms. Page already talked about your release plan to live with your mother. There were letters of support from your family, which I think is important. I congratulate you on repairing some of those relationships. It's hard to do. And I think it's a sign of maturity to be able to do that as well. So best of luck to you. Thank you. I'll set Mr. Polk.
All right. So, Mr. Stankiewicz, your portion of the hearing is over, so you're just going to listen from here forward. And we're going to hear from Ms. Hamlet-Williams from the Office of Victim Services at this time.
Thank you, Sir Chair. I do have a statement from the victim, and it reads, I want to share the impact that the Adams sexual assault has had on my life. This experience has deeply affected my sense of safety and trust. I struggle with anxiety and often feel isolated, as if I'm carrying a burden that others cannot understand. The violation of my body and my autonomy has left scars that are not visible, but are very real. The violation of my trust and my body has left me feeling vulnerable and isolated. I struggle with fear and anxiety daily, and I also often find it hard to feel safe, even in familiar spaces. This experience has affected my relationships with my ability to trust others. No one should endure this pain. I want my voice to be heard, not just for my own healing, but to advocate for others who have faced similar trauma. If Adam were to be released from prison, I feel I don't know what I would do with myself. Even with him away, I am constantly watching my back. He is a violent man, and I am genuinely concerned for my safety as well as my family's. It is too soon for him to be released. I am still healing. It's important that we acknowledge the pain and suffering that I have gone through, and I hope that by sharing my story, I can contribute to a larger conversation about support, healing, and justice for survivors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams, and thank you to the victim in this case for letting us know the impact. Certainly, that's something that we want to know in all of these cases. Board Member Page.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So I honestly came in today, and I really did not have a decision written down on my notes for Mr. Stankiewicz because I really wanted to hear, to have a discussion with him. And, you know, I can appreciate the victim statement because I can only imagine what he's gone through. You know, I think that young people really are so impulsive and they don't really have time to stop and think about the consequences of their actions. But I do believe that Mr. Stankiewicz has taken that time during this period of incarceration to stop and think about what he's done. And although I did get the feeling that he really felt like he was a victim in reviewing his information, after speaking with him, I think that he was able to really let his guard down and be receptive to our saying it's really about empathy. And you really need to understand that what you may think is one way, someone else may feel differently. So I really do think that he gets that. And I'm only 21 years old and he has so much growing still to do. But that being said, he has completed the program. It sounds like he really has gained some insight. I'm glad that he has the support in the community. He has shown us that he's able to comply with his behavior in the facility. So I'm hoping that that will spill out into his performance out in the community. He's done all the programs that we would have liked to see. He's made better decisions, like, even stepping out of the truth program and going in to take a sex offender, because he knew that that would be something that we would want to see him complete. I have a ton of notes here of positive things, and I really do hope that Mr. Stankiewicz is able to stand up to, and to complete all these things that he says that he wants to achieve when he's out in the community. Now that he knows better, what's to say, you know better, you do better. I'm hoping that he will do that. So I would support his request here today for discretionary parole. I really think that he would benefit from parole supervision in the community before he starts that 10 years of probation, which probation officers don't have arresting powers. They have to go before a judge, whereas parole will be a little bit more difficult for him, and he'll have a lot of people in his business. But I really do think that that would help him get on a positive path to finish the rest of that probation successfully. So my vote is to grant.
Thank you, Board Member Page. Board Member Stip.
I agree with everything that Ms. Page, panel member Page has put forward about the case, and I would also be in favor of granting his parole. There is a protective order in place until 2070, which we did not mention to, but I just say that on the record so that Mr. Stankiewicz is aware of that. And he has 10 years on the sex offender registry, and he must comply with that as well. So I do think that there's a lot of guardrails in place to help Mr. Stankiewicz do well in the community, but truly to him.
Okay. One other thing is, Sir Chair, that we did get in contact with his proposed sponsor, and she is willing to accept him into her home. However, there's an issue with her, so we may have to, I'm not sure if he knows, but perhaps we should inform him that,
maybe
absolutely.
Halfway house just in
Yep.
case.
So you've both done well in speaking of the case and the issues related to it, and for Mr. Stankiewicz to receive parole. I had no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with the GY.
I had all the same.
Okay. Regarding Adam Stankiewicz, 442-855, I move to grant parole on or after September 27, 2024, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if necessary, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, no contact with victim GY. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Stankiewicz, you've been voted to parole. As Board Member Page alluded to, there was an issue maybe with your sponsor. So we put halfway house placement, if necessary, as a condition. And certainly get out there and continue to engage in positive change, okay? And your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release.
Okay, thank you.
Man, you know what?
Hearing for Adam Stankiewicz,
I need to
442-855.
I need to get a little sound effect
Morning,
that
if
makes
I
little
can take,
pooping noises when people like that get
Alsina.
found suitable for parole.
Got it.
Or flushing the toilet. What do you guys think? Should I get a
Yeah.
flushing the toilet sound or
Yep.
somebody pooping when they find individuals like this suitable to
Good
go
morning, my
home?
name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024. This is a case review for Ronaldo, Berube, 247213 at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Toilet flush it
Following
is.
board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for any information and preparation of this hearing.
Michael.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Page. Mr. Berube is serving 15 years followed by 10 years special parole for 2 counts of sexual assault.
Ah,
First victim less
another
than
one.
13, actor more than 2 years older, and sexual assault third, mentally incapacitated, no consent. Mr. Berube has waived his discretionary parole and this hearing is being conducted to set special parole stipulations. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
Regarding inmate Ronald Ruby, 247213, I move to set the following special parole conditions. Halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victims KS or KTS. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those special parole conditions are set.
This concludes the case review hearings to set special parole stipulations for Ronaldo Berube, 247213. You want to do the?
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Alsina, we'll be with you shortly. Give us one more minute.
Oh, I was gonna say, that's not me, hold on.
All right, yeah, thank you, thank you.
That's not me.
Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and I'm Parole Officer Logan. This case review is being conducted per the field's request to add a halfway house stipulation for Arthur White, 355426. Present are Board Chair Pohl and panel members Page and Smith Palmieri. Has the board reached a decision?
Regarding Arthur White, 355426, I move to add here halfway house placement if necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and halfway house is added to stipulation.
This concludes the case review for Arthur White, 355426.
So this isn't
Thank
Arthur
you.
White on the screen. That
And all
one.
set?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So for the
My battery, sorry.
for those of you that are on TT, I'm not able to keep them on the screen for long. I got to
Mr.
put them
Alsina will
in.
be right with you.
I could only put them on for a few
Doing
seconds.
some
So
housekeeping stuff.
if you're wondering why they
All
keep
right.
on going on and off of the screen, is to be able to keep the stream going. If not, then they'll restrict me, which I'm not trying to have. If you do want to see the individuals without any interruption, I would suggest for you to guys jump ship and go right here and go to that one streaming service, the one that has the red icon or the red
Good
Yeah, the
morning,
red
Ms.
icon.
Alsina.
with
Good morning, man, how you doing?
with the
My
white
name is
triangle.
Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Panel member Page, good morning.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Miguel Elena. My number is 274363.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Miguel Alsina, 274363. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, executed suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell or dispense a narcotic. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 12th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed domestic violence and tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Alsina, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I completed all the programs they asked me, And also, I made a mistake. I mean, I sold drugs because I found myself in a situation without a work. I got custody of all my kids. My mom is old. So I just wanted to contribute to help my mom, not knowing that I was making a mistake of what I was doing, trying to contribute for my family. And I made a mistake. I mean, I can't say nothing about it. I made a mistake, and I paid for the mistake that I'm making. And if I get granted parole, I would like to get granted parole to a halfway house. I would like to parole to a halfway house instead of being released, because I want all the benefits that he got to offer.
All set, Mr. Alsina?
Yes,
All
sir.
set? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is we've read about your history,
Yes, sir.
what you've done this time, what you've done inside. We have questions regarding that.
Yes, sir.
Then we're gonna talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. I heard what you said. However, it's like, it appears that for the longest time, what your occupation has been is drug dealer. Because it's like a mistake is like something you do once and learn from it and then don't do it again, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's like hardly a mistake. You went to what you knew to make money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, it's problematic, right? Because you do something illegal, you get arrested, you go to jail, and you spend the better part of 3 years and then 5 years on probation after that, right?
Yes, sir.
So what, and when I'm looking at like employment history, is there anything there that you can make a living doing that, that's going to provide for your family without having to do something illegal?
Before I got arrested for this case, I had a company and I had my LLC. It was called Powerhouse Home Services. And when I went to jail and I came back out, it was hard for me to get a job. So I was living with my mom. My mom was living by herself. She's old. And like I said, I'm not making excuses. So then when I got released out on bond, I started working for somebody else. And I was working from the day that I got released on bond all the way until I went in. And then I just went to court and then I got sentenced for this case. So I was working.
So what were you doing?
I was doing house calls. Like I was doing sheetrocking. I was doing flooring. I was doing countertops. Actually, I was working for a CEO that was working in McDougal. Her name is Mrs. Smith. I did work in her house. She lived in the brain as well.
So do you have an opportunity to do something like that? That's...
Yes, I could go back to him and work again.
So if that doesn't work, that falls through, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? Then we're stuck with a decision. Do I sell drugs again or do I what? Right?
No, I'm not doing that no more because
I'm not going to buy that. I'm not
Okay.
going to buy that. You're at a point at that point when if this job were to not be there, that's one of the alternatives that's there, right? So, and you've selected that in the past, right? As the way to, yeah, go ahead.
The first time that I sold drugs, I was young. It's been 19 years since 19 years or 18 years since I haven't sold drugs. So I don't got a history of selling drugs. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So-
good argument.
Yeah. So, have you ever heard of a reentry program?
No, I don't know. I don't know what's that.
So reentry program is somebody that can help you with some alternatives out there, including a probation officer or parole officer,
Okay,
to get into a training program or a field where you can get employment that is going to be sustainable,
okay,
right?
yeah,
And that's really the important piece here, right?
yes, sir.
So I'm concerned about that because that's the offense that we're here for right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are some things that you really need to think about
All right,
and to talk to a parole officer or probation officer about. We don't want to see you. We don't need the business. Just like Board Member Page says, we don't need the business, right?
understand.
So the other thing, you took understanding domestic violence this time. And that
Robin?
goes back, you took understanding domestic violence this time?
Yeah, I took domestic violence. I did my tier
Right.
2. I got the
Yep,
degrees
okay.
here.
Yep, okay. So, and that goes back to the 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
2021 domestic that you had, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you learn in domestic violence?
Call the cops when something happened again.
Okay. What did you learn about how to deal with people that you're involved with? Family,
But
significant
family members,
others.
sometimes like when you feel like talking or raising your voice at them, what I learned in the program is that could determine that could be domestic violence by the way they took it. So either walk away or call somebody and explain to them what's going on, for they could try to help you before it escalate and get more serious than what it could get. You know what I mean?
When you choose to be with someone, you think they're out there, like, do you think they're against your best interests?
No.
Right? So why would we treat them in a way where that's the case, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you're granted parole today, it's like there's another piece of that domestic violence. It's in the community.
And like I told the lady that if I was granted parole, I would like to parole to a half hour because I want everything that they got to offer that will help me do better things. Like I want to take a trade. I want to do like plumbing, stuff like that.
That would be a good thing, right?
Yes, sir.
This guy's making me sleepy.
When your rate out is a 3 for substance use.
Yes, sir.
So you told the parole officer that you didn't have a problem?
I never done drugs in my life. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I never done drugs.
So you rated out also as a 2 on mental health. You're okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
If you weren't okay, what would you do?
I will seek for help. Like I told the lady when she was doing the interview, I told her, listen, I really need all everything that you got to offer. I really want to go to a halfway house because I think it will help me more with the job situation and stuff like that. So I was already asking her for help.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Board Member Smith-Palmieri?
I just want clarification on one thing. So you said in your opening statement, I know I was making a I didn't know I was making a mistake by selling drugs so you could, support your family, and now you're paying for your mistake.
No, I said-
that. Go ahead.
No, I said that I made a mistake for what I did. I mean, I made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
No, I heard that part a couple of times, but I also thought I heard that I didn't know selling drugs was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
No, what I meant by that is that by doing that, I was taking myself away from my kids. I mean, like I was putting myself in a predicament that I was trying to help them, but not looking at the bigger picture. Like I was putting them basically in harm's way because I was taking myself away from them.
Vale madre.
So in any way, shape, or form, selling drugs to make ends meet, or for whatever reason, is wrong. It goes
Yes.
beyond that it's a mistake, because you're 41 years old. You have a criminal history that goes back to 1999. So this is not new for you. So selling drugs at this age for that reason is really more than a mistake. You know, you had $1,100 in the house, cocaine, pills.
Damn, he was
You
a
were only on
pharmacy.
probation for 9 months before you got arrested. Why were you not, you know, probation is there to help, to offer you services. You want reentry services now, you want to go to a halfway house to help you, but all that was available to you when you were on probation and decided to sell drugs.
Crickets? Crickets? Crickets?
Yes? Did you,
Oh, you want me to answer?
any
No.
comment? Yeah.
Oh, no, my bad, I'm sorry.
It's not really a question, I guess. It's more of, I'm interested to see if you have a perspective on that.
No, like I said, and I said it before. I mean, the first time that I sold drugs, I was young, and if you look at my history, I never sold drugs until now. So it's not like I got a history of selling drugs, and it's not like I wanted to sell drugs. And yes, I knew there was a lot of things out there, but I was out on probation. I was living with my mom, so basically, they wasn't giving me no help, and I was just reporting. And as soon as, like I said, as soon as I bonded out, I started looking for a job because the judge told me, listen, you got permission to get a job. And I started working. I was working ever since I came out on bond all the way until I got locked up. So I stopped that.
So did you tell probation, listen, I can't make ends meet and I'm going to go out and sell drugs?
No, ma'am, I didn't do that. I
Did you
was
say to
thinking,
probation, I'm having trouble making ends meet? Do you have any suggestions? Is there a reentry program I could go to help with it, other jobs, better paying jobs?
no, ma'am, I didn't do that.
And why not?
Because in the moment I was worrying about my mom. My mom had cancer. My daughter had got raped.
What?
My daughter got raped, and I was thinking about my kids and my mom. You know what I mean? I was thinking about helping them, and that's why I said that I made a mistake, because not knowing what I was trying to help, I was really taking myself away from them. So I was going through, as a father, I was going through a lot. I was dealing with my daughter's rape situation. I was dealing with my mom that had cancer. She was doing everything on herself. And I got joint custody of all my kids. So I wanted to support my kids as well. So I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah, I hear all that you're saying, that you had a lot going on. You had a lot on your plate at the time. I guess I struggle with the fact that, you have this long criminal history, that you're 41 years old, and that, you feel like your only alternative, is to sell drugs. I just would think at your age, having that was working, you're on probation, that you've taken other programs in the community before, that, you're more equipped you're better equipped to make better decisions. That's all. It's disappointing.
To say the least.
Everybody that decided, they were struggling financially, went out and sold drugs, where would we be as a community?
You correct.
All right. I appreciate you answering my questions, responding to my comments. Thank you.
Board Member Page.
I have no questions, so Chair. I do have a statement though. As Mr. Alice said on several occasions that he doesn't have a history of selling drugs, and I was challenged that statement because I see a number of statements in his history. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. So
What do you guys think? Is he going to be found suitable? Yes, no, maybe. I'm going to go ahead and put a text poll up there right now. And,
where I'm at is, course, I think we've all expressed our disappointment. However, for me, I would appreciate Mr. Alsina going to a halfway house, trying to engage in some kind of job service that is not, the end result isn't selling drugs again, and being able to complete the community domestic violence program while he's at the halfway house, and would have parole supervision if he can't comply with this stuff until early 2026.
2026 it is.
So that's where board member Smith home there.
You know, I think it's a big ask. He's got 12 failures on community supervision. He's got the one disciplinary report for a fight. I do appreciate, you know, that his age, that he has 5 years of supervision to follow. You know, it's hard to not appreciate, you know, that his rationale for going back to selling drugs and his downplay of his criminal history, it's you know, is concerning. I do look at it as one of those cases where, you know, he scores very high for risk to recidivate, but he has done the programs that address those risk and need factors. Can't do anything about his criminal history. You know, he has the opportunity for employment. He is certainly employable. Does have family in the community. So I would be willing to give him an opportunity to be on parole. I think it is a higher level of supervision. Is it high stakes? Low stakes, high. I'm trying to think about our grid. Thank you. Thank you. Am I getting that right?
Yep, high risk, low stakes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would be willing to give him an opportunity on parole.
Board member Page.
So Chair, I feel like the odd man out again. However, I do not have Mr. Alsina voted to parole. I think the two prior, he was voted once, way back when, and he's been denied ever since. He had 3 parole violations on prior supervision, 12 failed, no successes. I mean, and in his instant offense, he was on probation. He wasn't even out there very long. But this poor victim that he beat up, I just, the propensity for violence is there. He rates out extremely high. I do not believe he's a good risk. And so my vote is to deny.
One deny. All right, we'll see how this plays out right now.
I went on to say his rights were violated because the sentence was so long. Have you seen your history?
Thank you. I have halfway house domestic violence.
Yes. I also have a victim. There, you protect 2 of them. Unprotected order.
So a general no contact?
General no contact with VM. That's a general, but the VM, but the underlying offense for the VDs is, and you say the domestic violence for is a victim. She's a victim. She was the pregnant girl who called people in to beat up. And all those charges were nollied, but she's a victim.
So, but that would still be a general no contact, right?
Yeah.
And what the initials again on that one?
The first one is
VM.
VM, and the other one is JRM.
Okay. Okay, so regarding Miguel Elena, 274363, I move to grant parole on or after December 12th, 2024, with the following stipulations: halfway house placement, community-based treatment for domestic violence, general no contact with initials VM or JRM. Is there a second?
Third chair. Also, I see co-defendants. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Of Peter Moreno, Maria Jimenez, who is his mom, who he called to beat this girl up.
But that's,
Peter Moreno, I thought was in the.
so he was on probation for the assault third and threatening second, but the probation was terminated.
Yeah, okay.
So that's a past case,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So, but we can do the general no contacts.
Yes,
Yeah.
perfect, okay,
Okay.
all right.
In regard to inmate Miguel Alsina, 274363, I move to grant parole on or after December 12th, 2024, with the following stipulations: halfway house placement, community-based treatment for domestic violence, general no contact with initials VM and JRM. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
By a vote of 2-1, Mr. Alsina, you've been voted to parole. You gotta make good use of this time. Yeah. I believe when you're shaking your head that you believe it,
Got
but you
you.
gotta get out there and do it.
I got you. You see.
Mm.
Hey, another question, right? I got a quick question. I got joint custody of all my kids. So how can we go about that?
That's a question for a parole officer,
Okay,
And the
no
court.
problem.
okay, in the court.
Okay, so
Okay.
good?
Yep, you're all set.
Thank you.
Do you know that there's a protective order?
Huh?
You know, there's a protective order in place. You realize that, right?
Yes, that's one thing, that's one
Okay,
thing that,
So you got to address all that with the court.
got you.
Let me guys ask you, do you guys think he's not,
Alsina, 274363.
do you guys think he's not gonna
Fournier, I will
reoffend?
take Jackson, please.
Jackson.
Got it.
Jackson's up next.
you.
Let's see who Jackson is. All right. So this is Brooklyn, and from one of the members over here on the YT side, he said that the larger majority of the members or the participants in the Board of Parole hearings, they have some messed up charges. I guess they have some type of special program where they help them out, supposedly reprogram them, but I really don't see that really working. So today, this is the fourth person that got paroled today, right? I think we've seen a total of 5. This would be the fourth person. One person I think guys gotten denied one so far today. Let's see Jackson. Let's look up Jackson. Let's see what he's here for. I'm gonna pull up his information really quick.
Who we got here?
Jackson.
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 Taavon, I think. Taavon is
All
his
set,
first
ma'am?
name.
Mm-hmm.
Taavon
Good afternoon,
Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is the
Let's see
hearing of
what
the
Taavon
Connecticut Board of
Jackson
Pardons
is
and
in here
Parole.
for.
The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Panel member Page, good afternoon, sir.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Oh,
Tavon Jackson.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
he's no bueno.
Tavon Jackson, 402892.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tavon Jackson, 402892. He is serving a sentence of 4 years, followed by 6 years special parole for trafficking in persons, promoting a minor in an obscene performance, telephone fraud, 3rd degree, reckless endangerment, 1st degree, and assault, 3rd degree. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 2nd, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track sex offender program. He is scheduled to complete domestic violence on Monday, September 30th, and he's currently participating in Tier 2, which ends November 29th, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivating. utilizing the static 99R. The offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the high range. Mr. Jackson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote a letter, if it's okay if I can read it.
Yes, please.
First off, I want to thank y'all for this opportunity. In these years, I changed everything about myself. I changed how I look at things. Things that I thought were acceptable is not acceptable. I had to think about what really matters in life and where I'm headed. Things that was glorified in my past, I learned is just not for me. I waste a lot of time being someone I'm not. In these cases, I made spur-of-the-moment decisions that affected both of my victims. I'm owning up to this, and I apologize to Jada for pulling her hair and fighting with her that night. I wish I would have done differently. I take full responsibility for my actions that night. I try to block out the memory because I'm ashamed. I was being toxic to her from my own and unaddressed trauma. I apologize to Leanna for being a negative influence instead of being positive, convincing her to do things that worsen her situation. Knowing the circumstances of the conditions but selfish just for money, I want y'all to know this wasn't premeditated. Had I thought about this, I would have never done what I did. I think about this every day and I wish I could take it back. I hope they both can heal and know I didn't make excuses, minimize, or negate the facts. I'm remorseful and aware of the impact I caused, and I take full accountability. When I came to jail, I knew how to address my behavior, how to break these patterns. I started off by staying ticket-free, avoiding negativity. I feel like that's the start from when I first get home. Avoiding impulsive decisions. I have no incidents, no tickets this entire incarceration. I attended programs that actually learned from these programs. Short-term taught me where my behavior stemmed from, and relapse prevention, as well as coping skills. Domestic violence taught me victims' impact, the impact behind my actions. It taught me how to refrain in healthy ways to deal with domestic problems. Most importantly, breaking patterns. Seeing this from the victim's shoes opened my eyes. It taught me a lot, and this is the peak of my remorse. I didn't have tier 2 on my OAP, but volunteer because I'm currently taking the steps to prevent future substance abuse. I want y'all to know I wasn't being lazy in here. I signed up for just about every program. Unfortunately, the waitlist didn't allow me to get in all of them. If granted, I'm willing to take whatever program offered, including Connection. My relapse prevention plan is to stay employed. I moved to Seabourn, away from people, places, and things. I got a very supportive family, a girlfriend who believes in me, pushing me to be a better man, who's also my sponsor. I do everything I say I would and plan to accomplish. My daughter means the absolute world to me. She just started kindergarten. I prayed up until this day I get granted parole to be there for her. Moving forward, I plan to go back to college to be an addiction service counselor. I plan to stay drug-free because drug played a part in these crimes and alcohol. And I plan to stay employed to be that statistic that y'all don't regret paroling. Most importantly, I plan to never be a friend. Considering the circumstances and the victims of my crime, this will be an absolute privilege and granted parole. That's it.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your opening statement. What we're going to do is we've read about your background, we've read about these offenses, read about what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, and we're going to start questions this afternoon with Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So, Mr. Jackson, I appreciate your opening statement.
Thank you.
I need to ask, do you appreciate how serious and significant these charges are?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, I know the magnitude of them. And, you know, I was under alcohol. And like I said, this wasn't nothing premeditated. I was going through a lot of bad things at the time. And drugs and alcohol, like, kind of clouded my decisions.
Yeah, we see that a lot. Drugs and alcohol, you know, people make poor decisions.
I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't know it was a thing.
Yeah, okay, so that I'm going to ask you more about. But this went on for a few months, you know, a period of time. It's not like a one and done that you were using drugs and made a bad decision. This prostitution, you know, promoting prostitution, this poor young victim, went on for a while. You know, you were making money off her. So when you say that, you know, you didn't know that it was illegal, what didn't you know that? I didn't. The case?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean I didn't know if it was illegal. I didn't know that
one, I didn't know the victim's age, and even regardless of her age, it was wrong what I done regardless. You know what I mean? Once I came to jail, my mind was cleared up, and then I started to see the paperwork and the police report, and then I'm like, that's when it hit me, the remorse and the things that. No, don't get me wrong. Everything that I done was wrong. You know what I mean? It was going on for a week span with the victim, but like I said, I didn't know it was like I didn't know her age and none of that, and that's when I figured out, you know, things were wrong.
Yeah, you figured out
It
when
went
people
on for
started
a
pressing
week,
you.
You said?
Yeah, yes.
How long were you with the victim? I have months.
The police report, I only knew the victim for 1 week. I'm not gonna lie. You can see it in the police report.
That's where I'm getting my information from.
It says months.
It does.
I only knew her for 1 week.
And you knew her for a whole week and you didn't know that she was a minor.
All right, so when I first met her, she told me she was 19. We went to the hotel. Like I said, I'm taking full accountability. We went to the hotel. She didn't have no ID. That's when I kind of got the cue that she was younger. And that's when I should have stopped and tried to, you know what I mean, make a better decision, a rational decision. But like I said, I was caught in on the drugs and alcohol. I wasn't thinking. I was homeless at the time. I was just going through a lot.
You were thinking about that money, right?
So that hotel, the hotel she was staying in, I was staying in.
Yep.
So
And that's where you were conducting business.
So you give her a roof over
You
your
know,
head.
some of it was a scam, some you were pimping her out, selling
Yes.
her. Yeah.
What do you guys? How do you guys feel about this?
Sorry.
I hear that, you know, you are remorseful. And so what are you remorseful for?
I'm remorseful for one, like I said, I didn't know her age. And then when I got the police reports and I started to see her situation, and I'm like, wow, this girl went through a rough life. And that's why I said I'm remorseful for worsening her situation. I'm remorseful for the things that I've done because like this wasn't nothing that I always did. I never did this before. So this was a decision that I made off of spur of the moment decisions, you know, like I don't usually do this. So I'm remorseful for her for going through what she was going through and her trauma, and then me doing what I did.
But you were in your right mind enough to continue this scam, this scheme that you had going on too, defrauding. Not only were you selling her, but then you were, you know, making arrangements for people to think they were going to meet with her and taking their money and not showing up. Right. So you had quite an operation going on. And I'll agree with you. It's not something that is part of your criminal history. This is new. So I hear that you were on drugs, using alcohol, but certainly in your right mind to be running this scam for a while.
Yeah, it's not an excuse. And I don't want to come off as I'm trying to negate the facts or we're going back and forth. I'm not trying to make no excuse towards what I did. I did do what I did. And once I started doing it, I just kept going on with it. And that's what made it worse.
Right. And then you threatened the victim after you were arrested?
What victim?
You were
What?
stalking the victim, threatening to post intimate pictures online, wanting them to drop the charges.
You talk about the domestic? At the time, yeah, I didn't get arrested yet, but I got, the police was calling my phone and I called her and inquired. I didn't get arrested yet though. I got arrested February 3rd.
Straight Pikachu face. Like he didn't do nothing wrong. Hey, what's up, building cool things? Welcome. Thank you for sharing.
So you've taken the short-term sex offender treatment program, you're in the tier 2, and you completed the domestic violence. Talk to me a little bit about the sex offender treatment program. What do you think you learned from that program?
All right, so you know how I told you that I never done this before? All right, but when I did the sex offender treatment program, I started to see where the behavior stemmed from. Because there was a point in time in my past, I grew up and I went on the run when I was younger. I was like 13, 14 years old, and I lived in like a abandoned apartment with a pimp. And that's probably like I like identify those behaviors and see that it affected my future. And I learned relapse prevention, things that I could use, coping skills, and just basically identifying my triggers and where I can grow from.
Okay, so let's back that up a little bit.
He just
So
telling
you
them.
said you learned where this all originated from. You were living with a pimp yourself at one point.
Did he pimp you out?
And now you've learned your triggers and your coping skills, and you have a relapse prevention plan. So what triggers have you learned?
I learned that poverty and, going through problems and drinking is a trigger for me. Drinking and not having money make me make a rational decision. So my first thing is, that's why I put myself in tier 2, because substance abuse has always been a big thing with me. I need to just, when I get home, I need to get into NA, AA, any program you guys can offer, things like that, because substance abuse has been triggering me from day one since I started using it. And money. And that's why I feel like,
drugs.
Money
And
is always
I
a
have
major
written
issue.
here, a sense of entitlement.
Yeah, me and my teacher, we kind of figured out, like, I felt like I was entitled to certain things, and that was wrong. Like, she taught me basically like how to retreat and basically notice the life of other people and other things. People have other needs and other things, and I need to take my time to get to where I need to go and not stop rushing and trying to, take shortcuts. So I'm not entitled to nothing. Like, even this is a privilege. I'm not entitled to it.
And now moving on, so what would be your relapse prevention plan?
My relapse prevention is to go home, maintain a job, get into NA, AA, stay with my sponsor, stay with the people that, like, because I'm involved with the church now, stay with the people that keeps me motivated. Do not go back because I'm not going to be in Bridgeport. I need to stay away from Bridgeport. Do not go back to Bridgeport, stay away, because Bridgeport is another trigger for me. And just be around positive people and do positive things and keep my hobbies in mind.
And now you're just finishing up the domestic violence program. How is that program helping you make decisions differently?
So I just did the last class yesterday, and the last class really touched me. The Tracy Durbin story, and like I said, it was the peak of my remorse being in that class. It was the peak of my remorse. It showed me what I was doing wrong, how I could do things better. And in the case of a domestic violence situation where me or my spouse are getting into an argument where I could just walk away versus hurting that person, making another victim situation, and coming back to jail, and nobody wins,
Right. You were on probation when you were committing this offense. What were you doing with probation?
At first I was doing fine. Then they gave me another probation officer, and COVID came about. I got home. I was homeless at the time, and that's where it all started going downhill with the probation. And they gave me a couple programs. I showed up to the domestic violence program a couple times, but then I guess they closed it down, and then I didn't report to it. And like I said, it's no excuse too, but COVID came, and then it kind of messed up everything.
Why were you homeless? You have support in the community. Sounds like you have some family.
All right, so I had an apartment, and when COVID came, I lost my job. So when I lost my job at Simple Greek Restaurant, I was working at the restaurant in Westport. Westport borderline. I lost my job, but COVID came, and that's when I couldn't pay the rent. So my landlord kicked me out. I ended up homeless, and that's when I started, getting into the bad things again.
And the person that you want to live with, Ms. Morgan,
Yes.
that's your girlfriend?
Yeah, she is.
Okay. And how long have you had a relationship with her?
For like 3 years. I knew her right before I came in here.
How do you explain these charges to her?
I take no shortcuts, no excuses. I told her that, I made some poor decisions and bad choices, and that I'm trying to redeem myself.
What's your plan for treatment in the community?
So when I was in here at McDougal, I met the connection people. I figured that would be a program. But even if I don't get parole, I'm gonna still seek for NA, AA, and try to do things to sober up, because at the end of the day, this is my life here. I got special parole after that, and other things. I gotta do better regardless. So it's like I'm at a corner, my back against the wall. I have nothing to lose but be better, do better. So I'm gonna seek any treatment that I could take. And it's another program that they got in here called SCRIP. SCRIP is for like trauma and stuff like that. So I see that's up in Hartford, but they said they're gonna be moving around. But I'm gonna try to travel up to Hartford here and there and try to see SCRIP when I can and get in that. I'm gonna just try as much programs as I can be in. Like I said, I got nothing to lose but all the gain.
All right, what are you thinking about employment?
All right, so my brother has a job for me installing windows when I get home. That's the first job, but I'm dealing with Holly Wasilewski. She's at the DOJ office in New Haven. I'm dealing with her. I got a reentry plan set up with her now, so she's gonna help me get jobs. But I'm still gonna be working an installment job right as soon as I get home.
What kind of communication have you had with Ms. Wasilewski?
I've
Communication, have you talked to her?
Yeah, I've been talking to her over mail. I've been writing her a mail. She sent me the packet for the reentry thing. I filled that out, and then I guess as soon as I get home, I gotta call her and then go up there and meet her.
All right, Mr. Jackson. Thank you for answering my questions.
No problem.
Thank you. Board Member Page.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
What do you guys think?
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
I'm going to be honest with you. I came in to, not looking at granting parole, and I'm still not sure I'm there. He scores very high for risk to recidivate on the assessment and on the status 99. I hear, get a lot happening at the time. He was on drugs, using alcohol, but the offense itself, the offenses themselves happened over a period of time. We don't have victim, but the harm to the victim is really just something we don't see very often. He was on probation when this occurred. 27 when he committed the offense. He's 29 now. Certainly beyond a place where he should be making better decisions, not so impulsively. I understand it was a difficult time, but this is the fallback. It just seems, just incredibly harmful. I think that I don't want to take away that Mr. Jackson has done some good programs. He has no disciplinary reports. He's got 10 years on the sex offender registry. There's protective orders in place, but I'm not in favor of granting parole today due to the nature of the offenses themselves and the harm that was put forward to the victims that we read throughout the reports. And the fact that he scores high on both risk assessments. So I'm not in favor of voting to parole today.
Board Member Page.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So Mr. Jackson, I agree with Ms. Palmieri that, this case, these crimes were very, very serious. And I read through everything of how he even met the victim.
Right.
I mean, it was a lot.
Could have spent a lot of time going over
exactly
the details.
Yes. But I also understand that Mr. Jackson hasn't really been afforded a lot of not supervision in the community, but a parent for guidance. I heard him talking about his upbringing and how he went out on the street and had to really fend for himself. And although I do not condone any of this behavior whatsoever, I do think that he really has put forth his best effort to try to turn this thing around. He's still very young, and he has completed the treatment. He hasn't received any disciplinary infractions. Unlike the last person we've seen with 12 failures, this young man has 3 failures, and his were for selling drugs. Not that, again, that condones any, I condone that, but it looks as if he really was trying to make things happen in the wrong way, wrong way of thinking, definite criminal thinking here. However, it really does sound like he understands the magnitude of the things that he was doing, and that he really doesn't want to go back out and do this kind of thing anymore. So I think that he's done the programming, and I know he's not eligible until October, and he's in the Tier 2 program that doesn't end until November 29th. I would love to see him finish doing that, but I would support his request for discretionary parole.
Damn.
So that he can go out there and start those 6 years special parole that he has to follow. It's making the odd man out.
I haven't even talked yet.
Yeah, what's up with that fool's teeth?
It's just so,
Smiling
most
now.
of the
Look
time
at
I'm
that
the
fool.
one that's deny.
Yeah, this,
But hang on.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't start counting your chickens before they hatch.
It's a lot to overlook. Like, I absolutely understand Miss Palmieri's position. Like, this is so convoluted. Like,
I understand where both of you stand.
just imagine, if that's a good use. It's, with something positive, all of that thought and organizing and all that other, like, it just amazes me how smart some of these people are, but they use all that intelligence for something negative. It just bothers me. Anyway.
Bothers you, bothers a lot of us. She's naive, but bug. Let's see. I think they're leaning towards letting him go. But
I mean,
we'll
for
see.
me, it's I'm having a hard time getting past the nature of circumstance.
Understandable.
Shed a little tear. Come on. You know you want to do it. Shed it.
There's no doubt that he knew what he was doing. There's no doubt.
Man, come on. They're over here. I'm biting my nails over here. This is real. They're keeping me in suspense.
But
Do the right
I'm gonna
thing.
let DOC handle this one. I just can't get past the nature and circumstance. And that's what I have is nature and circumstance. Current offense committed on probation.
They gotta think about the children.
I have no alcohol, domestic violence, problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with LC or JK.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, regarding Tavon Jackson, 402-892, I move to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstances of the current offense committed while on probation, and to set the following special parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, community-based treatment for domestic violence, problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with victims LC or JK. Is there a
Let's see his
second?
face now.
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Nope.
The ayes have it. Mr. Jackson, we weren't able to give you parole today. We did set your special parole stipulations. I heard loud and clear what Board Member Page said. And that's, you're headed in the right direction. And I would continue to head in that direction and see what you can do with some vocational things and stuff like that during the rest of your time, and do the best you can in tier 2. And, look and see what DOC has for halfway house. For halfway house release, community release. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
This concludes the parole hearing for Tavon Jackson, 402-892. Warning, I will take Lacasse. Thank you.
Man, about time. Shh. That was a real nail biter right there. They were deadlocked there. I thought they were gonna vote another way, because it seems like today they've been giving them a lot of breaks. So what is it? Three got granted parole today. Two so far gotten denied. This is gonna be number 6, and let's see. What kind of case do you guys think this guy has? Let me go give you guys over here on TT a preview of this. I'm not gonna even say gentleman because I have no idea what he's in there for.
Mr. Lacasse will be with you shortly. Just taking a short break.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up his charges right now. I'm gonna look at the information for today's hearing, and I'll bring him up right now. Let me see, so you guys on TT could see. What do you guys? Can you guys predict what he's here for? What do you think? A GUN case? Maybe some saca la bolsita case? I don't know. Doing some funny business online. What do you guys think? Let's see who can guess correctly. And I'm gonna put it away right there. Let's see. Nando put the price is wrong, Bobby. All right, Cajun Queen put that he's in there for some illicit substances, if you will. Let me see. Shipment ever considered Twitch? I would love to do predictions only if they. All right. Maybe, yeah. You know what? I could mess with Twitch to check what the response is. Let me see. And a lot of people over here on let me see on the TT side, we got some DV charges. We got some SA charges. A lot of people are saying SA. All right, we'll see right now. Shipment is saying SA. All right, so a lot of 00 saying voyeurism. Hey, we had one of those today. So did anybody catch his name? It kind of they said it, but it didn't make any sense to me. But let me look at it over here. So today we had Miguel come on. We had Tavon, which was the last guy that just came on. We had Peter. Let me see.
Yeah.
So his name is either going to be Richard, Nicolas, Michael, or David. Let me see who else. His name is not. I don't think he doesn't look like a Manuel Torres to me. Adam, we already had Adam, so there's a few. Oh no, let me see here. So it's either David Pride, Michael Pittman, Nicholas Osorio, or Richard. All right, so we'll just wait around right now. I think his name is Richard. Let's see. Okay, let me check what Richard is charged for. If this is Richard, we'll find out what he's in for right now. Let me just get my Twitter fingers going over here. I'm gonna move some of these screens around and check what he's here for. All right, and I know you guys over here on the TT side like to see the visual and whatnot, but unfortunately, the way that I've been restricted in the last week or so, I'm not able to keep up the image too long. But if you do go over to that app with the red icon with the white triangle, we are showing everything over there, and I'm actually also putting up, like, if I'm able to find any articles. If his name is Richard, Richard was he went in for 3rd-degree burglary. Damn, he was sentenced to 12 years. But I'm not sure if this is Richard, so we'll see right now. Let me see. Here we go. Pon, hey, welcome. Hey, and everybody, you know, I just want to go ahead and thank everybody that's in here, in you guys, for even, you know, if you're just watching, if you're just a lurker, if you're participating in the chat, highly appreciate it. You guys are definitely helping the algorithm, or getting us to the front page, if you will. We got 50 people watching on the streaming service with the red icon with the white triangle, and on the TT side we got about 37. So we got about a total a little bit under 90 people, you know, watching the stream. Highly appreciate it. And you guys are helping us, you know, get on the social media universe, if you will. Let me see. User 5 writes, James, thank you for streaming. I try. You know what? Actually, today when I woke up, I stayed out kind of late last night, and today in the morning, I'm normally up like at about 5:30, because the hearings normally start at about 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, but they start off at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I really didn't want to get out of bed today, but I had to get up, get my daughter ready, and drop her off at school. So, you know, I just decided to jump on. I think it's important, you know, to share information like this, just because, you know, people like this are out there. And I always kind of wonder, you know, what makes them, you know, do the things that they do. I'm curious. So, you know, hopefully it gives me a better understanding of why they do what they do. What do you guys get out of these streams? Prior to watching this type of streams, were you guys interested in stuff like this? Were you guys watching? Let me see. And for those of you that are new, we do a wide variety of different types of streams, interviews, phone calls, and things of that nature. I would strongly suggest for you guys to you know, to jump over to one of our other streaming platforms, where we have numerous interviews with individuals that are currently incarcerated in the California prison system, where they share their journeys, you know, over days of what their life was like, from the first memory they could remember as a child to, you know, where they're at now in their life. And for those of you that are not familiar with the California prison system, you know, in the last, I would say maybe like in the last about 8
Good
years.
afternoon, Mr. Lacasse.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Yeah, member Page, good afternoon, sir.
Deborah Smith
Yeah.
O'Mary.
Good afternoon.
All right, so it is Richard.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Richard William Lacasse III, 358-367.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Richard Lacasse, 358-367. He is serving a sentence of 12 years and 1 day, followed by 2,919 days, which equates to 7 years, 364 days of special parole for 4 counts of burglary third, larceny second, and 2 counts of attempt to commit burglary third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 16, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices, tier 2. He's currently in prime and script. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Lacasse, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I appreciate you guys taking the time out to see me today. I take full responsibility for my actions, and what I did was wrong, and I know that it wasn't right, and the choices I made in life are not the best choices I ever made. And by being incarcerated, I know that I learned from my addiction that I have a disease that needs to be worked on every day. And while incarcerated, I learned steps to better myself. I don't gotta be ashamed to ask for help. I don't gotta be embarrassed to reach out to ask for help. The programs that I learned in here that takes the steps, the 12 steps that I'm doing right now. I go to meetings every week. I'm in group 24/7 and Prime to learn my addiction. It doesn't happen overnight. While incarcerated 6 years, I've been clean because of the choices that I want to do better. I have grandkids. I got kids. I got wife. I don't want to do this. And I know that what I did in years ago wasn't right. And I just like the opportunity to prove myself and prove my community and my family that I can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacasse. Lacasse. Okay, so we read about your background, what's gotten you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in, and based upon that, we have some questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
We're going to start questions today with Board Member Page.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So, Mr. Lacasse, you know, your criminal history really is indicative of a person who struggles with substance abuse. And it looks like you've really had some traumatic experiences in your life that really made you, you know, lean towards self-medicating. But you do understand that you have to take care of your mental health as well as your physical health when you're out in the community, if you intend to stay away from drugs, right?
Yes.
Some of the things that concerned me about your behavior, sir, was the fact that you're currently participating in the Suboxone program or the medicated assistance program there or no? Excuse me.
In
Are
here,
you yeah.
they don't have that Suboxone program here.
What are you doing? Any kind of medicated assistance in there?
No, I'm in tier. They don't got mental health in this facility. They don't have no mental health here.
So they're not they didn't help you wean yourself off any kind of drugs?
No, what I did was, not to cut you off, I came from the streets and I detoxed for, I say 3 weeks, sober, no help.
Okay, so my concern was that you were actually out in the community participating in the Suboxone program and still using drugs.
Yes.
And then, you know, you're still using the drugs led to your breaking into people's houses and taking their valuables, you know, things that they really can't be replaced, even with money, you know? And I think you sold something for that was worth like $10,000 for $1,300.
Damn.
Something like that. Crazy. And then you even got your wife involved in this, making her pawn things for you. Yeah.
You're right.
So go ahead.
You're 100% right, and I know what I did was wrong, and I was getting help, and there's no excuse to what I did wrong. There's no excuse to what I did.
Nope, there isn't.
I was getting help, and like you said, something personal happened in my life, and I didn't know how to control that. I didn't know how to deal with it, and I went back to what I knew to cope with what was going on to me. And while incarcerated,
that's your safe place. That's your comfort zone, and you have to really work diligently, like you said in your opening statement, not to go back that route again. I mean, honestly, there's two things that can end up happening to you, Mr. Lacasse, and that one is jail or death. You know, heroin, you see everybody overdosing out in the community, and people are lacing it with fentanyl, and you don't know what you're getting, and the next thing you know, Narcan can't bring you back from death.
You're 100% right, and that's what I learned while incarcerated, how to take coping skills, how to take steps to not do that again. And I take my recovery very seriously.
I hope so, Mr. Lacasse. Tell me, why did you get a ticket in March of this year?
For headphones, I came here from Cheshire, and the plug in the headphones, yeah, you plug it in, sometimes it gets short. So I fixed it, and they gave me alternate headphones, and someone went home and they gave me a clock, and I had mustard and mayonnaise packets, and they gave me a ticket for that.
Well, you weren't supposed to have that stuff, right?
Like the headphones I came here with, I can have those, but
Right, but the other stuff.
yeah,
And all that stuff wasn't yours. You didn't come in with it. You're not supposed to have it.
yeah, the clock, no, but the mustard mayonnaise packets, we buy those on commissary and stuff. But
Yeah.
I had a lot of it, and they gave me a ticket for it.
Okay. And what about March of 2023? What'd you have then?
March 2023.
You got a ticket in March of this year, and you got
Yes.
a ticket in March 5th in 2023 for more contraband. What'd you have?
Oh no, it was for the hot pot. We get a hot pot in here,
Uh-huh.
and it's not hot, so I just turned the hot pot up, and they did a shakedown, and they took everyone's hot pot, and they gave me a ticket for that.
And what about this Bruno?
When
Bruno.
I try to explain it to the lady, if you're in a cell with somebody and they shake it down and they don't take full responsibility for it, you both go down to SEG for it. And we both went to SEG, and if you don't know one takes it, you sit in SEG for 14 days. And how I am is being in a cell like that with nothing, and you can't talk to no one. And I just told them, he doesn't want to take responsibility for it. I take it because I don't want to be here 14 days. Because it's
But you didn't use any of it, right? You didn't drink any of it? You weren't
No.
selling it?
No, ma'am.
Did you know it was in there?
I knew it was in there, yes.
Yeah.
But like, I'm in a position with lifers. If I go out and say to the
No,
CO,
I understand the environment that you're in. I understand, but that doesn't make it right.
I know
It's plain better. So
Yeah, I know.
you're saying to me that you have a wife. First of all, you're so young. You're talking about you have grandkids and
I know,
you want them to know you as Papa the jailbird?
no,
How is he
What
gonna
about
hide
your
that?
Kids? How many children do you have?
I take care of all the kids. My youngest is 12, about to be 12, and my oldest is 27. My stepkids, and then my
Wait a minute.
grand.
She's
Huh?
27. You're 36.
Yeah,
You had a baby at 9?
no, those are my stepkids, miss.
Oh.
Oh.
I was like, wait a second now.
Nah,
I know my math don't math, but
nah, those. But my granddaughter, she is my world. She talks to me on the phone.
yeah.
She pop
But
out.
she shouldn't have to hear,
No.
this call is being recorded from the Department of Correction facility. And that's the stuff, Mr. Lacasse. You have so much support, so many things to be that are positive out in the community for you. There's no reason for you to be in prison. And people don't want you in their houses. It's unfair for people who work so diligently to build up things and save things and create these family heirlooms, and people just break in to take their stuff in just to get high. You wouldn't want that happening to you.
No,
Yeah.
ma'am.
All right, I'm all set, sir.
Thank you. Board
Man,
Member
that's fast.
Smith Palmieri.
I have no follow.
Mm. What
Board
do you
Member Page.
What do you guys think?
So I have Mr. Lacasse voted to parole. I think that he's taken the appropriate programming. I am hoping that he will follow through with his NAMAA and his treatment that he talked about for relapse prevention. He has a sponsor out in the community, and I'm really hoping that the parole supervision will help him. He has a long way to go, or special, 7 years. It's not going to be easy.
And he's got a big chunk just to get to special parole.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And my thing is, with 8 failures, it's gonna be a long road ahead if he doesn't learn to
Mhm.
communicate effectively. So I would support his request here today, and the ball is in his court, whether or not he sinks or swims.
And what would you have him do?
I have mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. And then that's pretty much it.
Board members, first
I
comment?
had the same condition and I have nothing to add. He did have some letters of support. So there are people in the community who think he can do well.
All right, regarding Richard Lacasse, 358-367, I move to grant parole on or after December 16th, 2024, with the following stipulations. Mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Lacasse, you've been voted to parole and your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. Just know, it was stated here, your current sentence ends in 2030. And you have 8 years special parole after that. If you don't get out there and do the right thing, you're looking at 2038.
Damn.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
That's
Thank
a
you.
lot of resources for you. Ask parole to point you in the right direction.
You get
I
out
will.
there and do the right thing.
thank you, thank you.
358.
Hey, for this guy, hey, I'll let this guy out any day opposed to the first 3 individuals we had on this morning.
You're all
Man,
set.
let him out.
Thank you.
Well, you get all your paperwork next week.
I gotta walk you out and then I gotta get the what's the next one? Hold on. Who would be
Okay.
next?
Hi, Osorio, please.
Osario.
Osorio,
Oh, let's
thank
see.
you. I'll have him in here in a minute.
Let's see what
Thank you.
Osario.
Osorio from,
While we wait right now
NP.
for Osario, let me see. I'm gonna pull up his case really quick right now.
Osorio. Yep.
Osario. Let's see what Osario's here for. Osario. Nicolas Osorio. He came out of New Haven. All right, and let me provide you guys with that information right now. We're waiting, trying to get ahead of the curve here. Let me see where I got my screen. All right, and I'm gonna type this in over here on the that streaming platform with the red icon with the white triangle. Just in case you guys want to follow along, or if not, then I'll put it up on the screen and you guys could go ahead and check it out like that.
I just walked out.
All right. And if you're new here, we're doing some board of parole hearings here in the state of Connecticut. All right, and they do these daily. Sometimes Monday through Thursday. I'm also doing the Utah ones, but the Utah ones they don't hold any on Fridays, so it's only Connecticut today. I think next week, which is going to be October, we're going to be doing some other states. I think we're going to be doing Vermont, Kansas, Iowa's another one that they do daily. So definitely be on the lookout. These I normally start a bit early, so if you're an early bird, you'll catch him. If not, then you could always catch him on the rebound on one of your other major platforms. Let me see. New Haven police talk violencia arrest. Let's see, is this the dude? Oh, okay, Osorio. Man, I hate when I find these articles and they're behind a paywall. There's no bueno.
Sorry. Yes.
Let me see. I need to find that one website that you could get around the paywalls. Oh, here it is. Oh, yep. This is him. Osorio. I'll put him up on the screen right now as soon as they fix the camera. For those of you that are on the TT
Good
side.
afternoon, Mr. Osorio.
Good afternoon.
Pennsylvania, yep. Yeah, Pennsylvania is another
My
one.
name
Yeah.
is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Panel member Page, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Nicholas Osorio, 431060.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nicholas Osorio, 431060. He is serving a sentence of 5 years followed by 2 years probation for attempt to commit assault first, serious physical injury, criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon, assault third, and possession with intent to sell or dispense a narcotic. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 4th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that he's currently enrolled in classes to obtain his GED. He has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Osorio, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon to all members. I would like to start by saying I fully understand that parole is a privilege and not something that I'm entitled to, so I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to explain why I feel I should be granted parole. I would like to start by apologizing to the victim and his family. I sincerely and wholeheartedly apologize. I take full responsibility for the role that I played in the injury, and I know that not only you suffered, but your family did as well. If I could go back in time and change what I did, I would. I hope that you guys could find it in your hearts to forgive me. During my incarceration, I've grown as an adult, a man, and as a father, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. I've had time to reflect on the bad decisions that I've made, and I can finally take full responsibilities for my actions. I'm no longer a selfish individual. Through bad choices, good intentions, I learned that my actions don't only affect me. I also learned to stop and weigh out the pros and cons of my decisions. I've learned to grow out of that. I'm a product of my environment mentality and have been able to accept the fact that I'm in control of my actions. I used to think that I had it all figured out and I didn't need any help, but I no longer see things like that. I have an amazing support system that I'm comfortable going to ask for help and guidance. Missing my kids' first day of schools, birthdays, and graduations helps put things in perspective for me. It helped me prioritize, it helped me mature and influence my decision to go back to school so I could give myself and them a better future. I've gotten 2 out of the 4 tests needed to obtain my GED. I would like to be able to provide for my wife and kids the right way. I would like to lead by example and show my kids that if I did it, they can too. Upon my release, my priorities are finding a job so I can support myself and my family, getting my license, and showing that I can be a productive member of society. I have a strong support system of people who are willing to take me to temp agencies and job interviews and also help me look for apartments once I'm financially stable. I know what I did, and I know I was wrong for my actions. I take full responsibility for that. I ask that you guys give me the opportunity to prove that I can be a productive member of society and that I'm not who I once was and that my past will not equal my future.
All set, Mr. Osorio?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement. It was very positive and really insightful. So what we're going to do is we've taken a look at your past, taken a look at this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions. When we get done, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to start with questions today. So I'll tell you, I'm going to be honest and straightforward with you. A case like this really, really bothers me. It's bad enough that we have people in the city with guns when they shouldn't have them. But then when they decide to use them, I don't have something to like excuse that, right? It's just not okay, right? And you're very lucky you're sitting here with a 5-year sentence followed by 2 years parole, because the cases that I've seen and looked at while I've been on the board, you know, one little bit, and this could have been a 60-year sentence with no parole period. That's how bad this is, right? somebody dies out there from a bullet from a gun, whether you intended to do it or not, it's called murder in the state. There's no first, second degree. It's straight out murder, and the sentence is 60 years. So, you know, when we have beefs in the street, it's like we can't resort to guns to resolve the issues. You understand that?
Yes, I do. I fully understand that.
You know, and that's, you know, I'm taking a look at all of the stuff that you've done, right? Because like right now, you got GED stuff going on, and you passed some of the exams already, right?
Yes.
You're almost there on that. You know, you've taken, you know, working a job in the kitchen and such, you know, and you want to not only just do that GED, but you want to go get an associate's degree in business. And that's a big deal, you know, and at 25, you can change direction and go do that. You know, I know countless cases where that's the case, right? You know, and looking at your background, you know, and glad to hear, you know, you have a temp agency that you look at to try to get employment, so that you don't face those, you know, you're going to face collateral consequences with your record. You probably already have, right? Where
Yes.
they take a look at you and say, yeah, like, you look great, but we just got your background check back, right? So going through that temp agency is a really good idea and could lead to something where you can have something to support family and stuff like that, right? Reading your file, I'm really sorry about your dad. You know, that's just the case. I can only imagine that was gun violence. Was that gun violence?
Yes.
And that's just, it's in the worst way, right?
Yes.
So I'm really happy that you have the support from your adoptive parents. You know, you have support there. People that can send you in the right direction. And, you know, there's that 8-year-old and that 6-year-old that are counting on you doing the right thing, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I want to let the other board members ask some questions of you if they have any. But that's pretty much where I am. Board member Smith Palmerian, do you have anything?
I just want to follow up on two things. So you said you had this gun for protection, for safety. Why would you need it? What were you doing that required safety and protection?
I had threats made against me.
Oh, that makes sense. That was a perfectly
I
good
felt
reason.
in fear for my safety.
Right, well, you were on transitional supervision. Did you think about talking to parole about that?
It didn't occur to me at the time. I was young and I wasn't thinking.
Well, you're still young. What also concerns me is you're only 25 years old and you've already failed community supervision 6 times. You know, I really believe you're not taking advantage of the resources and the support that you can gain through community supervision. My last question to you was, why do you think you haven't done well on community supervision?
Because of the fact that I wasn't, like you said, using my resources. I wasn't asking for help. I thought I had it all figured out when I really didn't. And now I know that I need to ask for help. I'm no longer scared to ask for help.
And you know you have a protective order with the mother of your children until February 2025?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Osorio.
Board member
Thank you.
Page.
I'm just curious to know what makes men afraid to ask for help. But why are you afraid to ask for help?
I was afraid to ask for help because I was prideful. I was young. I don't know. I grew out of that though. I learned that you have to ask for help, that you can't do it all by yourself. Nobody does anything by themselves.
Are you religious at all?
I am. Pentecostal.
I would have you read up on pride. I really would. Because that leads to destruction.
And
it shows maturation. That means that you're an adult. When you ask someone for help, that doesn't make you weak. I don't understand it. That's why so many people like yourself are in there, because they're afraid to ask for help. But I'm hoping that this is a stepping stone for you, sir, because you're so intelligent and so extremely young.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do so many other things with your life. And being inmate number whatever is not it. I'm all set, sir.
Thank you, Board Member Page. And that's what I see too. You know, I 431060, that's not what he should be.
No. He has to want more for himself, though.
Right?
He definitely got a huge
so where
break.
I'm at here is that Mr. Osorio rates up very high. This was an incident where we have gunfire between two cars. Somebody gets hit, and it's not good. And you know, he's had a couple of DRs, but you know, the fight ticket was 2 years ago, and it was the same month that he was sentenced. And the refusing housing ticket, you know, it was March, but it's refusing housing. Whatever the circumstances were beyond that. Mr. Osorio does have support in the community, is able to go out to his grandfather in New Haven, and he's working on his GED. Its 85% date is in March and 100% date is in October. So I just have nature and circumstances that current offense.
I also have poor performance while on community release.
I would have for institutional adjustment. I mean, refusing housing is not.
Yeah. So regarding Nicholas Osorio, 431060, move to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstances of the current offense committed while in community release, and poor institutional adjustment. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Osorio, we weren't able to give you parole today. All three of us believe that you can get out there and do something different. And we really encourage you to do that. And in the remainder of your time, get that GED and see what you can do maybe to engage in some vocational stuff, so that you can really do something when you get out here, right?
Don't have much time.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Nicholas Osorio, 431060. You're all set, Mr. Osorio.
You know what? With him, I don't think they let him go because they probably felt that he didn't receive too many
Next
time.
would be Mr. Pittman.
Pittman. All right. Pittman coming up. Michael Pittman. Let me pull up
Yes,
his
please,
case.
thank you.
So yeah, on Rosario, I think that they felt like he didn't receive any time or enough time for his charges, but he has a 5-year sentence. So I mean, whether they want to grant him or not, he's eventually end up going home. He's gonna end up going home, you know, sooner than later. He's been down since let me see, since 2020, since January 29, 2020. So he's already been down 4 years. So he's gonna be going home soon. He'll be home by maximum release date. They have to release him by next year, December 3rd of 2025. So they probably just wanted him to max out on his sentence. And then so I know you guys on the TT side like to see the picture of the individual, but unfortunately I can't keep it up long. I could only keep it up for a few seconds. If not, what they'll do is they'll start restricting my my stream. I know from some of you guys are familiar the other way that I would run my stream from my computer, where I would have my you know, you could see me, you could see the individual, and then also you could see the chat up at the top. But what you know, it was good for about a week, but then once we started getting a lot of traction, you know, we were getting 500-600 people at a time. It was catching a lot of attention, so they would started restricting my account. I'll be put on a timeout for 3 days at a time. So it's definitely not cool. So that's one of the reasons that I'm doing it the way I am doing it now. I do prefer the other way. I know you guys prefer it, but you know, I got to stay within the regulations of the TT. If you do want to see the image of the individuals, feel free to jump over to one of our other platforms. We do have the everything running. We even have the TT chat on the screen. So if you go to that streaming platform with the red logo, with the white triangle in it, just go right here. Go to @collect_call_from. Boom. You just type that exactly the way it is, and you'll find the stream.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating your names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Cole.
Panel member Page. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Oh, sorry, Michael Pittman, 131948.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Pittman, 131948. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, followed by 10 years special parole for sexual assault. Victim less than 10, actor more than 2 years older. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for life. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, and he works as a laundryman. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Pittman, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I know I made a lot of mistakes in my
Mistakes?
life, but I don't feel that I'm a threat. I don't know how to come out and say how I really feel without being emotional. I've always been a hard worker. I always help people that need my help. I'm just a normal person, made bad choices. Got 8 kids total, love them all, miss them, got 5 grandkids. I haven't only seen 2 that was born. Rest of them I haven't seen because I was incarcerated due to me. I take accountability for all my actions, and I just want a second chance just to be the man that I know that I really am.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. So we've read about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case, and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
D9, hopefully.
And questions this afternoon start with Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So, Mr. Pittman, I appreciate your opening statement. I'm a little confused though, because you say in a few different places and today that you take responsibility for the offenses, but you deny committing the offenses. You say you don't remember, you were blacked out. So, you know, our charge today is to determine your suitability for early parole to the community. So I'm trying to get and engage offender change. So for your success in the community, the safety of the community. So can you elaborate a little bit on that for me?
There were some things that was said that I suppose I had said. I don't recall saying those things. I'm not saying I didn't say them. I'm not saying I said, I just don't recall saying them. And when I was denying the charges because I was scared to come to jail, and I was just that fear. I've been in jail before. I knew how I was. I did my best to stay out of jail.
Not good enough.
I was out, I believe, for almost 30 years or close to 30 years. And
really, you got caught. That's what happened.
I knew I was wrong. I'm not denying what I did, but I was only denying that then because I didn't want to be here.
Pay the consequences.
But some things that I said, I honest to God don't recall saying them.
What is it that you don't recall saying that you hear was said?
Ms. Logan said in the police report that it was said that I told the victim that if she wanted to do something, she had to satisfy me or something of that nature. I don't recall ever saying nothing like that.
And, you know, I have some notes that you threatened the victim. You threatened to, and they use the word whoop her. If she didn't do what you wanted, that the victim was 12, that you sexually assaulted her for a number of years. There's some allegations, but not.
I just hear a lot of doors slamming and stuff.
Okay. I wasn't sure, maybe I did something else, okay. And that there's some allegations of some other victims possibly, but you're not charged with that. And then I'm reading, you participated in the short-term sex offender treatment program. And I'm reading it, and it doesn't appear that you took responsibility in that group either.
Because when we did the group, she says that we're not allowed to talk about our case. So she really didn't ask us about our case or our situation. And we had to sign a paper stating that we cannot talk about our individual case. So there was never time in that program that we ever talked about anybody's case.
That's not exactly how I understand the program works. But in terms of addressing your thinking, your cognitive thinking distortions, your triggers, developing a relapse prevention plan, it says that risk triggers for reoffending were not identified and a coping plan to manage risk factors was not developed. You identified a number of protective factors in your prevention plan, but you appear to be confident that you have the resources needed to be back in the community. So when I read that, it doesn't seem like, and I'm not saying you have to take responsibility, but you're saying that you do. So that's why I'm sort of drilling down on this. So it doesn't appear that you did that in the treatment program either.
Because like again, when I attended the program, in my mind, I thought the program was going to ask us individual questions about our case, about why you do it, what caused you to do it. Those things was never brought up. The thing that they were asking us is how we would move forward. how we would make sure we don't fall back to the same category that caused that.
All right, so let's talk about that. So what did you identify that
And
was going on in your life that made you think it was okay to sexually assault the victim?
Yeah, answer that.
The time that was going on, I felt alone. I felt that I wasn't loved. I have 6 brothers, 1 sister. They all gone. My mother, my father, grandparents, uncles. I'm the only one that's here. And what I've done is disgusting. It's a disgrace. And that's on me. And like I said, I take full accountability for that. But sometimes I can't express or talk in a group. I'm used to just being me, being alone by myself. And the only person that I really expressed myself and talked to was my cousin. And he just passed away 2 years ago. And there's no other way. I got just everything I've done. I know what I did is disgrace. And
all right, so but you say you don't recall any of this happening. Is that true?
I really don't recall. I don't recall saying that I'm gonna whip you if you don't do to satisfy me. I do recall telling my daughter, telling the person,
his daughter,
if you don't clean your room, you're not going to the party, or you're not going to the movie with your friends until you clean your room or do your dishes.
Well, I read some of those. You know, how you talked about how you discipline your children. I read that in the pre-sentence report. But so
all bad.
Just so we're clear today, so I'm clear in what we're talking about, is today you admit that you sexually assaulted the victim.
Yes.
Okay. So you identified some triggers as feeling alone, not feeling loved. Now, what have you done or developed in terms of a plan to go back in the community, whether it's on parole, early parole, or special parole, which you have 10 years of?
Yes.
That is going to help you remain in the community, not be a risk, and be successful.
By me attending that program and became open in the program, it gave me that more freedom where I'm not now scared to go to somebody and talk to somebody if I feel that I need to talk to somebody. Before I used to just hold it in. Now I'm not gonna say shy, but not embarrassed. If I feel that I'm going to start screaming or yelling or want to do something I know that's wrong, I can pick the phone up and call or go talk to somebody, or even the parole officer, I can call and listen. I need to talk to somebody. I need to see somebody. I'm not scared or ashamed now not to do that. Before I was embarrassed or ashamed to ask for help. Now, if I need to talk to somebody, I go to a couple of CEOs and talk if something is bothering me. I'm sorry.
So how will you address loneliness, feelings of not being loved in the community? I hear what you do while you're incarcerated. What will you do in the community?
I started, before I got arrested, I started doing bowling, fishing, and working all kinds of hours to keep my mind occupied. I even at one time even started coaching basketball. I just got to start finding things to do to keep me occupied.
Denied. Hopefully they deny him. What do you guys think?
So you've been working in the laundry while you've been there?
I did laundry, tillman, yes.
And you have no disciplinary reports?
No.
You want a release to a halfway house.
Yes.
Who do you have for support in the community?
Right now, I have my cousin wife, her name is Deborah. I have my two daughters named Renata and Haley. And I talked to my daughter, Tamika.
How are your daughters? How do you talk to them about this offense that you're incarcerated for? Are they concerned? I mean, you mentioned grandchildren.
We talked about the whole situation, and I told them, yes, it happened, but Dad made those mistakes. That's on Dad. And I need y'all to forgive Dad so Dad can be the father that y'all know that I can really be. So before I came in, my daughters would let me see my two youngest grandkids and one older grandson. And just by being in that little time in their life, I see what I lost. I see what I caused myself to lose. I see what I had and destroyed it, and that's on me. So now I just want to try to build my relation back with my family, because I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying, and I'm thinking to myself, how do you rebuild that trust? And I haven't really heard anything about how about the harm that you feel you caused to the victim and how the victim is able to move on with their life.
I can't, by court order, I can't talk to the victim.
That's right.
But I really do want to express to her how sorry that I am, and I know how much hurt that I caused, because she was Daddy's mother, the baby. She was the only one that I was actually at her birth. She was the only one that I actually was able to hold when she came out. And she was very special. I messed that up. I did that. And I know in her heart how much the bond we had, and by me destroying it, I know how much hurt she's going through. And not one day went by since I've been in here. It hurts me knowing that I hurt her. And
how do you think it affects her when you continually denied committing the offense? I hear that you were concerned about going back to jail, but how do you think that affects the victim when basically you're calling them a liar? And now you're saying, that you did do it.
I want to tell her to her face that my feelings, because I know my child, I know her, and we had.
Save it.
I just want to tell the victim that how sorry I am, and even if I have somebody to supervise, where I can to stand there where I can tell her that I'm sorry. That's what I really want. That's all I really wanted to say face to face to her, how sorry I am, and for the things that I done. I know I shouldn't have done those, and that's on me. I don't want her to ruin her life because of my errors. I want her to prosper. I want her to succeed. When she was in school, I was always there, no matter what it was. I was there. I lost a couple of jobs because something was going on. I walked out the job because I had to be there.
I'm hearing your distress about, what you've done in your class. So I'm thinking when I hear a lot of how this has affected you, and I can't help but when you talk about how close you were with her, how that level of trust was completely destroyed.
By me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
the
Mr.
victim.
Pittman.
Oh
So,
yeah, it's tearing you up
uh,
inside.
there's a protective order in place until 2099. There's a lifetime requirement for the sex offender registry. Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you. Board Member Page.
Thank you, sir, Chair. Mr. Pittman, you really do have a lot of work left to do, sir. Honestly, when in reviewing your documents, one of the things that stood out to me was not only had you denied the offense, even in the sex offender evaluation, when met with the connections, they do a report to see whether or not treatment will be beneficial for you. And you denied it then. And it wasn't until we got you spoke to the officer that you started to admit that you had done this. And then you followed it up with, well, if she said I did it, then I must have done it because I was in a motor vehicle accident and, I have some memory issues, like all these excuses about why you did this to your daughter. And one of the things that you're going to have to answer at some point in your life, Mr. Pittman, your daughter is going to say to you, why did you do this to me? Why me? Because victims really do think that they did something that caused the person to do this to them. And you're going to have to answer that. And at that point, my colleague said to you that you use a whole lot of I. But at that point, you need to start using a lot of I's. I was selfish. I had no right. I violated you. I took advantage of being alone with you for my own sexual gratification.
And that's what I want to say to her face to face. I don't want to say it through another person. I want to.
It doesn't matter. You don't know if she's listening or not. Hoping and wishing and praying that you get denied parole because she doesn't want you out on the street ever. You don't know.
I don't know, ma'am, but if the victim is listening, I took advantage of you. I did this, sweetheart, to satisfy me because I was feeling lonely, and you was always in daddy's arms. You was always
call yourself daddy. I wouldn't do that. But anyway, Mr. Pittman, did you have to participate in treatment when you got the sexual assault in 1984?
84?
Okay, so what did you have to do when you were out in the community?
I just went to a halfway house. Actually, I'm sorry. I attended, I believe it was a Catholic program on Capitol Avenue. I had to go there 2 days out the week for counseling. I don't remember.
And so were you ever required to be on the registry for that?
No.
And even in that offense, sir, so the pattern here is, oh yeah, well, she was my ex-girlfriend. I was with somebody new and she just made that up because I told her I couldn't be with her anymore. There's a pattern. You really need to accept responsibility for the harm that you caused to these victims.
And ma'am,
especially if you intend to better yourself, sir. Or else you'll be right back here with another. 10 years of special parole is not easy. And people are going to look at you and know exactly what it is that you've done. Why? Because you are going to be a registered sex offender. And they're going to say, there he goes. Watch out for him. I don't want my kid around him. That's just the stigma that comes along with that kind of title. So I hope that you, what is that? Eat your Wheaties so you can get your strength up, because guess what? It's not going to be easy.
Hide your wife, hide your kids, hide everybody.
I understand that. The case in 84, I did meet the young lady.
Mm-hmm.
I did not deny anything that happened. We did go in the house. We did make out. And it is true when she told me that she wanted to be together with me,
Mhm.
and I told her I did have a girlfriend,
Mhm.
and I wound up marrying that particular girl that I was with first.
Mhm.
I did say that to her. I did not know that
Stop lying.
I heard her. We both was making out. I never denied.
Obviously, sir, for you to receive 18 months in prison and 4 years of probation, there had to be something there, some assault that took place.
And I did not deny me and her made out. I did not deny that we touched each other. We did. We laid in the bed together, but we never had intercourse.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm all set, sir.
Denied.
All
Next.
right. Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Oh, thank you. It's a difficult case in terms of there seems to be some,
It seemed pretty cut and dry to me.
I don't want to use the word misunderstanding about what's going on in group. I do hear Mr. Pittman take responsibility today for the offense. He served 8 years of the 10 years.
Hell no.
Scott still till 2026.
Give him
He
another
completed
two.
the short-term sex offender program in 2022. He's been working in the laundry, has no other, anger management on his OAP to take. He's got some support in the community. We do have some letters.
This doesn't sound good right here.
For support. I mean, I don't disagree that he has some more work to do. I'm just trying to consider, if it's work that will be done through the sex offender treatment program in the community, which we know starts off with a credibility assessment. He will be on parole. Then he has 10 years of special parole. He's got a lifetime sex offender registry requirement, as well as a protective order with the victim. He does score low for recidivate on both the sex offender static 99 and the regular risk assessment. So although I do think that Mr. Pittman has some more work to do, I am thinking that some of that work would be done in the sex offender treatment program in the community, which I think is, I think we know, is a very rigid program and will really get to the meat of things.
Please,
So
I want that.
I am.
Okay.
Shut your
I'm
mouth.
sorry.
Shut your
I'd like to
mouth.
hear what my colleagues have to say, but I'm thinking that might be the most reasonable direction to go today.
Thank you. Board Member Page.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Palmer, I appreciate your, what you spelled out. And, I think for many of the reasons that you're stating, I am feeling the opposite.
Yeah, okay.
All
right.
This is not his first time of offending in this way. I throughout the entire file, he denied this up until he got his hearing. And, not his hearing, I'm sorry, until he spoke with Officer Logan. And now he says, I admit it. And we're not here to determine guilt or innocence or whether, I just don't feel, I don't believe that he has established enough change that will make me feel comfortable saying, okay, let me give him this opportunity out in the community to go out there and continue working on it. I don't feel that. If he knew exactly what he was doing with this child and continued to do it for a number of years, taking advantage of his being alone with her. And I mean, the manipulation is the piece that I'm struggling with as well. So I don't see the change that I would have needed to see to support his discretionary parole. His criminal history is also very concerning to me. And the nature of this offense, as we discussed with the last, it's too much for me. So it's a no for me.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Come on, another no. Give us another no. I wish they would take public feedback for these hearings.
The other sexual assault that was talked about here was from at least 40 years ago.
It was.
He has a history.
And in terms of being outside, there's some other offenses there. None of them were sentenced to incarceration.
Don't let him out.
He's taken the program. He needs to continue in programming. I'm looking for, like, in this particular case, suitability. Get out there in a halfway house, in counseling, in anger management, in treatment for problem sexual behavior.
I called and told him to have him check for 5 up.
And see, I don't know that with the low score on the static 99, the low score overall. I
just say no. Don't do it.
It's like I don't see where the risk.
Let's lock him up with a room with you. Let's see if there's a risk.
Where the risk is to a point where Mr. Pittman should sit there until 2026.
Hell yeah. I
mean, it is his sentence.
Yeah.
I do go back. He's served approximately 8 years. He's been disciplinary free. His does have the sexual assault in 1985, which is a considerable long time ago. I can't help but think that to get to the bottom of this, a credibility assessment and treatment with special services in the community is where the work is really, where this is all going to be. It's all going to come out. He's going to have no way around it, no way to deny, admit, minimize. It's all going to be out there. So I do think with his
especially now that it's on YouTube.
The 10 years of special TikTok. Parole, and he's done the programs. He has no disciplinary reports. He can go to the halfway house where he's monitored. That's I think where the change is going to happen is through those programs.
So what would we have him do?
Halfway house, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors,
GPS,
no contact with the victim MC. He's a mental health 2. I don't know if it would be appropriate to do a mental health evaluation and assessment, but
I have anger management. I don't have a risk.
Okay. And anger management.
Anger management, man. They need to give some
so let me just cover that
therapy.
One more time. Halfway house, mental health evaluation.
I think I often think it's covered through
leave that up to CTPSB. So community-based treatment for anger management. Problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission. No contact with victim MC.
MC,
so
yes.
Where we are. All right, so regarding Michael Pittman, 131948, move to grant parole on or after January 20th.
Yes.
Is that correct? January 20th, 2025, with the following stipulations. Halfway house placement, community-based treatment for anger management, for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim MC. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
And by a majority vote, Mr. Pittman, you've been voted to parole. He's going to go out into a halfway house and deal with the Center for Treatment for Problem Sexual Behavior. And, it's expected that you get it right.
Look at him wanting
Right?
to smile. Look at him.
Thank you.
Look at
Yes,
him
I
wanting to
understand.
smile. He's already probably thinking what he wants to do when he gets
Now,
out.
can I ask one question?
No, you can ask no
Yep.
questions. Shut your mouth.
When you says, no contact with minor without parole, officer, permission,
They'll
Does that
explain
mean-
that to you.
huh?
They'll explain that to you.
Okay,
What it means is that you can't have contact with minors unless your
Including your
parole-
grandchildren.
unless your parole officer approves it.
okay,
No
Nah,
contact.
look at him. He looks devastated now. He ain't
Right?
smiling no more.
understand.
This concludes the parole hearing for Michael Pittman, 131948. You're all set, Mr. Pittman.
Thank you.
You
Have
get
a
all
good
your
day.
paperwork next week.
All right, thank you.
Basura. Basura. And that means trash in English.
I will take Mr. Pride, please.
Mr.
Pride?
Pride, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
thank
David
you.
Pride. Man, you know what? I definitely, hopefully, on the weekend I'm gonna work. I'm gonna go ahead and get some new sound effects. I'm gonna do that, the toilet flushing with some pooping sounds when this trash gets found suitable for parole. Definitely, I thought they were gonna deny him, but man, I don't know how that, like being in that type of job, I don't know how these board members are able to sleep at night. I would have kept them in there the last 2 years, max him out. All right, so man, let me pull up the next individual coming up. Hopefully, I'm hoping it's not another one of these. I think this would be. I think so far today it's only been like one or two that haven't had those type of charges. Everybody else has been all bad. What was the name again? Was it David Pride? Let's see, David Pride. Let's look him up before he pops up on the screen and see if he's just like a regular old criminal or if he's one of those special ones. And I'll put up the information on that streaming platform, the one with the red logo and the white triangle. And for those of you guys that are on the TT side, I want to see everything that's happening. If you jump over to the other streaming platform, you could see everything that's happening. And let me look him up really quick before they call up or they speak the charges, so we know what we're getting into beforehand. Just bear with me here. My Twitter fingers are they're not the fastest here. My word per minute typing is probably like 1 word a minute, so just bear with me. Let's see. Evading responsibility for serious injury. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, hopefully it's not behind a paywall, because
Good
man.
afternoon, Mr. Pride.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Warrants and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Panel member Page, good afternoon, sir.
Deborah Smith Palmieri?
Oh
Good
no,
afternoon.
another one.
Please state your name and inmate number for the
Oh,
record.
David Pride, 350-211.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David Pride, 350-211. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, executed suspended after serving 9 years, followed by 15 years probation for sexual assault second, victim age 13 to 15, and the actor is more than 3 years older. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 10, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the Track 1 sex offender program, and he's currently participating in Tier 2, which ends on November 29, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Mr. Pryor, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, first if I had a chance, I would ask for forgiveness. And I feel like I've been working on myself. I take responsibility of my actions and my crime. I know what I did was wrong, and I'm paying for it. And the programs I've been getting to have been helping me work and better myself and my thinking. The support group I have now in my life, I just know I can fall back on and will help me proceed when I'm in the world.
All set, Mr. Pride?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've read about your background and what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in, and based upon that, we have some questions for you.
Yes.
We're going to go around the table and ask questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
All right.
And we're going to start questions today with Board Member Page.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So, Mr. Pride, I appreciate your opening comments. I appreciate your apologizing to the victim for the harm you may have caused her. And I also appreciate your accepting responsibility for your actions. Just to let you know, this exercise that this hearing is being conducted to determine your suitability. And I make that statement because a lot of times, offenders will sit in that chair and try to tell us that they're innocent or they're, and that's not our job. That's not our role. We're not here to determine your innocence or guilt. Okay? So
Yes.
Based on your conviction and based on the documents that we've reviewed, in our eyes, you committed this offense. Okay. So now, that said, let's move forward. What did you learn in the Sex Offender Treatment Act that will help you prevent this from happening again in the future?
I learned just my thinking errors. I gotta think before I move. I gotta learn that when I'm like stressing or I'm having bad thoughts, I can reach out and speak to someone, call. Like I learned about just.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. And thinking before you act, I think that that's a good thing. It really does have to do with, impulse control.
Yes.
So in this particular case, your victim was a minor, right?
Yes.
And you saw her on the street. How did you know her?
I didn't know her. It was my first time I seen her.
So she was, how did you meet her?
She was standing on the corner of a street in Waterbury, and I walked up and I approached her and I introduced myself, and we started walking and talking.
Okay. And how did she get into your apartment?
She came with me. I asked her if she wanted to chill, and we went to the apartment together.
And did you ask her how old she was?
No.
And do you think you should have?
Yes.
And how do you avoid that in the future? You see a nice girl standing on the corner, she's attractive, what's up, my name is David, nice to meet you.
I'll start with asking her age.
You have to. You don't have a choice at this point.
No, that's a fact.
Right, because, and then, so in this case, if the girl said she was 14, but if she said, I'm 19, what happens next?
No, I would have to see some ID.
BS.
Well, even if you don't ask for identification, you can ask some questions that will let you know whether or not this person's a minor.
No, that's a fact. Well,
when did you graduate from high school? That's a clear indicator.
That's a fact. But with me going through this right now, I need to see. I'm actually got a fiance now, no matter what. But with me going through this right now, I would have to see ID before I ask any other questions.
Well, I'm going to tell you that most 14-year-olds don't have IDs.
Oh, yeah. So if you ain't got an ID, then we can't deal with each other.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's fine by me. But I do want you to know that 14-year-olds cannot consent to sex.
And
So
that's
you see
why I
you're
take responsibility in all my actions. I know
Good.
that's wrong.
That's good. And it may have been thinking a little more clearly if you weren't taking e-pills and smoking marijuana.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, you guys use all this mind-altering stuff, and then you make poor decisions, and then you wonder why. Kills your brain cells.
Files our judgments.
Yeah, exactly. Lowers your inhibitions. You know what that means? That's what you said. Like, it makes you feel less accountable. Listen, I'm drunk. I can get behind this car and drive because guess what? You know, if I hit something, I'll just say I'm drunk. I mean, I'm making that up, but that's the kind of thing. Yeah. And you know, why haven't you completed your GED? Why can't you, if you stop smoking marijuana and the e-pills and get yourself in school?
That's my goal.
Okay.
That's actually one of my goals that I was supposed to attend with my fiance when I get home. That's what we've been working on, and that's one of our main areas that we wanted to do. Because I want to be something, I want to own something, and I can't do that without, you know, getting my GED. So that's definitely one of my goals.
Well, I hope so, Mr. Pride. You know, I understand that you had a very difficult childhood, and that may have really led to some of the decisions that you've made as well, especially with these guns and stuff. And you were already on parole, and you know, I mean, I would thank the higher powers that I wasn't on any of your panels, because if I was, you know, I would have, it would have been ugly. I would just say that. But I'm happy though that, you know, you've gone in there, you've taken appropriate programs, you're still in prison though, smoking marijuana. I don't understand why. And not taking, you know, going to school or whatever. And go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask how to elaborate on that.
Go ahead.
Well, no. When I first came in, yeah, I was stressed out from being in jail for what I was going through, and that's what led me to just smoke a little piece. And I know that wasn't right, and I had to learn from that. And then once I found out that my fiance had cancer, it was a little stress on me. And
Mr. Pride,
yes.
Do you know that everyone in this room experiences stress?
No, that's what I was about to get to. Yes.
And do you know that unfortunately some of us get cancer, and we have ailments, I'll say, and we also experience death in our families. None of us are immune to none of us are exempt to that. You have to learn how to deal with life differently.
And that's what I've been working on. That's what I've been working.
It's crazy. Marijuana is not going to make the situation any different. Heroin is not going to make it any different. You're just poisoning yourself. You know, I mean, to each his own. I know marijuana is legal, but you're not going to be able to do that on parole either. Or probation. And you got 15 years of that. So you might as well give the marijuana up.
No, that's a fact.
Anyway, all right. I know you talked about your girlfriend out in the community. I also see your dad is sick, but he's still out there for you. You have some siblings. Listen, sounds like you have some support in the community. You just have to go out and make better choices. Yeah.
That's why I'm waiting for
and
my
that's
chance.
up to you. It's all up to you.
For my chance. That's a fact.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thanks for the help.
Mr. Pride, you're in the Tier 2 program now. How many classes have you done?
So far, been, I want to say 4 or 5.
All right. Have you ever done a tier program before?
No, I did Voices and Good Intentions. I also did the AVP program here too.
Before?
No, now. I just finished it last month. I just finished it last month. I thought it was supposed to have been there.
Excellent.
It is here.
All right, I have a little question mark there. Excellent. All right, in prior incarcerations, Have you done the tier programs or addiction services?
I had their voices and I had their good intentions, bad choices.
Okay, so this tier program is new for you.
Yes.
Yeah, what do you think? Is it helping at all?
So far, the people that we have read up on and saw the video on is there's a lot of inspiration. A lot of people that have been through things that I've been through that I know this is not where I should be, and helping me think about where I could be.
All right. You know what my big takeaway from reading your file was? Is that you have no structure to your life. You have no schedule, no place you needed to be. So I would encourage you to make that part of your release plan, is figuring out how you're going to structure your day.
That's definitely one of my plans. I want to find a sponsor that I know I could help and I could call to help me get myself active and into programs and, you know, situations I could be better at, not being in the streets.
And there's a lot you can do just for yourself. Set your alarm, get up early, get your day going. Don't sit and play video games or in front of the television, waiting for the day to come to you. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a young guy. You should not be sitting in jail or behaving in this way.
That's a fact. Never again.
All right, Mr. Pride, good luck. Structure, schedules.
Thank you for the knowledge.
Okay. Board Member Page.
So coming in, Sir Chair, I had a question mark for Mr. Pride. You know, I was concerned about his behavior. I was concerned about the fact that he was actually on parole when he committed this offense. I was concerned about the disciplinary infractions. I mean, I guess it's safe to say I was concerned.
Yeah, scores high.
Yes. But after speaking with him, it really does sound as if he has gained some insight. He understands that what he did was wrong. He even accepted responsibility for his actions. He doesn't have a history of committing these types of offenses. He does have a very tumultuous childhood, which explains some of the decisions that he's made. And I'm just hoping that now as an adult, he can really be a little more proactive and make better choices going forward. He has this girlfriend that he has out in the community and supporting. And I'm sure, I think a woman makes, you know, some changes, some differences, having a, you know, an intimate partner in your life. So maybe hopefully she'll keep him on the straight and narrow. And if not, like I said, he has a very long time of supervision to follow his incarceration. He's not even done until 29 on this bid. So he has a lot at stake here. Nonetheless, I would support his request for discretionary parole to get the ball rolling. So he can go out there, get his fees, do something more constructive with his life.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
I have nothing to add. He's got 10 years on the sex offender registry and 15 years probation, as pointed out.
Okay.
He's got a lot of supervision.
No alcohol, halfway house, problem sexual behavior, no minors, and no victim.
And
And it will be DR.
yep. Is that all you have?
That's all I have there.
Regarding David Pride, 350211, I moved to grant parole on or after February 15th. Is that correct?
Yeah.
February 10th?
Yeah, no, so. Yeah. And so Chair, while you're making a motion, we want him to finish that here he's on. Not a continue, he's just a recommendation. It's February 10th.
Okay, so regarding David Pride, 350211, move to grant parole on or after February 10th, 2025, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim DR. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Pride, you've been voted to parole. However, the one thing that might not go so well is if you don't finish that program and you get a ticket for it, you're going to be coming back to see us because we're going to have to make possibly a different decision. Right?
Yeah, yes.
So that's what we have, Parole Officer Logan.
Listen, you better use those tears for good. For real. Go out there. Don't make sure who thought that we made the right choice, sir. If we believe in you, you gotta believe in yourself.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
This concludes the parole hearing for David Fry, 250211. You're all set, Mr. Fry. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Torres, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Was that fast enough for you, sir?
Quite frankly, the next firm, so you have none.
Good afternoon, Mr. Torres.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Cole.
Panel Member Page, good afternoon, sir.
Deborah Palmieri?
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Manuel Torres, 276117.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Manuel Torres, 276117. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, executed suspended after serving 9 years, followed by 20 years probation for sexual assault first, victim less than the age of 13 after more than 2 years older, 4 counts of illegal sexual contact, victim less than 16, 2 counts of sexual assault first, use of force or threat, 2 counts of sexual assault second, victim between the ages of 13 to 15 after more than 3 years older, and sexual assault fourth, victim less than 18, the actor is the guardian. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for life. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 27, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender programs, voices, and he received his CDL permit. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Torres, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity, and secondly, I feel that I made a major mistake in my life, but ever since that situation, I've done everything possible to
do the right thing, you know, and I've done every program. I've done everything that was ever asked of me. I turned myself in the next day when the warrant came out. I was on pretrial supervision, never violated. Everything that was ever asked, I've done, you know, and I've been, you know, while I've been incarcerated, I haven't had any tickets, no issues. I've had a job. I've done absolutely everything within my means and possible to better myself and you know, try to correct and make my situation better and do the right thing. You know, I try to do the right thing right from the beginning. And I even graduated from the CDL program. The instructor said that I was the first one to graduate from that program. I've everything that was ever asked of me, I've done the right thing, you know. Other than that, I mean, I wrote something. I don't know if
Go ahead and read it.
Okay.
Did anybody catch his name? This guy, this new one? So I could pull up his info.
All right. So this is the way I wrote it. I'm sorry. I want to give a little brief on it because the way I wrote it, it was like if you guys ever asked me if I had a question, you know. So it was more like, you know, going off of that, if you guys asked me that if I had a question, it was so my question is, do I have to be that guy for the rest of my life?
Absolutely.
You know, but please wait. Please really think about the question.
Nothing to think about.
Give it some thought.
Hell no.
Is society going to force me to be that guy for the rest of my life?
You put yourself in that box.
Will I get an opportunity to be somebody better, somebody productive, somebody worth knowing, somebody that can be helpful to others, and maybe make a positive difference in somebody's life, and maybe be able to show my kids that yes, while we are all human and make mistakes, and that is not about how we fall, because at some point in time, everyone takes a fall.
Not
it's
like
how
that.
strongly you get back up to make sure you never fall that same way again. And you know, I also want to say that I know I made a mistake, you know.
It's not a
If
mistake.
there was any way that I could make it better for all of us, then that's what I would want, you know, that's what I would want for everybody, not just for me, just to make the whole situation better for everyone around me, everyone involved. I you know, I let myself down, I let my family down.
What about the victim?
I want to make up for that. You know, I want to do the right thing. I've been trying to do the right thing since day one. And it hasn't been easy, but I've done the best that I can in everything that was asked of me. And obviously you guys can see that I follow the rules because I don't have any tickets and I never violated the almost 3 years of pretrial supervision. I never violated that. You guys never got any trouble from me after, you know. So I just want to do the right thing. I want to get back. My kids are struggling right now with financial situation. My mom is having health issues. My dad is having health issues. And this could mean the difference between me being able to see them still, you know, at least she's a little more okay, but he's not, you know, and this might make the difference of me being able to see them, you know, see him at least, you know, alive or not. And I just want to do the right thing. And that's all I've been doing ever since. I never want to spend another second in another prison. I'm not a troublemaker. I don't have any drug issues.
You're a model citizen.
I made the biggest mistake of my life, and I regret it, and I'm sure I'll be regretting it for the rest of my life. But I know that me finding a reason to end up back in the prison, that's not gonna happen. I regret it. I regret it.
He's only been down 2 years out of 9.
I hope that I get an opportunity to show you guys different, you know, that I can be, you know, that I can be somebody successful. I have employment opportunities that were offered to me in the trucking. If
if you guys grant me this, then it falls in the correct timeline for me to finish my road test out there.
Oh, what a
Because
coincidence.
we can't take the road test in here.
Mhm.
And the time falls within my permit expiring in the next 3 or 4 months. So it gives me enough time if I get granted this to make it and finish complete the course while I'm out there and get right to work and help my family out and try to just better my life and better everybody around me.
No, yeah, I don't think so.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Torres,
Thank you.
for your opening statement. And what we're going to do here is we've read about your background, what you've done during this incarceration,
Okay.
about this offense, and based upon that, we have some questions for you.
Okay.
When we're done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So one of the things that I really want to start with is the victim in the case.
Yes.
And, it's important for me to understand that you have some kind of understanding about what they've gone through.
Yes.
What possibly they have gone through.
Absolutely.
And can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, when I say I failed myself, but I failed them more, because most of my pain comes from understanding their side of the situation, and the effect it took on them. I wish there was a way that I could make that better. And
You can.
and change that for everybody, especially for them. And I just hope that somewhere down the line, their situation can get better instead of them having to because I'm living with the regret.
No.
And I don't want to see anybody else suffer on my behalf. So I understand, and from the programs, I got a better understanding of the negative effects that it has on them.
Okay, so if you're living with the regret, what do you think they're living with?
It's got to be. I understand. It's got to be terrible. It's got to be terrible, and it's got to be.
Terrible how?
I mean, I would hope that it's not something that they carry in their mind all the time, because I don't think that's a healthy thing. So I hope that some way, somehow, if there was any way that I could contribute to making things better, I would do it, whatever it takes.
Right.
But
I'm not trying to get at that. What I'm trying to get at is if you can understand what they could possibly be going through.
I understand. I haven't told many people this, but I've been a victim myself.
Yeah.
So I understand.
So you understand. So what do you think they're going through?
Probably the same thing I went through, and
what was that?
Just I've never spoke about this, so I mean, I've mentioned it, but I've never been ready to really talk about it. So it's not easy for me. I'm sorry, but I'm guessing that they're in the same shoes as me. Like as in, it dwells in your mind. You think about all kinds of things that could have changed the situation. Things you could have did different. And for me, it's just regret that we even got to that moment, and we got to that situation. So I just wish them the best. And if you could see from my record, I've never tried to bother them. I never tried to.
I'm not claiming that at all.
Yeah.
So do you think that they would have relationship problems?
I think yes. I think it causes issues in every department. I think it does, because you live with the mistrust, issues, you know, most of the time thinking that somebody has an alternative motive, you know. You live with many different issues over it, you know, like besides regret, I guess, you know. Well, yeah, you just you carry it, you know, you carry it. It's always lingering there. It's gonna affect every aspect of your life at some point.
And that's important to think about, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So you took part in the short-term sex offender program at the facility.
Yes, sir.
And the report that we have is that you were a solid participant. So
Yes, sir.
you took part in the group, you talked about things that you needed to talk about. You gave support to other incarcerated people who were taking the program as well.
Yes, sir.
What did you come away from the program with?
You know, being in the program, it opened my eyes to see more of what they're going through than what I was going through. So it made me more conscious of the effects the situation had on the victim in a way that, you know, it's going to be a long-term effect instead of, you know, like, you can't just say it's going to be something that somebody's going to forget or move past, because you would hope that would be the case for everybody because it would benefit everybody, but it's not the case, you know. There's going to be lingering effects, you know.
Did you discover why it is that you did what you did?
I had a lot of things going on at the time. And I don't want to put excuses, you know. I made the biggest mistake in my life, and I regret it from day one. And if there was any way that I could go back and fix that, that would be my only wish for, you know, to benefit everybody. But I can't do that.
I believe you, but
yeah.
What did you discover as to why you engaged in this behavior?
I just think at the time I was, and again, I don't want it to sound like an excuse, but at the time I was just living my life too fast. You know, I had too many things going on at once, and I didn't know how to act. Yes, I had 2 concussions that I suffered from at that time that never got treated. I was a professional fighter, and then I had an accident where I hit a tree. So I had that going. I lost my sister, who was a second mom to me, right around that same time. And then I was dealing with the rising fame, where I had a bunch of people around me that were not there for the right reasons, and just, you know, like pushing me to be this person. Oh, you know, you're this big tough guy and this and that, and you're a fighter. And then I just didn't know how to break down and cry and ask for help. I didn't know how to do any of that, you know, at the time. I was just like, I had to live this life that I'm making so much money and I'm fighting, and, you know, I'm getting famous. And now all of a sudden I have all these people around me that are just pushing me to go even faster, you know, and never had the chance to slow myself down and understand that it was a bunch of toxicity around me. Even the relationship I was in, that's how I was connected to the victim. It was through the relationship that was toxic. You know, she was, you know, I don't want to say anything negative about her, but, you know, the spouse that I was with, because out of respect for them, I don't want to say anything negative, but it was just toxic. And the only issues I've ever had in my life since I was young, it was with that spouse from the beginning, since we got together. It was just a toxic situation.
So if you know what that is, what did you learn about how to deal with that in the future?
I know that, you know, I have to slow myself down. I'm only human. I'm a regular man like any other man. If I need help, if I get to the situation where I feel overwhelmed or frustrated, I have to take that second to know that maybe I might have to reach out to somebody. Maybe I might have to talk to somebody and you know, have somebody give me some advice, or maybe even see somebody and just just to set me back on the right track, you know, and just center me again, you know, just put me back on track, because I just had too much going on and I was afraid to break down. I was afraid to break down, and now I know that I don't have to fear that. If I need a break or I just need to, you know, put everything on hold, I can do that. I have no issues. I know that this is not who I am. This is not where I want to be. I want to do the right thing. I want to help people. I want to help the people around me. I've always done it. I made the biggest mistake of my life and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I just need an opportunity to be a better person. And I know that now if I need the help where I'm feeling overwhelmed for some reason, I know that I can reach out to somebody. I can speak to somebody, and it's not gonna take anything away from me by doing that, you know? Like before, I thought like, I thought that it would, you know, devalue me having to speak to somebody or feeling that I need somebody's advice, where now I understand that sometimes you need somebody.
Okay, that's it's incredibly important.
Yes, sir.
To be able to understand that we can ask for help.
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't, especially in your case, it doesn't make us look weak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
And it's a good job with CDL program. And you want to come out to a halfway house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you know that you have to do, community-based treatment for problem section behavior out here.
Yes, sir.
Right. So whether that's on parole or probation, you're going to have to engage in that. So
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pass it on and see if any other board members have other questions.
They better have questions. We got all kinds of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. I just want to follow up on a comment that you made in the parole interview. You said that sleeping with a person age 17, you see, I take responsibility for it. And then you say, but I didn't know it was illegal. So is that accurate? You didn't know that it was illegal to sleep with a minor?
At the time when all that was happening and everything was moving too fast, I wasn't aware. I thought that for some reason, and I know ignorance is not an excuse. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. I wasn't aware. I knew it was more. I had a feeling it was morally wrong. I didn't know that it was at 17. It was legally wrong. You know, and we're talking about this was a long time ago too. So
Well,
I wasn't.
2011, right? That's what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so you're in your mid 30s, early 30s at that point.
Yes.
You know, I have a note that to myself that says common sense would tell you
Yes.
that 17 years old is too long, it's too young to have a relationship with. Or
Yeah.
have any kind of sexual interaction with.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I wasn't sure that if it was or it wasn't because I've always heard before that, I've always heard that if a person was 16, they could make their own decision. And I didn't know how that worked. It ain't like it was something that I planned. So, you know, obviously I didn't do any research on it because it wasn't anything that I planned ahead of time. So I didn't know. But after the fact, that's when it came to my mind that, you know, I didn't know what the legality on that was after the situation occurred. I didn't know, you know, but like I said, it's not an excuse. I know I messed up and I'm going to have to live with that, you know, for the rest of my life. And I know I made the mistake, and I know that ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
Right. And then I just want to ask, so you mentioned a couple of times you were out on bond or a promise to appear?
Yes, I was out on bond waiting for
Okay.
trial because I got my case overturned.
Right, we have
Yeah.
that information. So
Yeah.
my question is, while you were out on bond waiting for your case to come back around, were you
Yes.
doing any treatment, participating in any kind of programs?
I didn't participate in any programs because I didn't know where this was going to go,
Sure.
where the whole thing was going to go, and my lawyer never advised me to, so
Okay.
I didn't. You know, looking back at it now, I probably should have, but you know, I didn't. There's no
Okay.
really no,
And
you know.
I'm not, you know, asking
Yeah.
positive or negative, just some people, you know, it's very stressful. So you might
Yes.
see a mental health provider,
Yes.
you know, or seek some kind of services to help you deal with
Yes.
stress or get a head start on sex offender treatment. But, you know, like you said, you were in the community for a while and seemed to have me trouble while you were waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, that's the thing that I was gonna say, that even then, I knew that I never wanted to make the situation worse. I never wanted to, you know, I didn't want any contact. I didn't want any trouble. I wanted to stay on the opposite side of wherever they were at, because I didn't want to cause any issues or you know, any friction or anything. I wanted to do the right thing from the beginning. The officer called me. I turned myself in the next day, the next morning. And ever since then, I've done everything that was ever asked of me. And I was on 3 years on the pretrial supervision, never violated. So, you know, that shows you right there that I can follow the rules. I made a big mistake.
You have no disciplinary reports. You know, you
No.
have a lifetime requirement for the sex offender registry, and there's a protective order until 2099 that you can have no contact with the victim.
Yeah, I understand. And that's okay with me. Yeah. You
Well,
know,
it is what it is.
Yes,
So
yes,
it's not a question whether or not you agree with it.
no,
or not.
yes.
It is what it is, okay?
Understandable.
And there are
Yes.
very strict requirements on both pieces.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Torres.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Board Member Page. Thank you. So
What do you guys think? Suitable? Not
We
suitable?
have
Throw away the
a,
key? Keep him for life?
full date of 11/29, 11/27, 11/27, 24. The end of sentence is 4/14/25. Then goes out into probation. He had a solid report from short-term treatment. He's done the CDL program, can test when he gets out. Wants to go to a halfway house in Hartford or Waterbury. He, you know, there's a lot here.
Yeah.
A lot here. But as this is an 85% sentence, having him go out between November and April to a halfway house as a transition, so that he can get out to probation and begin to try to do what he's doing, as well as taking the programming in the community for problem sexual behavior. I think it's important. So I would support his parole in this case.
I would support his parole as well.
What?
You know, he's had no disciplinary reports. He's done the appropriate programming. He does score low on all the risk assessments. Addressed, there were no high risk factors or needs. Everything, he scored low on all of those as well. He does have the 20 years of probation, lifetime sex offender registry, the opportunity for employment at a couple of places, none of them verified, but there are a few places that he's identified for employment, has support in the community. There were letters submitted on his behalf. So I would also be willing to grant discretionary parole today.
Board Member Page.
I agree.
I have halfway house, problem sexual behavior, no contact minors without parole officer's permission, no contact with JV.
And I also had a porn restriction, the question mark, only because I think the BAC said that he showed her porn. It was not in the sex offender evaluation. I just don't want them to come back and say, you know, he showed her porn, he bribed her.
It was one of the elements of the offense, it said. So we can add it, they can come back and have it removed also.
Yep. Regarding Manuel Torres, 276-117, I move to grant parole on or after November 27th, 2024, with the following conditions: halfway house placement, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and no contact with victim JB. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Torres, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. And we wish you well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're all
I
set, Mr. Torres.
I
You'll get
definitely
all
need
the
to work on
paperwork
those
next week.
toilet
This
to those
includes the
toilet
parole
effect
hearing for
sounds.
Manuel Torres, 276-117. It also concludes the Brooklyn Correctional parole hearings. It is 2:39 p.m.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Don't trip on the way out.
You're all set.
If I learned anything today is that
We're all set?
that you have a better
That should be
chance of.
everyone?
That's it? No. That's it? Nah, hell no, they're still going on. If I learned anything today is that
I'm sorry.
that you
I
have
had
a
you on
better
mute.
chance of
My
getting out
apologies.
if you
That's
got one
all
of these
them,
messed
right?
up cases.
Because you can keep everything on, it'll turn off by itself. Thank you so much for your help.
Have a good day.
You as well. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you for nothing. Thank you for letting all these pervs out. Hide your kids, hide your children, hide your husbands, hide your wives, because the streets in Connecticut just got a little bit more dangerous. Now what? This is weird. It shows that the stream is still going. Let me see here. I'm gonna speed it up a bit. Oh man. Connecticut. No bueno. Is that it? Let me see. Oh, okay. That's it. That's it for today for Connecticut. Oh no, hold on. I got one more stream. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a small little break right now. But you know what? Hold on. Let me just I'm gonna swap it over really quick so we could see we could get it going on the other one. Let me see window capture. Give me one moment and let me set it up for the other one. Today they had two of them going on. 5 hours. How long have we been on? Damn, we've been almost on for 6 hours. No wonder my wife was looking at me like. That was Brooklyn. Let's see this one. This is a river coat. I can't even pronounce that word right now. Let me see here. Thanks for streaming for us. Hey, you guys got it. The only thing I ask, if you guys are in here, I would highly appreciate if you guys could give me some thumbs up so we could get into the algorithm and get us out there into the social media universe, if you will. I don't ask for any money, any donations. I just want to spread the message. Let me see here. Okay, I'm checking out the other okay, they got one. We got one. Let me see here. I'll put it up on the screen now. 25. Okay. Coming right up. We're coming right up my my people here. Let me see. Get it going. I'll put it up on the screen. And let's go. The event will begin in a moment or two here. And we'll just go ahead and keep on running it. We got a good amount of people in here. We got 50 on each side. So we got about a little bit over 100 people combined. If you want to combine the numbers, we got about 100 people watching right now from both sides.
Morning.
There it is.
Good morning. Your camera's not on. Okay, there you go.
Oh, you know what?
Thank you.
Let me pull up his name.
Mr. McLennan?
Get out. We'll come and get you, okay?
Good
Good
morning.
morning, sir. We're here today for your revocation hearing, so we're gonna get started with that, okay?
I'll put him up on the
Yes.
screen in a moment. Just give me a moment. I just want to pull up his information or whoever's going to come on today. Today, this is Connecticut. This would be the second hearing.
Good morning, I am Parole Officer Meissner, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
This is a revocation hearing concerning McClellan Keith, number 162092, today, September 27, 2024. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Cheshire Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing. Public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Keith Thurman McLennan, 162092.
You have counsel here today. Can you please identify yourself?
Good morning, Public Defender Robert Famicletti of the Parole Revocation Unit.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact of each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is. The better weighted evidence must establish that, more probable than not, the allegation is true. If I do not find there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole and release you back on parole supervision. If I find you violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation is given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify additional confinement. This is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge, state your appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present relevant testimony. After presenting all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find you violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to you back on the history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
No.
The important rights today, you right to have an attorney present, you have counsel here. You have right to receive the written notice, charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to view the evidence against you, right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine diverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Yes, I have one question. One of the charges, I did have permission to leave. I had a pass.
We're going to get into that. Well, I'm going to let you speak. So that's not now, though. So we're now going to review the charge, state your PO is bringing against you, and the information underlying each charge. So I will note that there was no findings at the preliminary hearing made on charge 2, part 1. No findings made on charge 4. So we're taking into consideration charge 1 on release section GPS. You're charging officer reported on 3/7/24. GPS unit battery shut down at 2 a.m. and remained shut down until 5:15 a.m. resulting in 3 hours, 15 minutes at your exact location could not be verified by your parole officer. You signed a misconduct for your behavior and your period of GPS monitoring was extended. Charge 2 under curfew, part 2 states on 7/6/24, your parole officer was notified you had missed your 9 p.m. curfew at your residence and you did not return to your only parole approved residence for approximately 48 hours. Your parole officer directed you via text message to return to your residence, which you ignored, remained unaccountable overnight. You proceeded to allow your GPS unit battery to shut down on 7/7/24. Upon reporting to the parole officer on 7/8, you admitted using cocaine on 7/6 and then voluntary admission form and testing that use. Signing misconduct for your behavior referred to the App Foundation for Inpatient Substance Use Treatment. Charge 3 under police direction program participation. You're charging off support on 7/15/24. Your parole officer was notified by App Foundation staff that you had gotten into confrontation with another program client and observed you yelling in the client's face, raising your cane to strike him, hanging up the client's phone call, and physically threatened to harm him. Staff entered the area and had to separate you from the other client. This behavior violates threatening second degree as your behavior attempts to place on the person in fear of imminent serious physical injury, as well as disorderly conduct as your behavior intended to cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, as well as engaged in fight or in violent, tremulous, or threatening behavior. As a result of your actions, you were unskillfully discharged from the App Foundation. Charge 5, under obey all laws, obedience to the law. Your charging officer reported on 7/15/24. Your PO was notified by App Foundation staff you've gotten into a confrontation with another program client and observed you yelling in the client's face, raising your cane to strike him, hanging up the client's phone call, and physically threatened to harm him. Staff entered the area and had to separate you from the other client. This behavior violates threatening second as your behavior attempts to place another person in fear of imminent serious physical injury, as well as disorderly conduct as your behavior intends to cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, as well as engages in fighting or violent, tremulous, or threatening behavior. Charge 6, under obey all laws drugs, charging officer reported on 6/13/24 during unannounced home visit. You rendered a urine sample that was preliminary positive for cocaine. The sample was sent out for lab analysis, which confirmed you used cocaine. You signed a misconduct and voluntary admission form for your behavior. You referred for a relapse prevention substance use treatment. On 7/6/24, your PO was notified you had missed your 9 p.m. curfew at your residence. You did not return to your only parole approved residence for approximately 48 hours. Upon reporting to your PO on 7/8, you admitted to using cocaine on 7/6 and signed a voluntary admission form attesting to that use, signed a misconduct for your behavior, and referred to the App Foundation for inpatient substance use treatment. And the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit A, special parole agreement; B, remand to actual custody order; C, notice of parole violation; D, parole violation report; E, App Foundation incident report; F, offender misconduct; G, hospital discharge summaries; H, Apple rehab discharge summary; I, voluntary admission form; J, premier lab results; K, GPS monitoring agreements; L, CT general statutes; M, video evidence; N, Apple rehab email correspondence; O, GPS shutdown evidence; P, BOPP rev summaries; Q, physical therapy treatment encounter note; R, Rockville Hospital UA results; S, Rushford initial assessment; and T is Apple rehab sign out logs. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents I marked, and did you review them?
Yes.
And counsel has filed the following exhibit that is pre-marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 1, which is list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No, we don't.
We don't have any witnesses today, so it's now defense's opportunity. If you'd like to speak at this time.
Regarding the preponderance standard, there were no findings as to the charges that I would make comments to. However, charge 5, obey the law. There was absolutely no arrest in this case. The police weren't consulted. It takes two to tango. I believe that if the law actually had been broken, my client would have been arrested. There's two sides to this story. He's claiming he never raised his cane to strike anyone. He never struck anyone. There was no violence. And I don't believe it meets the preponderance of the evidence standard as to disobeying the law. No comment as to any other charges regarding the preponderance standard.
Thank you. And I do want to note that on the part 2, I believe, of the drugs, there's part 1, part 2.
Yes.
At the time, no findings made on the curfew part. That doesn't meet the element. So that I'm not taking that part of that charge, just the drug use.
Correct.
So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to announce my findings. So on charge 1, I do find you violated condition GPS based on the evidence that was provided, F, K, and O. On charge 2, I find you violated condition curfew, part 2, based on the evidence provided, F and K. On charge 3, I find you violated condition program participation. This is based on the evidence that was provided, M and E. As I said before, no finding was made at the time of the prelims for part 4. On charge 5, I find you violated conditional bail laws, obedience to the law, based on the evidence that was provided, E, M, and L, which includes the video showing you raising a cane at the other individual. Charge 6, I do find you violate additional bail laws, drugs, based on the evidence that was provided. Part 1 is F and J, part 2 is F and I. As I said previously, no finding was made on curfew violation at the time of the prelim hearing for that charge. So that includes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before we make recommendation, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. And I'm not sure if you want to speak when he's done speaking, if you'd like to speak as well. Is that?
Yes, I would.
So I'm going to swear you in under oath then, so you can speak when he's done with his part. So can you please raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear, solemnly affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning the case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, so defense, would you like to at this time?
Yes, my client is 53 years of age. He's had a medical disability, receiving disability since 2018. He receives significant familial support from his sister, his niece, his oldest brother, and numerous other aunts and cousins. Unfortunately, 2 days before he was released to the community, his mother passed away. And 2 days following that, one of his daughters was removed from her mother's care by DCF. So he's been through some stress of late. He has 5 children. They're all grown except for his 7-year-old son. He also has 4 grandchildren. He received surgery most recently, which required 14 screws and 2 plates to be placed into his ankle. And he's not had those removed as he was remanded the day of his appointment. So he's suffering quite a bit of pain and a burning sensation as a report of still having those screws and plates in his body. Upon reinstatement of parole, he would like to be sponsored by a friend, Roderick Linz in New Britain. He's received treatment in the past while at Community Solutions, CRT, for anger management. And he's also participated in programming once a week at St. Francis Hospital through Zoom, as well as the Fatherhood Engagement Program at Village of Children and Families. He was on parole for approximately 6 months prior to the remand. The remand essentially occurred because of this incident. He was removed from the program and at the App Foundation. There was no violence. There may have been an argument between these two gentlemen, but there was absolutely no injuries to any parties. He's been incarcerated for 2.5 months. He had one GPS shutdown in the middle of the night where I'm sure he was just at the placement for 3 hours and 15 minutes. He didn't know it had shut down at that point in time. He has one curfew violation. We feel that these violations are not sufficiently serious enough to require further incarceration. He's already been in jail for 2.5 months. He'd like to get out, get on with his life, see his family, get this surgery done so he's not in chronic pain. Thank you for your time and consideration. I know he'd like to speak.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, well, good morning. Basically, everything the attorney said is true. The day I got remanded, had a doctor's appointment with the orthopedic surgeons in Hartford Hospital. They was going to schedule my surgery to take these screws out. Right now, I can't put a sneaker on, a boot, or anything. My foot is in tremendous pain. I just hope that I can be released so I can finish taking care of my health. I spoke with Hartford Court yesterday. They're waiting to see what's going to happen with parole. They're going to switch my parole to probation. So I'm just basically trying to go home. My lawyer and the prosecutor are going to talk to the judge. I got the paper right here.
That's Mr. Tucker and State's Attorney Giddings, correct, sir?
Yes, sir. The paper's right here. The judge sent back. So I'm just waiting for that.
I can confirm that as an officer of court that this modification of his sentence is an ongoing proceeding and they're monitoring what's going here.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be either next week or the week after, the attorney said. They're just waiting to see what's going on. My probation is going to be reinstated in Manchester once I go to Hartford Court. So.
Okay.
You know, it was a misunderstanding at the App Foundation. The guy was making threats to me. So he said he was going to hit me with a chair. I defended myself. You know, I didn't hit him. He didn't hit me. Staff came in because he was screaming and yelling, and it was just a misunderstanding. But hearing him say nobody got injured.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
So I have listened to testimony today. I have reviewed evidence submitted by the state. I do want to put on the record, this is your third violation, serving 6 months for your last one for sanction. Your officer recommended a year sanction. You received 4 misconducts since you've been out. It is about 5.5 months you were in the community before coming back again. And it's unfortunate that you have this pattern of non-compliance with treatment because you wind up back here when that happens. Based on this information, as well as the findings, I am going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you be re-paroled for February 14th of 2025. It's about a 7-month period confinement as a sanction. I recommend the following parole conditions: halfway house placement in the event that your sponsor does not work out, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, no contact with your victim LA and JC, behavior management program for anger management and domestic violence and problem sexual behavior treatment. My findings will go on the parole board on October 10th, So the board is going to review the case and they're gonna make the decision on when your referral date would be. Do you have any questions?
So that's fine. So if the prosecutor and the judge take his parole away, this doesn't matter, right?
If the parole no longer ceases to exist, in other words, if parole goes away, then yes, they'll be able to tell you when you're released. Now, you got a 6-month sanction last time. They only gave you a 7-month sanction this time. I know it's still a lot of time in jail, but that's something you can tell the prosecutor. Okay, and tell your defense attorney, if they're monitoring this, that you got 6 months last time, they only gave you 7 months this time, okay? If you have any questions, or if Mr. Tucker has any questions, have him call me, okay?
All right.
All right.
I just
sir.
want to make sure this ain't gonna stop me, because if they say that they taking the parole away, I leave out of court that day.
Okay, I understand that. This should not stop this. If they undo the parole, then there's nothing to hold you.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
You're all set. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, can I have Pagan first, please?
Pagan?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pagan. Yeah.
Good morning, sir, Mr. Pagan.
Good morning.
Morning. We just have to, we have to wait till 9:45, so we'll start in like 2 minutes, okay?
All righty.
All right, sir, we're gonna get started with your revocation hearing, okay?
All right.
Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Meisner, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is revocation hearing concerning Pagan Miguel, number 409412, today is September 27th, 2024. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Colorado Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing. Public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. Please state for me your full name and DOC inmate number for the record.
Miguel Pagan, 409-412.
And you have counsel here today. Please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, thank you. Attorney Sonia Jones, Public Defender's Office, Parole Revocation Unit on behalf of Mr. Pagan.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. State, not you, responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is. The better weight your evidence must establish that, more probable than not, the allegation is true. If I do not have evidence to support a violation or one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole and release you and place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will read the parole violation charge the state your appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present our relevant testimony. After considering all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find you violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
No, ma'am.
You have important rights today. You have right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You have right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes, I did.
You have a right to view the evidence. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses or cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights, and are you ready to move forward?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we'll now review the charge the state your parole officer is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. So charge one is under problem sexual behavior. It states due to, on 5/10/24, you're observed by January Center staff staying on the phone 15 minutes longer than you were supposed to. This is a violation of program rules and regulations. You
How dare he?
You signed misconduct on 6/12/24, acknowledging your behavior. On 6/1/24, during an approved virtual visit, you ended the visit and contacted another person who was denied on your visiting list by parole on 5/3/24. You're notified that she was denied, but still contacted her without January staff's permission. This is a violation of program rules and regulations. You received a client write-up and you cited misconduct on 6/12/24, acknowledging your behavior. On 6/9/24, you're observed by January Center staff using the phone at an unassigned time. This is a violation of the program rules and regulations. You received a client write-up and you signed a misconduct on 6/12/24, acknowledging your behavior. On 7/3/24, you're informed that you could not keep another January Center client's food in your locker. You started yelling at staff using racial slurs and other vulgar language. Violation of program rules and regulations. You received a client write-up and signed it on 7/8/24, acknowledging your behavior. On 7/8/24, while January Center staff was viewing the cameras, you were witness having a virtual visit on 6/24/24. During your virtual visit, there was females exposing her abdomen, butt, and breasts to you. This is a violation of program rules and regulations. You received a client write-up and signed it on 7/8/24, acknowledging your behavior. Based on your actions and multiple write-ups for violating the program rules and regulations, the January Center has unsuccessfully discharged you from the program on 7/9/24, which is a violation of your promise of behavior stipulation. And the state is following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, signed conditions of release; B, remand into custody; C, parole violation report; D, notice of parole violation employee rights; E, the connection discharge sign report; F, the signed connection treatment agreement; G, January Center program participation sign; H, January Center client write-ups proposed; I, offender misconduct with evidence; and J is video from January Center visiting room camera. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and the other documents I marked, and did you review them?
Yes, I did.
And
keep him there till 2025.
Counsel has filed the following exhibit pre-marked for identification purposes. Defense Exhibit 1, list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Do you need to continue the hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No.
We don't have any witnesses today, so it is now defense's opportunity if you'd like to speak at this time.
Thank you. In regards to the program participation charge one, I would just note in regards to the May 5th, 2024 paragraph, that it does appear that my client was given a sanction for that conduct, which was that he lost use of the phone for 3 days, that That sanction was successfully served. In regards to the June 14, 2024 paragraph, my client does maintain that he did not actually have a visit with another person that day, but he was given a sanction for that conduct as well. And that was that he was not allowed to have virtual visits for 2 weeks. And that sanction was served as well. In regards to the July 3rd of 24 paragraph, my client denies using any racial slurs. And he certainly didn't understand that he wasn't allowed to have the food that the other person gave him placed in his bin. In regards to the July 8th, 2024 paragraph, my client maintains that this person that he was communicating with was on his approved list. However, he was not aware that that person was going to expose themselves, and he had no control over that as it's a virtual visit. And I would just note again that in regards to that conduct that's noted on 7.3, my client was also given a sanction and served that sanction as well. Nothing further as to the charges. Thank you. Charge.
So this guy's been down for like since
What I'm
2012.
going to do next is announce my findings. So regarding that charge one, restriction, excuse me, not restriction, additional condition problems for behavior treatment. I do make a finding based on evidence that was provided in support of that charge, which is exhibits E through J. And that includes all dates that were provided. So that includes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before I make a recommendation, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you'd like to.
Yes, thank you. My client is 27 years of age. He's single. He does have one child, an 11-year-old. He receives his primary support from his mother, father, grandmother, as well as his significant other. He's completed the 11th grade. While he was in the community, and I say community only because he was released from incarceration to parole supervision on April 17th of 2024. He was placed at the January Center, and he remained there for approximately 3 months prior to his remand. As noted in those violations, he was given sanctions, and he did serve those sanctions successfully for the conduct that's alleged. This is his first violation of parole. He was not able to develop a work history in the community as he was placed in a residential treatment facility. While he was released to parole supervision, he was obviously at the Connections treatment for problem sexual behavior. He was participating in that programming. It's his intention to return to that programming, and upon successful completion of that programming, he would like to sponsor to his father's house, and that information is contained within Defense Exhibit 1. In addition, he's indicating a second choice of a halfway house location being Hartford. He'd like to further his education by way of obtaining his GED. His goals for when he's released into the community include obtaining his driver's license, permit and license, getting his identification in order, obtaining a car. All of these things will assist his transition back into the community, his successful transition back into the community. He's amenable to all employment opportunities, indicating that he would like to work either a warehouse job or something in the restaurant industry. So we are asking, obviously it's important that he return to this programming. He does need to successfully complete phase 1 of the programming at the January Center. So we would be asking that he be reinstated at the next available date so that he could go back and complete that programming to help him transition back into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. So I've listened to testimony. I have read all the evidence provided by the state. I will put on the record, I do not see prior violations. However, there were 3 misconducts received and 5 write-ups from the January Center within a 2.5 month, almost 3 month period of participation while in the January Center program. There were graduated sanctions that were received, however, continue to violate rules before being unsuccessfully discharged from the program. And it is concerning that you couldn't follow directions at the January Center when you're not even in the community yet. So, I mean, I don't know how much more you have to follow the rules of the program.
I mean, like, when I'm in that facility and I'm trying to constantly tell them, can you sign me up to get my license? Can I get my social security card? I only did 3 homeworks in 3 months, and there's 12 homeworks. So it's like they was holding me up. So, you know, I went in there real positive, real, you know, and I guess it was just 2 months. And yeah, I was bickering back and forth with them because they wasn't trying to let me get my ID, my social, my driving permit. So I just felt like trapped, you know, for the 15-minute calls. Like I'm in a halfway house, so I'm thinking we could have calls. I've never been there before. It was real strict. So, you know, I apologize, and that's all I can say.
You have to follow the rules, just like you do inside there. You have to follow your rules in there, and then you get to the next step. I understand if you get frustrated, and that happens even in the facility, but you still have to follow the rules in order to get to the next step. So, I mean, you have to learn.
Right. So my client did express to me a level of frustration with the pace of the programming and how he felt as though other people were accomplishing things that he was not able to accomplish. But we did discuss that he's there to complete phase 1 of that programming, and that the program determines the pace of the program. And then unfortunately, he may be frustrated with that, but it's up to them how that pace works. And he understands that now, and he's certainly willing and able to go back. And I think he has a different mindset as to how he'll conduct himself in the future.
Yeah, you are on supervision until January of 2026 if they decide to keep you out on discretionary parole. So you're already given this opportunity that you don't have a right to have. I mean, they gave you an opportunity. So follow the rules of a program for a little while. It shouldn't be this difficult if you want to not be in jail. So that's all I have to say to that. It's just a concern to me that you can't follow instructions in a locked facility. But I'm going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you be re-paroled for November 12th of 2024. It's about a 4-month period of confinement as a sanction. I recommend the following parole conditions: halfway house placement, meaning placement back at the January Center, no contact with victim HM, no contact with minors, problem sexual behavior treatment. My findings will go to the board on September 10th, so the board's going to vote on that. They can make it longer if they want to. They can also make it shorter. So I'm trying to give you another opportunity to go back there and show you can follow the rules of the program, so you can use the resources before you're off supervision. So follow the rules of the program so you can move on. Okay?
All right, I appreciate that.
All right, so you are all set for today. Hopefully we do not see you back here again, okay?
All right, I appreciate it. You have a good day.
Good luck, sir. Good luck.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
We're here today for your revocation hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so we're going to get started with that.
Let's see this guy. What did this
Good
guy
morning.
do?
I am Parole Officer Meister, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This revocation hearing concerning Rodriguez David, number 379978, dated September 27, 2024. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Carl Robinson Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing. Public access. This hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state for me your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
David Rodriguez, 379978.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is. The better reader evidence must establish that, more probable than not, the allegation is true. I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole. I'll reinstate your parole since releasing you place you back on parole supervision. If I find you violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charges the state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits that are filed for the record. You will then have an opportunity to present a relevant testimony. After considering all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, you will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
No.
Okay. Your important rights today, the right to be represented by an attorney at this hearing. Do you want to continue without counsel?
Yes.
You have a right to receive the written notice of charge of the violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to view the evidence against you. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
We will now review the charge the state your PO is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. So charge one under program participation. Your charging officer reported that on the following dates, you failed to report stipulated programming for treatment for problems such as behavior with CTPSB 1025, 1023, 1115, 23, 1122, 23, 1129, 12/6, 23. You issued a verbal warning from CTPSB. You are prohibited from consuming alcohol stipulated by both the special parole conditions and connection treatment agreement, which says I understand restricted from using or possessing alcoholic beverages. You admitted you consumed alcohol on around 7/10/24 while in a bar. Failed to comply with connections treatment agreement for treatment of problem sexual behavior, or specifically prohibited from having contact with minors. Is outlined in the connection treatment agreement, which states I understand I'm restricted from contact with children under 16 unless recommended by CTPSB staff and approved in advance by my supervising officer. This includes a restriction from locations frequented by minors such as schools and parks. On 7/12/24, you made to POs that you had been having ongoing and regular contact with minors. You reported you have been having in-person contact with your minor female daughter. Age 3, your contact with her is often unsupervised. You wrote a statement on 7/12/24 stating I had been having contact with a minor, my daughter, at least once a week, going out to eat or Six Flags. Evidence located in your cell phone supports the following violations of condition. 5/21/22, you are resident with the minor child in a bed holding the child. 8/27/22, you're in residence with minor child. 8/29/22, you're in residence with minor child. 10/22/22, casino holding minor child. 1/26/23, you're in a restaurant with the minor child. 12/29/23, you were in the Buckland Mall with your minor child on a user ride. You're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. 3/16/24, you pictured holding minor child on Providence, Rhode Island. 5/4/24, you're with a minor child at a fair located in Willbrook Park, New Britain. You're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. For the date of 4/11 was not taken into consideration, as well as the date of 7/11, as there was no findings made at the time of the prelim regarding those dates. On 5/3/24, your minor child at a children's park playscape at Nevers Park, South Windsor, Connecticut. You're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. On 5/5/24, your vehicle with minor child. On 5/6/24, your picture with the minor child in New York. On 5/9/24, your phone GPS data and pictures placed to the residence of your minor child in Manchester. Your minor child is present in the home. 5/16/24, your phone GPS data and pictures viewed with the residence of your minor child in Manchester. Minor child is present in the home. On 5/18 and 5/19/24, your vehicle with your minor child. On 6/11/24, your minor child at a trampoline park. You're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. On 6/24/24, you're with a minor child. On 7/1/24, you are with a minor child in a restaurant. On 7/4/24, you're with a minor child at Six Flags Amusement Park. You are prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. Rodriguez was unsuccessfully discharged from CTPSB treatment for problem sexual behavior due to continued refusal to comply with the treatment agreement. CTPSB will be proceeding with an unsuccessful discharge for David Rodriguez due to an ongoing unproved minor contact, frequenting places where minors congregate, and alcohol use as the behaviors in violation of our treatment agreement. Additionally, it should be noted that he was given written warning back in December for attendance. Charge 2, under travel, charging officer reported on or around 10/24/22, you have stayed in Connecticut without permission from your parole officer. On around 10/24/22, you were in Scottsdale, Arizona. You do not have permission to leave the state for that purpose. On around 3/16/24, you left the state of Connecticut without permission from your parole officer. On around 3/16/24, you took your minor child age 3 to Providence, Rhode Island. You do not have permission to leave the state of Connecticut for that purpose. On around 5/6/24, you left the state of Connecticut without permission from your parole officer. On around 5/6/24, you took your minor child and to New York City, not permission to leave the state of Connecticut for that purpose. On 7/4/24, you left the state of Connecticut without permission from your PO. On around 7/24, you took your minor child to Six Flags Amusement Park located in Agawam, Mass. Do not have permission to leave the state of Connecticut for that purpose. Charge 3 under no consumption of alcoholic beverages. You're charging off support at 7/10/24. You consumed 2 alcoholic beverages while at a bar. On 7/12/24, you signed a voluntary admission stating you consumed alcohol. Charge 4 under no contact with minors. You're charging off support on 7/12/24. You admitted to POs that you had been having ongoing regular contact with minors. You reported you have been having in-person contact with your minor female daughter, age 3. You contact with her is often unsupervised. Your statement on 7/12/24 stating I have been having contact with my daughter at least once a week, going up to either Six Flags. You were prohibited from having contact with anyone under the age of 16 years old without your PO's permission. You do not have permission to have contact with minors. During your search of 3 cell phones, you're in possession of that are clearly identified as your cell phones. Multiple pictures and videos were located showing you in the presence of a female minor child. On 7/21/21, you were observed by 2 POs at Nordeli's Grinding Shop, Middletown, holding your daughter. On 5/21/22, your residence with a minor child in bed, holding the child. On 8/27/22, the residence with a minor child. 8/29/22, residence with a minor child. On 10/22/22, you were in a casino holding a minor child. On 1/26/23, you were in a restaurant with a minor child. On 3/16/24, you were prohibited from holding a minor child while in Providence, Rhode Island. On 5/3/24, you were with a minor child at a children's park playscape at Nevers Park in South Windsor, Connecticut. On 5/24, you were with a minor child at a fair located in Willowbrook Park, New Britain, Connecticut. On 5/5/24, you're in a vehicle with a minor child. On 5/6/24, your picture with a minor child in New York. On 5/9/24, your phone's GPS data and pictures place you in the residence of your minor child in Manchester. Your minor child was present in the home. On 5/16/24, your phone's GPS data and pictures placed you at the residence of your minor child in Manchester, Connecticut. Your minor child was present in the home. On 5/18/24, you're in a vehicle with your minor child. On 5/29/24, you're in a vehicle with a minor child. On 6/11/24, you're with a minor child at a trampoline park. On 6/24/24, you're with a minor child. On 7/1/24, you're with a minor child in a restaurant. On 7/4/24, you're with a minor child at Six Flags Amusement Park. Charge 5, problem sexual behavior treatment. Your charging officer reported on the following dates you failed to report the stipulated program for treatment problem sexual behavior with CTPSB 10/25, 11/15, 11/22, 11/29, 12/6/23. You were issued a verbal warning from CTPSB. You were prohibited from consuming alcohol as stipulated by both the special parole conditions and connection treatment agreement, which states, I understand, restricted from using or possessing alcoholic beverages. You admitted you consumed alcohol on 7/10/24 while in a bar. Failed to comply with the connection treatment agreement for treatment of problem sexual behavior. You are specifically prohibited from having contact with minors as outlined in the connection treatment agreement, which states, I understand I am restricted from contact with children under 16 unless recommended by CTPSB staff and approved in advance by my supervising officer. This includes a restriction from locations frequented by minors, such as schools and parks. On 7/12/24, you admitted to POs that you have been having ongoing regular contact with minors. You reported you have been having in-person contact with your minor female daughter, age 3. Your contact with her is often unsupervised. You wrote a statement on 7/12/24 stating, I have been having contact with a minor, my daughter, at least once a week, going out to eat or Six Flags. Evidence located in your cell phone supports the following violations of this condition. On 5/21/22, you're in a residence with the minor child in the bed holding the child. On 8/27, 8/29, you're in a residence with the minor child. On 8/10/22, you're in a casino holding a minor child. 1/26/23, you're in a restaurant with a minor child. 12/29/23, you're in Buckland Mall with your child, with a minor child on an amusement ride. You're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. On 3/16/24, you're pictured holding a minor child while in Providence, Rhode Island. On 5/4/24, you're with a minor child at a fair located in Willowbrook Park, New Britain, Connecticut. You're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. As I said before, no findings on 4/11 date as well as 7/11 date. On 5/5/24, you're in a vehicle with a minor child. 5/6/24, you're pictured with a minor child in New York. 5/9/24, your phone's GPS data and pictures placed you in the residence of your minor child in Manchester. Your minor child was present in the home. On 5/16/24, your phone's GPS data and pictures placed you at the residence of your minor child in Manchester, Connecticut. Your minor child was present at the home. On 5/18 and 5/29/24, you're in a vehicle with your minor child. On 6/11/24, you're with the minor child at a trampoline park. You're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. On 6/24/24, you're with a minor child. 7/1/24, you're with a minor child in a restaurant. On 7/4/24, minor child at Six Flags Amusement Park, you're prohibited from visiting locations where minors congregate. Rodriguez was unsuccessfully discharged from CTPSB treatment for problem sexual behavior due to the continued refusal to comply with the treatment agreement. CTPSB will will be proceeding with an unsettled discharge for David Rodriguez due to ongoing unapproved minor contact, frequenting places where minors congregate, and alcohol use, as these behaviors are a violation of our treatment agreement. Additionally, it should be noted that he was given a written warning back in December for attendance. In the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes. That's Exhibit A, remand to actual custody; B, special parole condition; C, parole violation notice; D, parole violation report; E, the connection treatment agreement; F, voluntary admission dated 7/12/24; G, signed statement from offender dated 7/12/24; H, photographs and videos from offender's cell phone; I, misconducts; and J, CTPSV, the connection discharge summaries and documentation. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and the other documents I marked? Did you review them, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No.
Okay. I'm going to swear you in under oath today so you can speak. Can you please raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear, sincerely affirm, as the case may be, the evidence you shall give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, so now is your opportunity to respond to the parole violation charges against you. Well, remember that you may remain silent if you so choose. Would you like to speak at this time regarding the violations?
Regarding the violations, I did violate. I know what my stipulations were. I went through, all the steps and things that my previous parole officer told me to do. And we just didn't really seem to go anywhere with the steps, so I just took it upon myself to kind of just see my daughter as frequently as I possibly could. And now that, it has definitely ruined the lives of those around me, for sure. I do, accept responsibility for everything that I've done. Yeah.
Thank you for your statements. All right, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to announce my findings. So on that charge one, I do find you violated condition program participation. This is based on the evidence provided, E, I, J, H, G, and F. For exhibits, as well as testimony. On charge two, I do find you violated condition travel based on evidence provided, B, D, G, and H, as well as testimony provided. On charge three, I find you violated condition no consumption of alcoholic beverages. This is based on the evidence provided, exhibits B, F, and G, as well as testimony. Charge four, I find you violated condition no contact with minors based on the evidence that was provided, exhibits B, E, H, and G, as well as testimony. In charge five, I do find the violated condition problem sexual behavior treatment based on the evidence that was provided, exhibits E, I, J, H, and G, as well as testimony that was provided. So that includes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make a recommendation, you will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So at this time, do you want to make any statements regarding future plans going back out or anything that I should know about?
The best future plan for me is to get reintegrated into the community. I'm just gonna go back home and try to continue to run the business that I currently still have. I'm gonna, comply and, listen to the supervision that I should have been listening to since the beginning, and not been doing things my own way. I know that, not having minor contact, wasn't just a general thing with all minors. It was also including my daughter, and I just took that upon myself to just be in her life as much as I could as a father. I know that I just did it the wrong way, and I should have just been attending my classes and doing what I, was required of me by parole.
Where do you plan on going when you leave jail?
Back home in Bloomfield.
So I need that information. Who
The
lives
address?
there?
Jeff Dawson.
Who's that?
It's a friend that I used to work for at his car wash in Avon, Connecticut.
He says you can go back there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the address in Bloomfield?
It's 33 Rundle Lane. It's one word. It's RUNDELANE.
Said Lane?
No, just it's one word. Rundle
No,
Lane.
it's Randall Lane. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
And what's the, do you have a phone number?
It's 860-888-5860, I believe.
And you said go back to your business of doing, what's your business?
So, my business is commercial exhaust cleaning. We clean exhaust systems for restaurants and commercial areas.
So you can go back to doing that?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Your grandma, is that your mom's mom or your mom's mom?
All right, is there anything else that you want to say at this time before I make a recommendation?
I just take full responsibility and accountability of what I've done, my violations. I know that drinking and being a part of my daughter's life was
Were you in phase 1 or phase 2?
and I'm going to
Any other treatment
try
while
to
you were
do things as best as possible.
What about primary
Guys,
care?
and try to cooperate.
And did you?
All right, hold on a second. Attorney Pam Gleddy, I think you need to mute yourself.
Okay.
All right, there we go. I couldn't hear for a second. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna be right with you, with a recommendation.
My recommendation is throw away the key. Basura.
We'll put on the record, you don't have any prior violations that I see. I do see there are 2 misconducts received. You were in the community for 4 years and 6 months before being returned to custody. It is noted in the discharge summary from CTPSB, you were high risk at time of your unsuccessful discharge. It's just concerning how long that you've been doing this for is a concern. I understand that you accept responsibility for your actions, and that is noted that you do. So I do appreciate the understanding that you explain that you do understand the rules and what you should be doing. It's just you've been doing this for so long is what's concerning. So I am going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you be re-paroled for December 12th of 2024. This is about a 5-month period of confinement as sanctioned. I recommend the following parole conditions. No consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with your co-defendant, William Rodriguez, without PO's permission, no contact with your victim, JC, no contact with minors, problem sexual behavior treatment. You are on special parole until January of 2026. So you do have, you will have about a year left of supervision in the community. So you understand the rules, so I don't expect there to be any more problems with this. So do you have any questions about anything? I'm presenting your case to the board on September 10th. So the boards can agree with me, or they can make it longer as well if they would like to.
Make it longer.
Or they can shorten it if they'd like to, as soon as October 10th would be the soonest date, or they do have the ability to max you out until your end of special parole date. So it is going to be up to the board. I will give them my recommendation. So do you have questions about any of that?
I don't have any questions about any of that, but I do understand, you know, it was a long time that I was technically violating. And it was just due to the process of me. Since I got, when I got my wife pregnant, we went through the entire, process. We went through entire loops for just about a good 2-3 years or so to try to be involved in my daughter's life. Because eventually I will be involved in my daughter's life when I'm off of parole. So I tried my best and I failed, and I apologize to the board. I apologize to my wife and daughter. I apologize to everyone that this has been affecting, including myself. And this time around, I will be doing the things correctly, according to how you guys require them.
Sure,
Just know
you
if you violate that again, you can serve the remainder of your time until 2026. So I'm hoping that you take it seriously so that you don't, lose your opportunity to do things the right way. So, okay?
I do.
All right. So I appreciate your statements today, and I wish you the best.
Good, thank you.
All right. So you're all set.
Next. All right, so what ended up happening was my thing got flagged for some odd reason. But let me just give me a moment here, and I'll go ahead and get this going. I think this one coming up, I think it might be our last one. And let me see here. All right, here we go. Hopefully this guy is just a regular, the regular stuff. Not the...
So we're here today for your revocation hearing.
Estamos en el día de hoy aquí para su audiencia de revocación.
Okay.
El heavy duty. Let's see. ¿De dónde es? Puerto Rico. Cubano. From the DR. Where do you guys think this guy's from? All right, I'm gonna try to pull up his information. I got it somewhere around here. Let me see. Who is gonna be here? Interpreter, Miss Rivera. Delgado Raúl. Breezy, thanks for streaming this. You got it. I actually okay. I find these very informative. I think this is Raúl. I'll see right now if
so Ms. Rivera, I'm going to swear you in as the interpreter
Rivera.
today. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
So I am P.O. Meissner, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This revocation hearing, Sir Delgado Raúl, number 318310, dated September 27, 2024. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Osborne Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing. Public access to hearings available via video live stream. Can you please state for us your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Buenos días, soy la oficial Meisinger, examinadora de audiencias para la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional. Esta es una audiencia de revocación referente a Raúl Delgado número 318310. Hoy es viernes 27 de septiembre y esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo a través de video en la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional, localidad central y la institución correccional de Osborne. Esta es una audiencia pública. Acceso público a esta audiencia está disponible vía transmisión en vivo. favor decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro?
Raúl Delgado, 3183 días.
I think he's Puerto Rican, but I gotta hear him speak a little bit more. But I would go with Puerto Rican on this one right
Yes.
now.
Good morning. I'm Public Defender Robert Stamagletti of the Parole Revocation Unit.
También se identifica el abogado, el señor Pamigleri, defensor público de la Unidad de Revocación de Libertad Condicional.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is, that better weighted evidence must establish that, more probable than not, the allegation is true. I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole. I will reinstate your parole, which leaves you place you back on parole supervision. If I find you violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify the final.
Esta es una audiencia de revocación para determinar si ha violado las condiciones de su liberación. Revisaré y haré hallazgos de hecho en cada uno de los cargos en su contra. El Estado, no usted, tiene la responsabilidad de probar las acusaciones mediante una preponderancia de evidencia. Es decir, la mejor evidencia o más pesada debe establecer que más probable que no la alegación es cierta. Si no encuentro que haya una preponderancia de evidencia que respalde una violación de una o más de las condiciones de su libertad condicional, restableceré su libertad y lo que significa liberarlo y ponerlo nuevamente en supervisión. Si encuentro que ha violado una o más de las condiciones de su libertad condicional, consideraré si su libertad condicional debe ser revocada o no. Si recomiendo la revocación, haré una recomendación en cuanto a una sanción apropiada. Mi recomendación se dará a un panel para una decisión final. Si el panel desea imponer una sanción más allá de mi recomendación, se proporcionará una audiencia suplementaria para justificar un confinamiento adicional.
This is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge, state your appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present a relevant testimony. After considering all the evidence presented, I will announce my findings. If I find you violate one more condition of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure?
El procedimiento de la audiencia, primero le voy a leer sus derechos, luego revisaré los cargos que el oficial de supervisión ha presentado en su contra, luego revisaré e identificaré la evidencia presentada para el registro, luego la defensa tendrá la oportunidad de presentar testimonio relevante, luego haré mis hallazgos. ¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta antes de comenzar?
So you have important rights at this hearing, which I will now review with you. The right to have an attorney present and you have counsel here. You have right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Usted tiene derecho a recibir usted tiene derecho a ser representado por un abogado y usted tiene defensa en el día de hoy. Usted tiene derecho a recibir notificación por escrito. Usted tiene el derecho a revisar la evidencia antes de esta audiencia. ¿Recibió usted los cargos por escrito?
Sí.
You have a right to view the evidence against you, right to submit evidence in support of your case, and hearing rights to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine reverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to move forward?
Tiene el derecho a revisar la evidencia en su contra, tiene el derecho a presentar pruebas en apoyo a su caso, tiene el derecho de llamar e interrogar testigos voluntarios y interrogar a testigos adversos. ¿Usted entiende estos derechos y está listo para seguir hacia adelante?
Sí.
So we now review the charge the state your parole is bringing against you and the information underlying the charge. Charge 1, under instruction GPS, your charging officer reported on 5/12/24. You did not return to your parole-approved residence until 9:35 p.m., even though you were informed your curfew was 9 p.m. Based on these actions, you're in direct violation of PCS conditional instruction GPS. Charge 2, under instruction curfew, charging officer reported on 5/12/24. You did not return to your parole-approved residence until 9:35 p.m., even though you were informed by your curfew, day curfew was 9 p.m. Based on these actions, you're in direct violation of PCS conditional instruction curfew. On charge 3, under bail laws against the law, charging officer report on 7/17/24 after being told you were being placed in the halfway house. You stated if you put me in the halfway house, if someone comes at me, I will stab them, probably kill them. In addition, you asked how many minutes you think I'm going to stay at the halfway house. Take these cuffs off and watch what happens. Additionally, while being transported to the halfway house, you stated watch what happens when we get to the halfway house. I will give you guys parole officers a reason to shoot me or call the cops, and they can kill me as well, as I better not see you parole officers on the streets of Waterbury. You made these similar statements numerous times, which caused multiple parole officers to fear that these statements were a serious expression of your intent to harm or assault yourself and others. These statements were perceived as threatening in nature towards both parole officers and halfway house resident staff. So this is this is threatening in the second degree. Your threatening statements meet the criteria of this offense based on your actions or violation of PCS condition of laws of these law. Charge 4 under obey laws drugs. You're charging off support at 319.24. You rented a positive urine screen for cocaine. You signed a voluntary admission form for this use. Basically, actions in violation of PCS condition obey laws drugs. Charges 5 and 6 are not taken into consideration as no findings were made at the time of the preliminary hearing. On charge 7 under additional condition halfway house placement, you're charging off report on 7/17/24 due to issues with accessing your parole-approved residence to conduct mandatory home visits. You're informed that you'll be placed in a halfway house. When informed of this by your supervising parole officer, you immediately became agitated, stating multiple times that if placed in a halfway house, you would inflict bodily harm on yourself and others. You stated, if you put me in the halfway house, I will hang myself. I just want to die. You also stated, if you put me in the halfway house and someone comes at me, I will stab them and probably kill them. In addition, you asked how many minutes think I'm going to stay at the halfway house. Take these cuffs off and watch what happens. Additionally, while being transported to the halfway house, you stated, watch what happens when we get to the halfway house. I will give you guys officers a reason to shoot me or call the cops, and they can kill me as well, as I better not see you parole officers on the streets of Waterbury. You made these similar statements numerous times, which caused multiple parole officers to fear that these statements were a serious expression of your intent to harm or assault yourself and others, thus resulting in your refusal to go to the halfway house. Based on these actions, your violation of PCS condition halfway house placement.
En el cargo número 1, GPS condición de dirección de salida, el oficial presentando los cargos reportó que el 12 de mayo del 2024 usted no regresó a su residencia aprobada por libertad condicional hasta las 9:35 p.m. a pesar de haber sido informado de su toque de queda era a las 9 de la noche. Basada en estas acciones, usted está en violación directa de la condición de PCS, dirección de salida, GPS. En el cargo número 2, toque de queda, el 12 de mayo del 2024, usted no regresó a su residencia aprobada por libertad condicional hasta las 9:35 de la noche, a pesar de haber sido informado de su toque de queda era a las 9. Basado en estas acciones, usted está en violación directa de la condición de PCS, dirección de salida, toque de queda. El cargo número 3, obediencia a la ley, bajo obedecer las leyes. El 17 de julio del 2024, luego de haber sido informado que había sido ubicado en un halfway house, usted dijo, si me colocan en un halfway house, si alguien se me acerca, los apuñalaré y probablemente los mate. En adición, usted preguntó cuántos minutos creen que voy a quedarme en el halfway house. Quítenme las esposas y miren a ver qué pasa. Adicionalmente, mientras era transportado al halfway house, usted dijo, ve lo que va a pasar cuando lleguemos al halfway house. Les voy a dar a ustedes, oficiales de libertad condicional, una razón para dispararme o que llamen a la policía y que me maten. Además de que yo espero no verlo en las calles de Waterbury. Usted hizo estas declaraciones en numerosas ocasiones, lo que causó varios oficiales de libertad condicional temieran por estas declaraciones fuera una expresión seria de intentar hacer daño a usted mismo o los demás. Estas declaraciones fueron consideradas de naturaleza amenazante como amenaza en segundo grado. Sus declaraciones amenazantes cumplen con los criterios de esta ofensa. Basada en estas acciones, usted está en violación de la condición de PCS, obedecer todas las leyes, obediencia a la ley. El cargo número 4, drogas. El 19 de marzo del 2024, usted dio resultado de orina positivo a cocaína. Usted firmó un formulario de admisión voluntaria por este uso. Basado en estas acciones, está en violación de la condición de PCS firmada, obedecer todas las leyes droga. Cargo número 5 y cargo número 6 no lo vamos a tomar en consideración ya que no se hizo hallazgo previamente. En el cargo número 7, ubicación en halfway house. El 17 de julio del 2024, debido a problemas accediendo a su residencia aprobada por libertad condicional para llevar a cabo visitas domiciliarias mandatorias, usted fue informado que iba a ser ubicado en un halfway house. Al ser informado de esto por su oficial de supervisión, usted inmediatamente se mostró agitado, indicando en múltiples ocasiones que de ser ubicado en el halfway house, usted se autoinfligiría daño y a los demás. Usted indicó, si me colocan en el halfway house me voy a ahorcar, solo quiero morirme. Usted indicó, si me colocan en un halfway house, si alguien se me acerca, los apuñalaré y probablemente los mate. En adición, usted preguntó cuántos minutos creen que me voy a quedar en el halfway house. Quítenme las esposas y miren a ver qué pasa. Adicionalmente, mientras era transportado a halfway house, usted dijo, ve lo que va a pasar cuando lleguemos a halfway house. Les voy a dar una razón a ustedes los oficiales de libertad condicional para dispararme o llamen a la policía y que me maten. Además de espero no verlos en las calles de Waterbury. Usted hizo estas declaraciones en una expresión seria de intentar hacerse daño o a las demás personas, resultando en rehusarse en ir a Halfway House. Basado en estas acciones, usted está en violación de las condiciones de PCS, condiciones adicionales, ubicación en Halfway House.
And this is following exhibits remarked for identification purposes as exhibit A, CT remanded custody, B, CT signed conditions of parole, C, notice of parole violation, parole rights ×2, D, parole violation report, E, text messages, F, misconducts, G, ECS incident reports, H, PCS supplemental incident report, I, Waterbury Police Department report, J, voluntary admission forms, K, at a GPS documentation, L is state of Connecticut Disadvantage website docket.
El Estado presentó las siguientes pruebas para identificación. Evidencia A, orden de regreso a custodia. B, condiciones de libertad condicional de Connecticut firmadas. C, aviso de violación a libertad condicional. D, reporte de violación a libertad condicional. E, mensajes de texto. F, reportes de conducta. G, reporte de incidente de PCS. H, reporte suplementario de incidente de PCS. I, reporte del Departamento de Policía de Waterbury. J, formulario de admisión voluntaria. K, documentación del GPS y el expediente de la página judicial del Estado de Connecticut.
Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and other documents I marked, did you review them?
Usted recibió el reporte de violación de libertad condicional, el aviso de violación y todos los otros documentos que acabo de mencionar en el registro.
And council saw the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification purposes. Exhibit 1, which is list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Exhibit 2 is the McCall Foundation treatment letter. Exhibit 3 is confirmation Social Security application. And 4 is letter from Cardiology Associates.
La defensa presentó los siguientes documentos como evidencia. Evidencia 1, la lista de logros de libertad condicional y planes futuros. Evidencia 2, la carta de tratamiento de la Fundación McCall. Evidencia 3, confirmación de carta del Seguro Social donde usted aplicó. La evidencia 4, carta de Cardiology Associates.
Do you need to continue to obtain additional evidence?
No.
We have no witnesses.
No tenemos testigos en el día de hoy.
So is now defense the opportunity like to speak to any of the evidence submitted at this time?
Charge 1 and charge 2 are for essentially the same thing, so I think it's a duplicate charge.
El cargo número 1 y el cargo número 2 es lo mismo. Entiendo que es un cargo duplicado.
As to charge 3 and charge 7, these are for the alleged threatening statements. If you look at Exhibit I, the police were present and took absolutely no action and found no probable cause that the defendant's statements were threatening in nature.
En el cargo número 3 y en el cargo número 7, referente a la alegada amenaza, como lo establece la evidencia y el reporte policíaco, ellos estuvieron allí, ellos no encontraron que esta conducta hubiese sido de naturaleza amenazante, ellos no tomaron acción.
No probable cause was found for my clients interfering with the search. Parole chose not to search. And then because of that alleged refusal, they placed my client in handcuffs and he was obviously frustrated.
No se hizo causa probable en referencia a esto y en cuanto al cargo de búsqueda, los oficiales de libertad condicional no buscaron la residencia porque ellos decidieron no hacer la búsqueda. Él no interfirió en ningún momento con esto. A consecuencia de esto, ellos lo pusieron las esposas y obviamente él se sintió frustrado.
Not all alarming remarks or words in anger amount to threats by statute. He needed to place the people in fear of imminent serious physical injury, and the police found no probable cause, and he was in handcuffs at the time.
No todas las cosas que uno dice significan que sean una de naturaleza amenazante. para poner a una persona en amenaza, tú tienes que poner a esa persona en temor inminente de que le vas a causar algún tipo de daño físico. La policía no encontró que estos comentarios fueran de este tipo de naturaleza amenazante, además de que él estaba esposado.
If parole believed these threats were going to occur at the halfway house, why didn't they then turn Mr. Delgado into the custody of the police if they were in fear of imminent risk of serious physical injury? What did they do? They brought him to the halfway house. Well, actually, they didn't bring him to the halfway house. They remanded him, I believe. But if there was such a threat, they should not have brought him immediately to jail. They should have arrested him.
Sí, los oficiales de libertad condicional estaban con tanto temor de que estas amenazas fueran a ocurrir en el halfway house, porque entonces no lo regresaron de inmediatamente a custodia policíaca, sino que le hicieron una orden de custodia. Si estas amenazas hubiesen sido de manera tan peligrosas y amenazantes, ¿por qué entonces él no fue arrestado al momento?
These were clearly words of anger and not risks of imminent serious physical injury.
Esto claramente eran palabras con ira y con coraje, no que estaba tratando de amenazar a alguien, de hacerle daño físico.
Thank you.
I'll bear it with you with my findings. So on charge 1, I do find that you violated condition to restriction GPS based on the evidence that was provided, which is Exhibit K. On charge 2, I do find you violated condition restriction curfew based on the evidence that was provided, Exhibit K. Regarding charge 3, make a no finding based on the charge not meeting the elements for the threshold for this revocation hearing. On charge 4, I do find you violated condition of bail laws drugs based on the evidence provided, F and J. As I said previously, 5 and 6 are not taken into consideration as no finding was made at the time of the preliminary hearing. And on charge 7, I do find you violated condition, additional condition halfway house placement based on the evidence provided, exhibits E, G, H, and I. So that includes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make a recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This part of the hearing is happened somewhat outcome over.
En el cargo número 1 hago un hallazgo que usted violó la condición de dirección de salida, GPS, basado en la evidencia, específicamente de exhibición K. En el cargo número 2 hago un hallazgo que usted violó la condición de dirección de salida, toque de queda, basado en la evidencia provista, específicamente la exhibición K. En el cargo número 3 no hago un hallazgo, ya que esto no cumple los elementos en esta no cumple con los elementos en esta audiencia de revocación. En el cargo número 4 hago un hallazgo que usted violó la condición de obedecer todas las leyes drogas, específicamente exhibición F y J. Cargo número 5 no se hizo un hallazgo en la audiencia preliminar. 6, y en el cargo número 7 hago un hallazgo que usted violó la condición adicional, ubicación en halfway house, basado en la exhibición B, G, H, I.
Mr. Delgado is 46 years of age and is married. They've been together for 5 years and legally married for 1 year. He receives his support from his wife, his 5 sisters, and they share a 3-year-old daughter.
Mr. Delgado es un hombre casado de 46 años de edad. Él está casado legalmente, estuvo con su pareja por 5 años, pero legalmente casado lleva 1 año. Recibe su fuente primaria de apoyo de su esposa y tienen una hija juntos de 3 años de edad.
In the past, he worked for Peter Marino Roofing for 9 years, and he obtained that job through the union. And since that time, he's filed for disability for medical purposes, which was denied.
En el pasado, Mr. Delgado trabajó para Peter Marino Roofing por un periodo de 9 años. Este trabajo que consiguió a través de la unión, además de que también sometió a una aplicación para Seguro Social por discapacidad por situaciones médicas, la cual fue denegada.
For years, he has opened and closed a mini mart in Waterbury, the Fellow Man Mini Mart. And he's worked there for years, and he can return to that job.
Él también estuvo por un periodo de muchos años abriendo y cerrando la tienda Fellow Man Mini Market localizada en Waterbury, y esta también puede regresar nuevamente a este trabajo.
When released, he wishes to be co-sponsored or sponsored, by his wife at their shared apartment in Waterbury.
Cuando salga, le gustaría poder regresar al apartamento de su esposa, el cual ellos tienen juntos en Waterbury.
He's been medication compliant while on parole for over the past 8 months before the violation.
Él ha estado cumpliendo con los medicamentos por los pasados 8 meses.
He was on a minimum contact schedule.
Tenía un contacto mínimo.
Wishes to refile for Social Security disability.
Él quisiera volver a someter los papeles para discapacidad al Seguro Social.
Exhibit number 2 shows past successful treatment at the McCall Foundation.
La evidencia número 2 muestra una participación satisfactoria en McCall Foundation.
And Exhibit 4 documents that he missed a cardiology appointment since he's been incarcerated and needs to reschedule that.
La evidencia número 4 muestra que él perdió su cita con el cardiólogo por estar encarcelado y necesita volver a sacar esta cita.
He has many medical issues. He needs mental health treatment, not jail. He's been medical compliant for years.
Él necesita tratamiento de salud mental, no estar en prisión. Él ha estado cumpliendo con sus medicamentos por años.
He was sponsored for over 8 months in the community, and he had no misconducts. And I believe this is his first violation of special parole.
Él ha estado 8 meses en la comunidad, no ha tenido ningún reporte de mala conducta. Entiendo que esta es la primera vez que tiene una violación de libertad condicional especial.
He was upset. He was compliant with the search provisions, although he had been sleeping and it took some time to wake him up. He does not believe that that was justification to move him to a halfway house, and that's what upset him.
Él solamente estaba molesto por la razón de que cuando fueron a hacer la búsqueda, él estaba durmiendo y le tomó un tiempo el levantarse, y esto no es razón para que lo hayan ubicado en un halfway house.
There was no actual violence. No one was injured, and he's been incarcerated for over 2 months.
No hubieron actos de violencia, nadie resultó herido y lleva encarcelado por un periodo de más de 2 meses.
In all this 8-month time, he only had 1 curfew violation for being 35 minutes late from work.
En estos 8 meses de supervisión, él solamente ha tenido una violación a su toque de queda, que estuvo tarde por 35 minutos luego de llegar del trabajo.
1 positive urine in March.
Un resultado positivo solamente en marzo.
And then 1 unfortunate situation on July 17th, which led to his incarceration.
Y un incidente desafortunado el 17 de julio, lo que lo llevó nuevamente a prisión.
We ask that he be immediately released to the supervision of parole, as we believe the nature of these violations are not sufficiently serious enough to warrant further incarceration.
Nosotros recomendamos que él sea puesto en libertad inmediatamente a la supervisión de libertad condicional, ya que la naturaleza de esta ofensa no es lo suficientemente seria para seguir teniéndolo bajo custodia.
Thank you. So I've reviewed all the evidence submitted by the state, and I've listened to testimony today.
Yo revisé toda la evidencia sometida por el Estado, además del testimonio del día de hoy.
I will note, I do not see any prior parole violations. I do see one misconduct that was received, since the offender was been out since, September 8th of 2023. We've been in the community for approximately 10.5 months, prior to his return to custody.
Veo que no tiene ningún reporte de conducta previamente, solamente un reporte de conducta, aún estando él ya fuera desde el 8 de septiembre del 2023, lo que es un periodo aproximado de 10 meses y medio.
I just want to know if he is placed in a halfway house, will he refuse to go to a halfway house?
Sir,
You can ask. You can ask him.
Can I ask him this?
You can ask him. I mean,
You know, he's recommending that he go.
no, I want to know if he has a problem.
Sir, I have to tell him that's not definitely not.
It's not definitely. I just want to know if he has.
So, sir, if the placement at your home does not work out with your wife, they need to recommend a halfway house for you to go to. What community would you want to be in? And are you willing to go to a halfway house instead of jail if the placement at home doesn't work out?
Señor, en el caso de que regresara a su residencia con su esposa no funcionara y tuvieran que colocarlo en un halfway house, ¿en qué distrito usted quisiera ser ubicado y estaría usted dispuesto a ser ubicado en un halfway house?
Waterbury.
Waterbury. So Waterbury?
En Waterbury, pero yo hablé con una señora que tiene un sugar house de Paroles, apartamento, y yo le hablé para ver si ella me puede rentar uno, para yo poder, si me dan la oportunidad de estar ahí.
What do you say?
He said he spoke to a lady from a sober house that she would be willing to give him a chance to go there instead.
He's obviously paying for that right now, it won't work. So I just want to know if he would be willing to go to a half house if it's deemed necessary. Yes? Okay,
Sí.
that's what I want to know.
Okay.
Because I don't control I don't control the release or where you go. So I wanted to make that clear. Because I don't know if they're gonna let you go back to the same place. So so based on the testimony and the evidence, based on the fact that I made no findings on several charges that were brought up, I am going to recommend that parole be revoked, be re-paroled for October 17, 2024. It's about a 3-month period of confinement as a sanction. I recommend the following parole conditions. In the event you are unable to return back to residence with your wife in Waterbury, I am going to add halfway house placement in case no contact with victim FR, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, behavior management program for anger management.
Basado en el testimonio del día de hoy, y que hubieron varios cargos en los que yo no encontré, no hice ningún hallazgo, yo recomiendo que su libertad condicional sea revocada con una fecha de 17 de octubre del 2024, lo que es un periodo aproximado de 3 meses de sanción. También recomiendo ubicación en halfway house de ser necesario, no contacto con la víctima FR, evaluación de salud mental de ser necesario y programa de manejo de conducta para manejo de ira.
My findings and recommendations are going to be forwarded to the board for October 10th. So the board can lessen the sanction, let it stand, or impose a sanction longer than what I have recommended at that time.
Mis hallazgos y recomendaciones se emitirán a la Junta. Para el día 10 de octubre, la Junta puede disminuir su sanción o recomendar una sanción más larga.
So if they agree with me, he would be released October 17th.
Si ellos están de acuerdo conmigo, entonces usted será puesto nuevamente en libertad el día 17 de octubre.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Gracias, que Dios los bendiga.
Thank you and God bless you.
Okay.
Tell him to call my office. Sir, call my office on the 11th of October, and we will tell you what the board decided.
Llame a mi oficina el 11 de octubre para yo decirle qué fue lo que la Junta decidió.
No lo entendí.
El 11 de octubre, si puede llamar al señor Familiar y al abogado, el 11 de octubre, si lo puede llamar a su oficina para él decirle qué fue lo que pasó en cuanto a la decisión.
Ok. Está bien. Gracias, Dios los bendiga.
Thank you, sir.
Tengan buen día.
Ya se va el jíbaro. All right, guys, it's been fun. Man, been here for
Oh, all right.
pretty much for almost 7 hours now. I need to get off. I need to go do something with my life. My daughter just got home from school, so it'll be a good time, for us to part ways. But hey, I do appreciate you guys for being on here. For whatever amount of time that you were on here, highly appreciate it. Appreciate the lives, the likes, the the shares, the thumbs up, the thumbs down, and always remember that Maribel, yeah, you've been on for a minute, Maribel. It was, man. We've been out here for like 7 hours and 14 minutes. But who's keeping track? I normally don't do. I'll probably be on, what is it? Tomorrow's Friday, Saturday. So tomorrow I'll probably be on about 4:00. We'll be having some some live phone calls with Jesse and David from Centinela State Prison in the state of California, level 3 yard. But for sure, I'll be back. Monday morning. We'll go ahead and start off the week fresh. We do have some other states, throughout the week. Anyhow, I really appreciate you guys and spending this time with me. And like I say around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we are out of here.